Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Season 2 of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Just like last time, this is a compilation of every Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews episode that aired during the, quote, second season of the show. It's basically every mainline episode that aired in 2016 leading up to 2017. So Season 2 will take us on a wonderful journey from episode 16 all the way to episode 49. A lot of episodes packed into this season. And Season 2 was really the season where I went full throttle, for lack of a better term, for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. The first season's production was really lackadaisical. It was, hey, this isn't my main focus. Why don't I do this whenever I get the urge to do it? Season 2, however, was really workmanlike. It was, let's get as much done as we possibly can, and why don't we start transitioning into weekly uploads? This was really where the upload schedule was born. Back when I first started production on Season 2, I had just gone through my first breakup, actually, so I kind of threw myself into my YouTube work to distract from the heartbreak of that relationship ending. It sounds a little dramatic when you think about it like that, but hey, that's what led to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews becoming a weekly series, so something good did come out of that. And just like last time, I have included all of the supplementals that came out after the season's airing, so that's why, again, you're getting another 3-hour-long upload, probably closer to 4 hours. So sit back and enjoy the complete second season of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Good night, everybody. Howdy folks, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas Meets the Queen, and it's one VHS release. Yeah, spoiler alert, there's only one VHS release of this. So the history section of this is going to be extremely short. So, let's get into the history section. So Thomas Meets the Queen and Other Stories was only released on VHS in 1997 by Anchor Bay. That's it. That's the only release it ever got. Well, perhaps it didn't. We'll get into that a little bit later. Anyways, let's move right into the close-up of my copy of Thomas Meets the Queen and Other Stories. Alrighty, everybody who is watching this home media review, here is your close-up look at Thomas Meets the Queen on VHS. So for starters, it's in that late 90s style of slipcase, includes 6 stories never released on home video, and that is true, and many of them will stay on this release, but we will get to that in a moment. Giant Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, Thomas Meets the Queen, and Other Stories. A nice picture of Thomas, Sir Topham Hatt and the Queen on the front there. Storyteller George Carlin on the side. There's that Thomas with tracks that we all know and love. Scroll down the spine here, Brett Allcroft logo. On the back, you got a nice image of Thomas, James, Percy, Toby Duck, and Henry's Tender. Live action animation, which doesn't really make any sense to me because this isn't animated, I don't think. It's not CGI, so I don't count it as animation. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and your story stops. Now mine is actually pretty interesting because the only date I could find for this was 1997, was when it was originally released. And it has the 1997 box, but as you can tell, this is ink label, and I don't think ink labels came on the scene until maybe 1998, 1999. So I think this might be a later reprinted version from 1998, 1999, or around then. This is dated 1997, so maybe they just didn't bother to change the date. I know this did come with a sticker at one point, but yeah. Do you guys remember when I mentioned that many of these stories would never leave this release? Well, half of them don't. Mind That Bike, Train Stops Play, Bullseyes, and I believe 4 Little Engines never leave this release. Thomas Meets the Queen can be found on Best of Thomas, and Special Funnel can be found on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. But 4 of these stories never get released. Ever. They are only found on this release. Which is actually kind of sad because this tape under this title never gets reprinted onto DVD. It's not even on places like iTunes or places like that. You can only find those episodes in this release, which actually makes this kind of valuable. We will talk about that in the next segment when we go in and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alrighty everyone, we're back from the close-up and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay pretty much is your best bet. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? The stories I mentioned in the close-up section more than likely are, but for the release itself, no, you will never find a Thomas Meets the Queen and other her stories on DVD, unless it is a bootleg. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I'd say, yeah, this is one of my favorite releases, and I would say, yeah, go for it. It's a really good one, and I would highly recommend it. It's got some great story content on there. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Like I said, eBay is pretty much the only place you can find this, so I would say, yeah, eBay's your best bet. Don't go to Amazon. Amazon charges outrageous prices for VHS tapes, so stick to eBay. And number 5, what price should you pay? Do not go out of the $5 to $10 range for this. So anyway, that's my home media review on Thomas Meets the Queen. It's one release. Finally, a episode where I have all of the releases of one tape, because it was only released once. Huh? Get it? Get it? Are you laughing? You're not laughing? Oh, okay. Anyways, our next home media review will most likely be on the Gallant Old Engine. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on the Gallant Old Engine, and before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge something. Yes, I know I am a bit out of chronological order yet again. I know that after Thomas and the special letter, it's actually Thomas and his friends help out that comes next. I didn't know that at the time of that recording, and thank you to Sheriff Duncan Flynn and JC Bro 2014 for helping me figure that out. But because of the fact that, well, I already said in Thomas Meets the Queen that, hey, we're going to be doing the Gallant Old Engine, I figured, let's just do it. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We're doing the Gallant Old Engine, but then after that we'll be doing Thomas and his friends help out, and then after that is sing-along stories, and then hopefully we'll get back into chronological order sooner or later. So thank you, you guys are big fans of the show. I can see that, thank you for your support, and thanks for helping me piece together the Thomas and Friends media timeline, because it's really big and convoluted, pretty much. So, without further ado, let's jump into the history section of the Gallant Old Engine on VHS and DVD. So the Gallant Old Engine was first released in 1996 by Anchor Bay, was then reissued in 2001 by Anchor Bay again, and then was released onto DVD in 2008, but under a different name. That's right, they changed the whole name. The DVD release of the Gallant Old Engine is actually called Henry and the Elephant, because I'm pretty sure that they did that because of the fact that, well, Henry and the Elephant starts off the release story-wise. It doesn't actually start with the Gallant Old Engine. In fact, I think that's probably the second to last story on there, actually. So I can see why they did it. It's just weird to me that they would market scheme everybody out of your money, pretty much, but I kind of talk more about that during the close-up. So let's go ahead and move right in to the close-up section of my copies of the Gallant Old Engine and Henry and the Elephant. Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up view of the Gallant Old Engine. Now, first of all, we are going to start with my VHS copy of this. This is the reprint from 2001. As you can see, it's in that later style, which I quite like a lot. Thomas and Friends, the Gallant Old Engine, and the other Thomas adventures. Big image of Gordon on the front, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but hey, it looks cool. And then the narrow gauge engines on the bottom, which actually does make sense. Cartoon Thomas, Gallant Children's Limited and such. It's no longer the Brett Allcroft logo. On the back, you got a nice image of Gordon, Henry, and Edward, with Rheneas and Scarloey in the background there, and Percy and Toby, storyteller George Carlin on the back there. And there's your blurb about what's on the tape and such. And your story stops with the little Thomas hanging out there. Now here's your ink label version. So yeah, that's the... Oh, and here's the top, the Gallant Old Engine. I notice I forget to mention the tops in a lot of these. But yeah, there's the top. So yeah, that's the Gallant Old Engine on VHS. Now here's something that a lot of you probably did know and were as pissed off as I was when you bought this in stores. The Gallant Old Engine did have a DVD release, but it was under a new name. This new name, Henry and the Elephant. I apologize for the glare from the window back there, but it was called Henry and the Elephant. So as you can see, Thomas and Friends, Henry and the Elephant, with a weird elephant trunk on the R there. That's interesting. A nice picture of Henry and the Elephant on the front there. I mean, I'm happy that they commissioned some new artwork for this. It makes it look really nice. Again, I'm sorry for the glare. The Hit Entertainment logo right there. It is no longer a cartoon Thomas or an actual Thomas. It's the Hit. Oh, there's our friend, the cartoon Thomas. I forgot he was on here. But yeah, there's the cartoon Thomas. They moved him to the bottom because apparently Hit is better. So on the back here, you've got that weird font again of Henry and the Elephant. A nice snapshot from it. Basically, actually, I think that these are different. I think the blurbs are different. Oh, no. They're the same. Never mind. Same blurb. And then the event right here, and this is what pisses me off about this the most. They don't list the stories. All they say is 6 fun-filled episodes, and a sing-along song, and activity sheet, and a character gallery. But they don't list the episodes. And for a kid like me, who actually saw this in the store and said, "Ooh, this must be a new release." Come on, camera, focus. There we go. But this must be a new release. There might be some new stuff on here, but yet they don't list the stories, and I'm not gonna read this to compare it to this to see if it's the same, so that is absolute bull. I'm sorry, but this infuriates me, really. This really does. If we open this up, you see the disc there, Henry and the Elephant, basically a squished up version of the poster art, and then you get some wow wubsy advertisements, which makes no sense to me. And also on the back here, you've got an advertisement for the Ultimate Christmas Collection for Thomas. That's the only reason I kept this, because of that advertisement. I don't know why I kept this, but there's some stickers right there, which doesn't make any sense because this is a Thomas release, yet it's advertising Wow Wubsy, which is canceled at this point, which is good because that show sucked. I'm sorry, I like and hate this release. I like it because it's a good chance for us to get those stories on a more viable format, but I hate it because of the mismarketing. And basically, this was a cash grab, really. But there actually was something else that came out of this. This is where I got Rickety. So yeah, I guess something good did come out of this, but that's where I got Rickety. So yeah, that's my close-up view of Henry and the Elephant / the Gallant Old Engine, and my mini rant on Hit and Entertainment's way of selling these releases to us. So let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For the VHS, obviously eBay. Henry and the Elephant, you can pretty much find at your local retailers if you're lucky. I've seen a lot of copies at FYE, actually, so check out your local FYE. They might have some there for you. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. I'm going to say no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Yes, I think you should. I think you should definitely go for the DVD version because it looks great. It looks really good in DVD quality. Not Blu-ray, but, you know, it's not 1080p, but, you know, it's close to 720, and it just looks really good on DVD, so I recommend it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Like I said, eBay or FYE, pretty much. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS version, I'd say for the original version, probably is worth about 10 to 15 because of the fact that that one is not as commonly found. For the reprinted version, don't go over $5, and for the DVD version, stay in the $5 to $10 range. So that's my home media review on the Gallant Old Engine / Henry and the Elephant. It's a decent release, but it still kind of puzzles me why they would scam people out of their money by retitling the DVD release. We saw something similar to this back with Daisy and Percy Takes the Plunge. So our next episode, as stated earlier, will be on Thomas and his friends help out. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. It's only our 3rd supplemental for 2018. I've been keeping a pretty good track record this year. This supplemental is on the Gallant Old Engine from 1996. This was the only copy of the Gallant Old Engine that I did not have to show off in the original Gallant Old Engine HMR all those years ago. But now I have it here in front of me, so let's take a look at it here. It's in that, late 90s style that I've mentioned on the show previously, featuring all new Thomas stories and the little bar up at the top, Brett Allcroft logo, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, the Gallant Old Engine and other Thomas stories. What is the right pronunciation of this? I say Gallant and Gallant. I'm pretty sure it's Gallant, but I'm not sure. Somebody let me know, because I'm not good at English. There's Runaways on the front, who is the self-proclaimed Gallant Old Engine, or driver proclaimed Gallant Old Engine. Storyteller George Carlin with that crayon outline around it. I really, really like this poster art. I like the 2001 poster art that has Gordon on the front. It's nostalgic for me, but it really doesn't make much sense because it has Gordon on the front. This poster art, however, makes perfect sense because Runaways is the Gallant Old Engine. So I like this a lot better than the 2001 version. Thomas on the side with tracks underneath him. Tank Engine and Friends logo. Gallant Old Engine. Brett Allcroft on the back. Another Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo distributed by Anchor Bay. I don't think that's the same screenshot that was used on the back of the 2001 version. I can't remember off the top of my head which screenshots were used, and I would grab it, but it's inside of my cabinet buried behind 20 other VHS tapes, and I'm lazy, so we'll just say that no, this screenshot's different. Live action, animation. That's a really cool picture, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. I really like that image. Blurb about what's on the tape. Your story stops. Again, they go across and not down like they should, but that's a complaint for another day. And then also a song, really useful engine. Slide it out. Simple sticker label, but that's how a lot of these 90s prints and reprints were. My copy is a little weird. This flap right here loves to bend down, and I think that was from previous seller's childhood or wherever they got this from. There's the top, by the way. I know a lot of you guys berate me in the comments because you're like, you did show your top with a VHS type. So there it is. And yeah, you heard me right. I did score this off of eBay. I got it in an auction for about $5 or so. I was the only bidder. It's not in the best shape. I mean, you saw earlier, there's a rip up here, but it's really not that noticeable, especially if you look at it like this. You can barely even see it. And there's some edge wear along the sides and stuff like that. But you know what? It was worth it because a lot of people have been trying to sell this for $15 to $20 in the past few months. And to be honest, I thought I'd never get one because they were so gosh darn expensive. But lucky me, I was the only bidder on that auction. So there's really nothing else I need to say for the Gallant Old Engine from 1996 other than the fact that we have completed our Gallant Old Engine HMR saga, I guess. This is the only .1 that we'll be getting for this, unless Universal brings back Henry and the elephant in the coming months, which I doubt that they will. Although, who knows? They did bring back Thomas's Halloween adventures for Halloween last year, and that was a surprise, so they could bring back Gallant Old Engine for whatever reason. But anyway, that pretty much wraps up this supplemental on the Gallant Old Engine from 1996. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everybody and welcome back to another installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas and his Friends Help Out. Now, as I stated in the previous episode, yes, I understand I'm out of chronological order, but after the next episode, which is sing-along and stories, hopefully we'll get back into the chronological state of things. But for right now, I'm just going to continue doing things out of chronological order, I suppose. So anyway, before you spam the comments with hate, let's go ahead and move right into the history section of Thomas and his Friends Help Out. So Thomas and his Friends Help Out was first released in 19 1996 on VHS by Anchor Bay, and then was reprinted onto VHS in 2002, and then was released onto DVD in 2003. Now, I thought I also should mention this little fact. In 2009, it was released on DVD yet again. It was retitled Friends Help Out. You see, they dropped the Thomas and his friends. It's now just Friends Help Out. And that, as far as I know, can still be found in stores nowadays, if you look hard enough, I suppose. But yeah, that's the history, and now let's move into the close-up of Thomas's Friends Help Out. Alright everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas and his friends Help Out. Now, as you can see, we just have the tape here to show you for the 1996 version, and that's because if you saw my James Learns a Lesson episode of this series, which I believe was maybe episode 3, I think. Pretty sure it was episode 3 or 4. And yeah, you saw that I got this at the train convention, and it came in a James Learns a Lesson reprint box. So only the tape to show you. As you can see, there's the sticker. So yeah, we'll be looking more in depth at the 2002 VHS version. Had this since I was a child, as with many of my later reprinted tapes. The new Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas's Friends Help Out. There's Thomas and Birdie on the front looking very friendly. And a picture of Percy in the lake. And mine still has the original sticker. 60 minutes of fun. That's cool. Cartoon Thomas. Gallant Entertainment now, which is a subsidiary of Anchor Bay, or I think so, yeah. Screenshots from, I think that's the same episode from the front. Percy's Promise. The episode title went away from me for a second there. And a screenshot from Save from Scrap. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. As you can see, there's a lot of stories on here. So yeah, that's the back. And there's the ink label of Thomas's Friends Help Out. So yeah, this is over 60 minutes long, so this and Thomas's Friends Get Along, which we've looked at in a previous episode, are some of the longest Thomas VHS tapes ever made. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Thomas's Friends Help Out. It's a cool release, and you know, I really like the orange that they used on it. It's a different color, and it's a color that they hadn't used. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and move on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For VHS, obviously eBay. For the DVD, you can usually find it at your local retailers. You'll have to really look hard for it, but eventually you probably will find it. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? The most recent reprinting that I could find was the 2009 release of Friends Help Out, which we talked about earlier. Yeah, so I'm going to say no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I'm really torn on this one, actually, because a lot of these stories you probably already own from previous releases. So I'm saying if you own a majority of these stories on other media products, I would say skip this one, but if you're a completionist, I would say, yeah, pick it up. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Like I said, for the VHS, eBay, and for the DVD, just keep checking your local retailers. You're bound to find it at some point. And number 5, what price should you pay for both formats? I would say don't go out of the $5 to $10 range. And then for the Friends Help Out version, I would say, yeah, don't go out of the $5 to $10 range for these. So that's my home media review on Thomas and his Friends Help Out, or Friends Help Out. Our next review, as stated previously, will be on Sing-Along Stories, or Sing-Along and Stories, as it's actually pronounced. And yeah, as I stated, hopefully after that we will get back on the chronological order train. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Howdy, folks, and welcome to this supplemental episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Now, you're probably real shaken. You're like, what's going on? We just went straight from the intro into a close-up. This is not how it works. Have you gone insane, Lego lover? Yes, I have gone insane, but I haven't messed with the formula because this is a supplemental episode. Allow me to explain. Basically, a supplemental episode is where we go back and look at a product that was mentioned in a previous episode of this series, but I was not able to show you in a close-up. Case in point, the DVD version of Thomas's Friends Help Out. I bought this at the train convention after I had released the episode on Thomas and his friends Help Out, and that episode had been completed for a good 3 to 4 weeks. So there was no way I could go back and change it because it was already out. So we're doing a supplemental episode, which is why this episode is titled episode 18.1. This episode, this supplemental episode, is meant to come chronologically right after episode 18. So that's how it will be set up in the playlist. Let's go ahead and get into the supplemental part of this episode and look at Thomas's Friends Help Out. This is the 2003 DVD printing. As you can see, mine's kind of scratched a little bit. It was used, obviously, I can tell, because of they look like bite marks or something, but I'm okay with that. Basically the same layout as the last VHS release with the DVD logo there. On the side, squished up Cartoon Thomas DVD logo. Scroll down the side here. Anchor Bay, that's how I know that this is originally from 2003. There's no Lionsgate or Universal stamp there, so this is the original release. And plus the case is that hard plastic. It's not the cheap plastic that we get nowadays. On the back, there's your screenshot. Percy and Harold and Trevor. Same blurb. Same story stops, but now we have a little thing for bonus features. Pretty cool, right? Hit logo, Anchor Bay. Pop the sucker open. There's your disc, basically a squished up version of the cover art. And let's look at the pamphlet that comes with it. Same artwork. We open it up. Here's what it says on the top. Bonus features. There's a photo of the main menu with Birdie. Pick a story. Character gallery, and web fun. And on the back there's some more products that you can purchase, and as you can see it also says also available on DVD for many of these, because a lot of these are on DVD. So yeah, very nice release, kind of bare bones because there isn't any games. But, you know, those games are meant for kids anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. We are not going to be doing a menu tour because there's really nothing else to look at. I basically showed you the menu. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this supplemental episode. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to yet another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. You might be thinking to yourself, Lego lover, why exactly are you showing a James Learns a Lesson VHS on camera when this is supposed to be Thomas and his friends help out's supplemental? What is wrong, Lego lover? Have you gone blind? The answer to that question is no, I am not blind. This is here for a reason. I didn't want to cheap out on you guys by giving you a supplemental that was barely going to be like a minute long maybe by just looking at this copy of James Learns a Lesson right here, because really the only thing that we'll be looking at is the tape. So I didn't want to put out something on a Monday that was a little over a minute and, you know, make you guys feel like you were cheated. You guys know that every year I go to the train convention that comes to my town. I shoot a little vlog there. I upload it to the channel. It's a good time, and I always buy stuff there. Well, in 2014, I went and bought this copy of James Learns a Lesson. However, inside it was Thomas's Friends Help Out. However, a friend of mine and fellow VHS connoisseur, Jacob, also known as Thomas Fan 12341 and Thomas Number 1 Fan 101 on YouTube, said, "Hey man, it was your birthday back in July, so I'm going to send you a little freebie for your birthday." So he sent me Thomas and his Friends Help Out, but with a James Learns a Lesson tape inside of the case. So this way, they're now fixed. So let's take a look at this James Learns a Lesson here. We've already looked at it back in the original HMR for James Learns a Lesson on VHS. There's the back. And for comparison's sake, here's what it looks like compared to the original 1990 release. Kind of going through this kind of fast because I want to get to Thomas's Friends Help Out and its differences. Two different pictures on the back and all that. And here's what the tape itself looks like. Just a standard late 90s label on it. It's nothing special, but I'm happy to have it now. And I don't know if Jake put this on here or it was from another seller on eBay or something, but someone wrote Thomas James Learns a Lesson on the side as opposed to, you know, having a sticker saying that it's James Learns a Lesson. So thank you, Jacob, for helping me fix that error. Now we can move in to the supplemental that you all came here to watch on Thomas and his Friends Help Out. So as previously stated, Thomas and his Friends Help Out was originally released back in 1996. It was reprinted in 2002 and was released onto DVD in 2003. It was also reprinted on DVD a multitude of other times. Went through that really fast. So here's what the original 1996 tape looks like. The Helping collection up there looks like a little station. What are those things called? The things that like hang over top of the platform that provide shade. I'm not sure what those are called. It'll probably come to me later, but I don't know what they're called right now. Original Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo. Thomas's Friends Help Out and a really cool banner. A magical fun hour of stories about helping. Wow, that's cool. Thomas and James on the front there. That's a really nice image. Storyteller George Carlin down there on the bottom. On the side, it's live action Thomas on tracks. Thomas and Friends logo, Friends Help Out, Red Allcroft logo on the side. On the back, there's the Anchor Bay logo with Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends written over top of it. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such and the various stories. Screenshot from Trust Thomas and a screenshot from Thomas, Percy, and the Mail Train. Extra value and additional 6 stories for the same great price. Wow, that's cool actually that they include that there. And there are your story stops down there on the bottom. So for comparison's sake, here is the 2002 VHS release. As you can see, it is very different from the original. It's orange now, and you've got that 60 minutes of fun sticker on there, which is actually kind of rare to find. You don't really find these nowadays with the sticker still on it. And even if you do find one with the sticker on it, usually like half of it is peeled off or something, or it's peeling currently. Lucky for me, I kept mine in good condition. I had this as a kid. Thomas, Bertie, and Percy up there as opposed to Thomas and James. There are the sides. Cartoon Thomas as opposed to live action Thomas. New logo as opposed to old logo. I'm pointing out the obvious here. Backs are obviously very different. The purple and the orange just kind of contrast each other. I kind of like how they look side by side to each other. And then you've already seen this tape back in the James Learns a Lesson HMR. Thomas and his Friends Help Out. Standard late 90s sticker there. That's what the tape looks like. And then for comparison's sake, there's what the 2002 VHS tape looks like. It is ink label with Thomas puffing behind a bush. So that's really it for this supplemental on Thomas and his friends help out. Again, thank you to Jacob for helping me fix the error in my collection that's been bugging me for so many years. We don't have a menu tour to do or anything because obviously it's a VHS. So with that all being said, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. We are taking a quick look at another copy of Thomas and his friends help out. Here's the original print for those of you that need a refresh. I haven't pulled your copy out of your closet in a while, like I have done. So remember last week when I did the supplemental on James and the Red Balloon, and I made that list of releases that had their posters redone and such for that era of Thomas and Friends Home Media stuff? You remember when I mentioned that Thomas and his friends help out got a reprint in the boxcar poster art? That was foreshadowing, because I've got it here. Friends help out. They dropped the Thomas and his friends for some odd reason, but it's the same release. It's Friends Help Out. Yay. Thomas and Friends logo with a banner up there at the top. Friends Help Out includes 11 stories. The boxcar art with, I don't know if that's just bad Photoshop or if it just looks, no, that's definitely bad Photoshop. They just took all those characters from their promo shots and squished them together, and then put a really bad render of Tidmouth sheds behind them. They're like at the back of the shed for some reason. There's no doors. This is just not good. I really liked the James poster from last week, but this one just looks bad. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Hit logo, Thomas and Friends, Friends Help Out. We got portrait of Thomas from the front, and then distributed by Lionsgate. You'll notice this is a thick case as well as some thick artwork. This didn't come from a Wooden Train bonus pack. You could buy this separately on store shelves back in 2009, 2010. You got your barcode up there at the top, favorites from Thomas and Friends. You got a blurb about the release, your bonus content, your story stops, screenshots, which I think these are the same screenshots from the original release. They are, indeed. I have a good eye there. Legalese, tech specs, your FBI warning saying, don't you dare copy this or else we'll throw you in jail for 5 years, even though it's your personal property. You can do what you want with it, but we're the government. We're going to tell you what to do. And if we open this up, your disc artwork is a squished up version of this boxcar art. So that means I hate the disc artwork too. So even though it was only last week, I can't remember if the James and the Red Balloon release had a switched up menu. So in perpetuity, I don't know if this one has a switched up menu either. So let's go ahead and find out together in the menu tour. Alright folks, here we are for the menu tour of Friends Help Out. And as you can see, the menu hasn't been changed yet again. I don't know why after last week with James and the Red Balloon. I thought that maybe this one would be different, but it's not. It's the same menu. Even had the same title. It had Thomas and his friends help out on a banner up there, if you remember. And look, we even settle on Birdie. So there's not much to look at here. I mean, we've got the character gallery and web fun, but we looked at those in the original supplemental on Thomas and his friends help out. So there's really no reason to even stay on this menu. It's not like last week where there was a game that I could play, which would make this menu tour more fun, but unfortunately I have to call it here. With that all being said, thank you all so very much for watching. I appreciate every single one of you who watches my stuff. Usually with supplementals I don't say what's coming up next week because I film these far in advance. I don't know what's coming, but this time I do know. Next week is Halloween, and there will be a special update uploaded to the channel detailing most of the future plans for content for the rest of 2022. So hope you all are excited for that. Got some real big stuff to announce there. It's going to be fun. Thank you all so very much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
What is up, everybody? It's time for another episode of Home Media Reviews. This review is on Sing Along and Stories. So, let's not waste any time. Let us go ahead and jump right into the history section of Sing Along and Stories 30 seconds into the video. Here we go. So Sing Along and Stories was first released on VHS in 1997 by Anchor Bay, reissued in 2002, and was released onto DVD in 2006. Now, I thought I should also mention this as well. In 2009, this was reissued on DVD yet again, but under a new name. They just love to change their names. It was reissued in 2009 as Hop On Board Songs and Stories. A pretty interesting name there. Also, I feel it would be wrong if I didn't mention that there was technically a third VHS release of this. It was a merger of Sing Along and Stories and Thomas's Trackside Tunes. What this did basically was merge the two releases together, Songs and Stories, to make Thomas's Magical Musical Ride, which is a Blockbuster exclusive, extremely rare tape. Of course, I don't have it, so I suppose this is the first time we're getting into exclusives here on the show. That's cool and all. Without further ado, let's move into the close-up section of Sing Along and Stories.
Alrighty, everyone. Here is your close-up view of Sing Along and Stories, or Sing Along Stories, as I like to call it, because that "and" is practically useless. So anyway, this is the 2002 VHS copy of this. Only one copy to show you, as I don't own the DVD from 2006 or from 2009. So yeah, here we go. Thomas and Friends, Sing Along and Stories. Nice picture of Thomas there with some musical notes around him. And a picture from Bulldog, which is kind of cool. Cartoon Thomas on the side. Scroll down the spine here. Gallant on the back. Nice snapshot of Toby, I guess. I don't know why he's on this. And a snapshot from Make Someone Happy, which doesn't make any sense. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such. And then your song, tracks, and 2 stories are listed down here. And there's Thomas on the side there. Slide tape has a slipcover here. Sing Along Stories in a nice bold font right there. So yeah, this is the ink label version, which means it's from 2002. And it has the new style box. So one more interesting thing I wanted to point out here. Do you guys remember back when we took a look at Thomas Meets the Queen, and I kind of went on a mini rant about how, well, 4 of those stories were not found anywhere else, and you had to buy that release to actually own them? Well, they do the same thing here with this. Peter, Sam, and the refreshment lady, and Bulldog are not found on any other releases except for sing-along stories. So basically, you're having to buy this version, well, not this version, you're basically having to buy this tape to get these two stories. The other songs will show up on other places. It also gives this release some sort of widened value, because if you want those two stories in a relatively higher picture quality, you're going to have to buy this or the DVDs, which I would recommend more than the VHS version. Yeah, that's basically it for the close-up. It's a bit of a shorter one, but yeah, let's go ahead and move on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alrighty, we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Standard answers for these: the VHS version, eBay, the DVD versions. I would check your local FYEs and maybe some of your local Walmarts, your Targets and stuff. You'll probably be able to find it if you look constantly for it. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no to that, because the only date that I could find for Hop On Board Songs and Stories was 2009. So no, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? For the stories alone, yes, you should. Those are some pretty good stories from Season 4, and I would say, yeah, you should just buy it for those stories pretty much. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Pretty much same answers as question number 1 as it usually is. The VHS versions, eBay and stuff, and for the DVD versions, your local Walmarts, your Targets, your FYEs and such. And number 5, what price should you pay? The VHS versions definitely don't want to go out of the $5 range, and for the DVDs, I would stick to around the $5 to $10 range. Now, for the Thomas's Magical Musical Ride tape, I will say that one is more than likely worth around, $15, $20, maybe upwards of $30 because of how rare it is. But I definitely wouldn't go over $30 for it on places like eBay. So that's the home media review for Sing-Along and Stories. After this review, we are hopping back on the chronological order train with Thomas and his friends Get Along and Other Thomas Adventures. So, until then, thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Home Media Reviews. This episode, we jump back to our Sing-Along and Stories episode to cover the original DVD release of Sing-Along and Stories. So, let's go ahead and get into it. We start off here. It's a yellow background with a yellow sky, I guess. It flushes, so it doesn't look very good, but whatever. We got some sing-along notes around it, sing-along and stories. Thomas on the front with Duke and Falcon there, with Falcon hanging dangerously over the edge. And this is exactly the same as the VHS reprint. I can't remember the date off the top of my head. So, yeah, just think of the reprint, not the original copy. But we do have a bonus song that is included here, so that's cool. On the side, Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo, scroll on down here, Anchor Bay, that's how we know this is the original DVD printing. On the back we have Making Tracks to Great Destinations, sing-along fun. I think that's from the song Toby, and that's from Make Someone Happy, which Toby kind of makes sense because it's on this release, but Make Someone Happy doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We have our blurb, our bonus features, and our story stops, which are really our song stops because there's only 2 stories here. And as I said back in this original episode, these 2 stories here are only available on this release. So that's a reason that you should go and pick it up.
But anyway, our bonus features are Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame, our bonus song, which is It's Great to Be an Engine. That's a really good song. And our bonus game, Really Useful Engines. Pop this open. There's our disc. Just a squished up version of the poster art. And mine came complete with the pamphlet. So we're going to open it up. You see here's the bonus features. There's what the main menu is going to look like. Pick a story section. Really useful game. Our bonus song. And Sodor Superstars. And on the back there's just more advertising for other stuff that you can purchase. Let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Sing-Along and Stories. Alrighty everyone, here we are at our menu tour for Sing-Along and Stories. So, we have our classic menu here. Of course, Mr. Hat has already explained to us what all of these signals mean. And you can't hear him or the copyrighted music because it's muted as always. So anyway, let's go ahead to Pick a Song or Story section. So, here's our Pick a Song or Story section. We have the Thomas Anthem, Let's Have a Race, Gone Fishing. Peter, Sam, and the Refreshment Lady is our first story. We have Toby, Don't Judge a Book by its Cover. Bulldog is our second and last story. Island Song and Really Useful Engine. Those are our songs and stories. Let's go to the Really Useful Engines game here. Let's play it just because this is a supplemental episode.
Personality and qualities which make them really useful. I'll need your help to introduce all the new friends around the island. When I ask you a question, select a friend whom you think that I am speaking about. Let's go to work.
Let's do this.
Who on my team of engines is cheeky, likes to race his friend Bertie, and wears the number 1 on his side?
I wonder who it is. I think he's Mavis. No, just kidding. It's Thomas. Duh.
That's right.
So that was our Really Useful Engines game. Basically, it's about how to ask you a question, and basically you have to figure out what the engine is. Obviously, that question was really easy. So let's do Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame.
Welcome to Sodor Superstars. This is your chance to get to know your island friends. You can learn Thomas's favorite saying, or a fun fact about James, or maybe you want to find out where Salty's favorite island spot is.
Let's use Duck because fan service.
Duck is a cheerful and busy little engine who comes from the Great Western Railroad. He likes to prove how useful smaller engines can be.
So it's like a little bio of the character, and you can also click this for other starring roles.
You can see Duck in other exciting Thomas and Friends adventures on these videos.
So it's like an advertising thing. So, like, obviously Duck appeared here in Thomas Comes to Breakfast and here in 10 Years of Thomas. So let me give you another example. Let's do Henry. Henry doesn't get a lot of respect. Other starring roles, you can find them here and here. So it's like an advertising thing, sort of. But it's also kind of cool because they include a little bio of each character. So it's really useless information, especially if you know the Thomas history, because obviously it says Duck's real name is Montague and all that stuff. But hey, it's a nice feature. And our bonus song is here in the bonus sing-along section. But if you play through the entire release, like if you click play all here, after Really Useful Engine, It's Great to Be an Engine will play after it. So that's a nice feature that they put that in there. You don't have to select the song just by itself. It'll play at the end of the release. So anyway, that's our supplemental episode on the DVD of Sing-Along and Stories. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to the supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends at Home Media Reviews. This review is on Hop on Board Songs and Stories. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's actually on Sing Along and Stories. I'm sorry, I get those mixed up because These are the exact same thing. That was a joke. That was a joke. You're supposed to be laughing, but if you're not, I completely understand. Anyway, like my joke sort of insinuated, yes, Hop on Board is basically just sing-along and stories, which is exactly why it's a supplemental and not its own thing. So don't be tricked if you see this in the store and are like, holy crap, it's a new release. Wow, this is really cool. And you already own sing-along and stories, and you're like, I got ripped off, angry, and stuff like that. Don't fall for that, okay? It's the exact same thing. So anyway, like I've taken recently to doing, let's go ahead and take a look at a brief history of sing-along and stories. Sing-along and Stories was originally released back in 1997. I don't have that copy to show you, but there should be a picture on your screen right now. It was also re-released on VHS in 2002, which is this particular copy. We've already seen this back in the original Sing-Along and Stories HMR. And then it was released onto DVD in 2006. We took a look at this in the supplemental point 1 to this episode. There's our disc. And now we have moved on to point 2. It's very rare I get to a point 2 in this series. I think at this point the only other point 2 is the Best of Percy HMR. That one had a point 2 supplemental. But now a Sing-Along of Stories has had a point 2. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, let's stop wasting time. Let's take a look at Hop on Board Songs and Stories. It's a very interesting cover here. I really like it. Hop on Board Songs and Stories. There's Thomas and Percy and Bertie on the front. Bertie is an interesting choice. Features your favorite classic stories and songs. And that's actually true because this is a classic series release. So I like they put that there. Music CD and DVD set. What does that mean? We'll take a look at that in a minute. On the side, there's our hit logo. Scroll on down. Hop on Board. Portrait of Thomas. Lionsgate. That's how you can tell it's from That's how you can tell it's from 2009. I can't speak today. There's your blurb on the back. Focus camera, come on. There's your blurb right down the back. DVD features, Sodor Superstars, a bonus game, or no, that's a bonus song. Excuse me. There's also a game, and you also get your stories and 7 sing-along songs listed down there. Funny how they list the stories, but they don't list the sing-along songs. Interesting. Nice picture of Thomas on the back there, and bonus music CD. That's right. This comes with a bonus music CD. If we open this up, we've got a little advertisement for some other hit releases like Team Up with Thomas, Hero of the Rails, all new movie coming in September of 2009. That was when Thomas first went full CGI. Thomas and Friends live on stage. A circus comes to town. Now on tour, save $3 off tickets to see Thomas and Friends live on stage. Can I still use this? Can I go see this show in 2017? Can I? No? Okay. Sad face. And on the back, what's new at HitEntertainment.com. So yeah, advertisement from Hit for the other releases and stuff from their other shows. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art, but if you notice, it's on an arm. Flip it over, and there is your bonus CD. You've got Hop on Board up at the top, Thomas on the side, and there's your song tracks. You've got the engine roll call, Let's Have a Race, Toby the Island Song, and He's a Really Useful Engine. It's actually a really nice bonus thing that you get here, and Lionsgate also did something similar to this whenever they put out the Great Discovery. I'm not sure if the Great Discovery CD pack-in thing was a retailer exclusive or something like that. I just know that my copy of the Great Discovery has a bonus CD. And I'm not sure if we've looked at the Great Discovery yet. If we haven't, I just spoiled that. But if we have, then you know what it is I'm talking about. So anyway, enough about that. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour for Hop on Board Songs and Stories.
Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topomat, and this is Thomas. I hope that your journey here was a pleasant one. We have so much planned for you today. The engines love to sing while they are being very useful on the island. Join in on the fun of sing-along and stories. All aboard for non-stop excitement. To enjoy the music and adventures of sing-along and stories,
Alrighty, everyone. I'm cutting the audio a little short there because we're just going to go ahead and jump right into our menu tour on Hop On Board Songs and Stories. Now, as you can see, this menu is just the menu from Sing Along and Stories. I mean, this is literally the exact same file that they used for Sing Along and Stories, just stuck onto this and retitled Hop On Board. It's actually kind of a misleading reprint, and I suppose if you do own Sing Along and Stories and you accidentally bought this and you thought, oh, this is a new release, and then we're just pissed off because you got Sing Along and Stories on a reprinted disc, I can see how that would anger some. So this menu tour, I'm not going to go in depth, I suppose, because we've already looked at this menu back in the original Sing Along and Stories Supplemental. You can just go ahead and watch that Supplemental rather than having me go through it a second time here. So we will look at the pick a song or a story section like we always do. We've got the Thomas Anthem, Let's Have a Race, Gone Fishing. There's one of our stories, Bulldog, Island Song, Really Useful Engine. I think I went out of order. Peter Salmon, The Refreshment Lady, Toby, and Don't Judge a Book by its Cover. Yeah, I totally went out of order there. Oopsie dingle. Really Useful Engines. I think that's a game. We're not going to play that. We've already looked at the Soto Superstars Hall of Fame literally in our last supplemental, which was on Trackside Tunes, and we also looked at it on the supplemental for Sing-Along and Stories as previously mentioned. The bonus sing-along song, which is listed by itself, is It's Great to Be an Engine, but that plays automatically at the end. Really Useful Engine wraps up. So that's pretty much it. A really short menu tour for Sing-Along and Stories or Hop On Board and other songs and stories, but that's pretty much it. I want to thank y'all for watching the supplemental, and as always, good night, everybody.
Howdy there, folks. Welcome back to a supplemental for Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. It's been a long time since I last did one of these. I kind of feel good coming back to ye old stomping ground. Today we're taking a look at another variant version of Sing Along and Stories. You can see here I've got the reprinted version, the one that I covered on the HMR so many years ago. The classic series of HMR, if you would call it that. There's the ink label, just refreshing your memory there. I remember really liking this version. I also have the DVD version as well as the Hop On Board Sing Along and Stories DVD thing that was just a reprint of this but under a new title. But there's a specific reason I showed you just the VHS version of Sing Along and Stories, because my Sing Along and Stories collection was not complete, and many of you throughout the years have told me your Sing Along and Stories collection is not complete. For some odd reason, the VHS that I'm about to show you was the most requested VHS to show on camera for like the last year. I don't know why, I don't know what's particularly special about this, but here it is. The original Sing Along and Stories print, right here. So we've got Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Sing Along and Stories, Brett Allcroft logo. It's really good poster art. You got Thomas there on the front, collection of Thomas tunes and tales. It's a little bit more eye-grabbing than the reprinted version, but I don't know. I guess the reprinted version has a sharper yellow on it. This is more orange and yellow, but I really do like this poster here. Thomas on the side, Thomas Tank Engine and Friends logo again, Sing Along and Stories, Britt Allcroft logo, Children's VHS. The back is pretty cool as well. It features a not really conforming to the art style of the time cover and back cover here. So you got the logo, Anchor Bay, barcode, a shot from Bulldog, and I don't know what that comes from, but that seems like a behind the scenes image actually. I don't remember seeing that in any episode, but you know, you guys will of course correct me down in the comments. I get a lot of corrections for stuff I get wrong throughout this series. There's your song tracks. It includes 3 new songs, 2 new stories, never released onto VHS before, which is true.
And then there your story stops. You got Peter, Sam, and the Refreshment Lady and Bulldog down there at the bottom, along with storyteller George Carlin. Copyright information down at the bottom. And there is your tape. You've got a sticker label tape there. And for comparison's sake, there it is compared to the reprint. And there are the backs. So again, I'm not sure why the original print of Sing Along and Stories has been so requested over the years, but now I have it, and there you go. It's been covered on the show. Kind of a shorter supplemental this time around, but it's a VHS. We can't do a menu tour on a VHS. This isn't DVD. What are you, nuts? Thank you guys so much for watching, though, and I'll see you in the next supplemental, because believe me, there are more on the way. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Home Media Reviews. Today's episode is on Thomas and his friends Get Along. Now let's get ready to rumble over to the history section. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's just go to the history section before I do this anymore. So, Thomas's Friends Get Along was first released on VHS in 1998 by Anchor Bay, obviously, and then was re-released again on VHS in 2000. It was then later reprinted onto DVD in 2004, also by Anchor Bay, and then was re-released on DVD for a second time by Lionsgate in 2009. So yeah, a title that was actually reprinted in the later era. That's nice to see. Let's go ahead and move into the close-up section of Thomas and his Friends Get Along and Other Thomas Adventures. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas and his Friends Get Along on VHS. We're going to start off here with the original 1998 copy. As you can see, you've got the classic Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo. Thomas and his Friends Get Along. Nice picture, Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt on the front there. Very nice. A collection of working together favorites. Indeed it is. Thomas with tracks that we all know and love. Go down the side here. Britt Allcroft. On the back, approximately 1 full hour of stories. There's a nice snapshot from, I believe that is Thomas Gets Bumped. I could be wrong at that. Maybe that's Trust Thomas. I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. And then a nice photo from Duck Takes Charge. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. And a nice feature that they have here is they list the volume number that these stories come from. Just like that, you see? You get a little quote there. Entertainment to grow up with. There's your sticker. Thomas's Friends Get Along. I had to remove a little sticker off of mine that was not part of the original release, so that's why that's kind of messed up there. But that's your 1998 version. And now we move on to the 2000 VHS version. As you can see, it's in that new style of packaging. Thomas and Friends. Thomas's Friends Get Along, and they've now added the subtitle and Other Thomas Adventures, which doesn't make any sense because there's no story called Thomas's Friends Get Along. A nice picture of Thomas and Percy, but a picture of Duncan on the bottom here, which I believe this is from the Gallant Old Engine, and that story's not on this release, so I don't know why they put Duncan on the bottom there. He looks nice, I just don't know why they did it. Cartoon Thomas, scroll down the side here, Britt Allcroft On the back, you've got a nice picture from James in a Mess and from Trust Thomas. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such. Approximately 1 full hour of stories like we saw on the last release. And your story stops, and a little Thomas next to it there. Slipcover, there's your ink label. And yeah, those are the 2 copies of Thomas's Friends Get Along that I have to show you today. Now, one thing I really like about this release is this is the only way that you can get some of the George Carlin narrated seasons 1 and 2 episodes. If we take a look here, episodes such as The Runaway, Better Late Than Never, Duck Takes Charge, and Tenors and Turntables were all previously narrated by Ringo Starr. And now you can get them with George Carlin narrating, which I think that's pretty cool that they actually went in and actually changed it for this release. Granted, it will sound a bit jarring to older fans who grew up with Ringo Starr's narration of those episodes, but hey, it's still nice to have them. So anyway, let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Standard answers, really, for the VHS copies, obviously eBay, and for the DVDs, FYE or your local Walmart, Target, etc. Number 2, is the product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no. In physical media, it is found on digital retailers. Your places like iTunes, Google Play, Vudu, that kind of retailer. Number 3, should you pick this product up? For the George Carlin narrated versions of 4 of those episodes that will never see the light of day again, yes, I would say that this is completely necessary for anyone to own, really. I completely recommend it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1, eBay, FYE, or your local retailers. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS copies, definitely don't want to leave the $5 to $10 range, especially for the 1998 one, because the 1998 one is becoming a bit more uncommon, so I would definitely stay in around the $10 range for that one. As for the DVDs, I would say pretty much the same price range, the $5 to $10 price range. So that's the home media review for Thomas's Friends Get Along. We're just a short few episodes away from breaking into the semi-modern era. We can finally get out of all this VHS territory, but that'll be another, 8 or 9 episodes down the road. In the meantime, our next episode is on Thomas Comes to Breakfast and Other Thomas Stories, my favorite VHS release of all time. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas & Friends Get Along from 2004 on DVD. This is another purchase from that thrift shop that I mentioned in Spills and Chills. So, let's go ahead and look at it here. We have a turquoise background here, the same as the VHS from, I believe it was 2000. There's the Thomas & Friends logo, Thomas & Friends Get Along, and other Thomas Adventures. Still makes no sense why they put that there, because there's no episode called Thomas & Friends Get Along. Thomas and Percy on the front there, they look like they're happy together. Duncan's still there. And that makes no sense. We have our cartoon Thomas on the side. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay, and, what's forgot? DVD logo. It's white, so it was hard to see. We got storyteller George Carlin, we got snapshots from James and MS, and from Trust Thomas. We got our blurb, got our bonus content, and our story stops. Pop this open. This did not come with a pamphlet. Sad face. And there's our disc. It's basically a squished up version of the poster art like always. So let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour for Thomas and His Friends Get Along on DVD.
Welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topplehat, and this is Thomas. We'll be your tour guides as you join Percy, James, Harold, and the rest of your Sodor friends for the exciting adventures of Thomas and Friends Get Along. Thomas is getting ready to visit some of his favorite places on the island, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. Here we go! Hi.
Alright everyone, here we are for the menu tour for Thomas's Friends Get Along. So, you just saw at the beginning there, that little opening title screen that we saw back in Spills and Chills. So, it's not just Season 5 that has these menu styles. It's also Thomas's Friends Get Along. I'm pretty sure Races, Rescues, and Runaways has the same menu style, but I'm not sure. I know Cranky Bugs does. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into what we have here on the menu. Let's go to Pick a Story first. We've got Old Iron, James in a Mess, Duck Takes Charge, Down the Mine, The Runaway, Better Late Than Never, Tenders and Turntables, Percy Proves a Point, Trust Thomas and Percy, and The Signal. So, a nice assortment of stories here. This is also the only way to get the George Carlin narrations of Tenders and Turntables, Better Late Than Never, Duck Takes Charge, and The Runaway, because those versions are not on any other release. So, our sing-along song is the Thomas Anthem, or Thomas's Anthem, I suppose is how you pronounce that. Character Gallery, it's the exact same. Web Fun, it's the exact same. ThomasTheEngine.com, that website doesn't exist anymore, so that is the menu tour for Thomas's Friends Get Along, and that's going to wrap up this supplemental episode here on HMR. So, I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the third installment of the Turtles and Thomas Gave Me Some Wooden Train bonus packs, and I'm here to cover them on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews trilogy. I think it was back at the end of either 2015 or 2016 that I halted all of the schedule because I picked up like 7 or 8 Thomas and Friends releases from a pawn shop in my area, and I was like, stop the presses! I'm gonna just cover these now for the last like 6 or 7 weeks of whatever year that was. This just so happened to be one of those releases, so it's been a while since we've taken a look at this. So, here's a brief refresher for you. Thomas and Friends Get Along, poster art there. I always really like this aqua blue color. I wish they used it more often. There's your spine, and there's your back, and there's your disc. This is a release that I was unfortunately not able to actually get as a kid. I always wanted it though because of the stories that are included on it. Plus I really like that aqua blue color. And another thing I found cool was they actually put Duncan on the front cover. Like I was like, hey, they don't usually put narrow gauge characters on front of releases except for Gallant Old Engine. That's cool. Duncan's down there. So I had weird reasons for what I wanted when I was a kid. So let me bring in the Wooden Train bonus pack version of Thomas and His Friends Get Along. Here is the Runaway engine. That's weird. Yeah. These are the same release. I don't know why this was chosen to be retitled. This happened with Salty's Secret as well. They retitled it to like Harvey the Rescue Engine or something. They might have done this with Thomas Comes to Breakfast, like renamed it Pop Goes the Diesel or something like that. I vaguely remember something with that title, but this was a trend back in the day, and I really don't know why they renamed this. Thomas and His Friends Get Along was a really great title. The Runaway Engine, I mean, it's okay. It's the title of a story that's on this release, but This isn't specifically a, hey, this is a this story and other stories collection release. This is just a, this is a random story collection release. I don't know. I just like Thomas and His Friends Get Along better than the Runaway Engine. And this poster art is definitely not better than this one. But you see on the top there, you get a Rickety, which is pretty awesome. I could always use more Ricketies in my collection. I've got like, what, 3, 4 of them now? 3+ up there on the top, so if you're under 3 years old, definitely do not try to play with this. Thomas and Friends logo. The Runaway Engine includes 10 stories. Bland photo of Thomas and Duck, and I think that's James next to Thomas there. I don't know. It's okay. It's not great. It's like a boxcar. I don't know. Not really a fan of it. The side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, the Runaway Engine. Really big banner there. Portrait of Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. The back, favorites from Thomas and Friends. Blurb, bonus features, and your story stops down there at the bottom. There's James in a Mess and Trust Thomas. They do use the same screenshots across both releases, so that's part of the reason why I knew this was Thomas and His Friends Get Along, and also I recognized the story stops because they're exactly the same. So we've got link to the Thomas and Friends website. Here it is right here. It says right here, DVD formerly titled Thomas and His Friends Get Along. So it literally tells you what the original title is of the Runaway Engine. So it's like, hey, if you already have Get Along, don't buy this, but we would prefer if you bought this because then you give us more money. Let me grab ye old pocket knife here because we're going to open this live on camera. I'm breaking the seal, boys. Percy number 6 will get that reference. Actually, everybody that was at that meetup will get that reference. I just broke the seal, guys. All right. Be gone, plastic, because now we've got the Runaway Engine open up. We'll grab Senior Rickety here, and as per usual, it's Rickety. It's in really good condition because it just came out of the box, brand new. Awesome. Like I said, I could always use more troublesome trucks, and especially Ricketies. That's a really unique truck. I think this is a slim case version. Oh wait, let's take some bets here, okay? Who thinks that this artwork is going to be the Runaway Engine, and who thinks that this artwork is going to be Thomas and His Friends Get Along? I don't know. You saw me open this live on camera. There's no cuts in this, or there's no cuts in this part at least. So what are we thinking? Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. The Runaway Engine. Okay, I'll be honest, I was betting on Thomas and His Friends Get Along, so I would have lost that bet, but here it is, the Runaway Engine. Slim-cased version, though, so we've got spine that says the Runaway Engine. Little tiny Thomas portrait down there, and a teeny tiny distributed by Lionsgate. Back is exactly the same, just no barcode. Open it up. Even our disc artwork is different, although it is just a squished up version of this poster here, or this photo here. It's not really a poster, but it's a more zoomed in portrait of this. That is James next to Thomas. I was correct there. I don't feel like I need to check the disc, but it is presumably in perfect working order because it just came out of the plastic. Is there anything else in here? Let's see. Nope, that's it. No pamphlet or nothing. So, sorry we don't get a third week of looking at pamphlets. I apologize. And did anybody else notice how this wasn't sealed inside of the package? This was literally just inside of there, so that's a little bit disappointing. If you remember last week, my James Goes Buzz Buzz was sealed inside of the actual Wooden Train bonus pack box, so I kept it sealed. I was kind of hoping I could keep this sealed too, but it wasn't sealed at all. So in a surprising turn of events, this supplemental is going to have a menu tour. I didn't think we'd need to have one, but since the Runaway Engine is presumably different from Thomas and His Friends Get Along, we're going to at least check it out and see if it has a different menu or not. I'm actually going to bet that it doesn't have a different menu. I think that they just took the original master from Thomas and His Friends Get Along, slapped it onto this disc, and gave it a brand new label. But as with the last 2 weeks of supplementals, my favorite part of these Wooden Train bonus packs is, of course, the wooden trains that are included with them. This rickety is going to be a great asset to my collection. He's actually kind of loose. Like, look at that. Bends really well. Gonna have to put him on the tracks and test him out, see how he rocks along. So let's transition over to my television and let's see if this menu is different or not. Okay, folks, here we are for a menu tour of the Runaway engine, and it is now playing. Okay, that's not cool. I didn't want you to do that. Yeah, so this is exactly the same menu as on Thomas and His Friends Get Along, except it doesn't have the whole, like, welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience or anything like that. It just flashed the Runaway engine before this screen ever popped up. But yeah, here are story stops. I mean, everything's the same. I'm 100% certain of that because everything looks exactly the same here. Let's see if sing along is different. It's probably not though. Nope, same. How about web fun? Is that any different? Nope, not different at all. I don't even want to see if the character gallery is different. It's probably not though. Yeah, this is the standard character gallery for any Thomas release that actually has it. Although, that's Gordon. That's interesting. I wonder why he's there. This might be Best of Gordon's character gallery that's just been put on this disc because Best of Gordon's character gallery presumably started with Gordon. So folks, I apologize for this menu tour being extremely short, but this is the exact same menu we saw in Thomas and His Friends Get Along, so if you would like to see what the menu looks like in more detail and hear me talk over it more, go watch that home media review supplemental that was uploaded a million years ago is what it feels like. I'm going to try to end this before this plays again. Thank you all so very much for watching. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody. I did it right as it started playing. That's... I can't believe that happened. You're going to end on the Britt Allcroft logo. Here we go. Yeah, great. And then pause it there. Good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. If you can't already tell, I'm hyped and I'm ready to talk about one of my favorite releases of Thomas and Friends Home Media of all time. That's right, we're talking about Thomas Comes to Breakfast. So let's not waste any time, let's jump right into the history of Thomas Comes to Breakfast. So the history on Thomas Comes to Breakfast is as follows. It was first released by Anchor Bay in 1998 and re-released again in 2000. And it was finally released onto DVD in 2006. Yeah, extremely brief history for this, even though it's one of my favorites and one of my most nostalgic. And I'm not sure if I talk about this in the close-up or not, so I'll just go ahead and tell you why this release is so nostalgic to me. It's because this is the first home video that I ever owned, really, of Thomas and Friends. This was the first VHS that brought me into basically the Thomas franchise in general, and it's what prompted me to, you know, start getting the Thomas Wooden Railway stuff. So really, it all comes full circle back to Thomas Comes to Breakfast for me. But yeah, let's go ahead and move into the close-up of my copies of Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas Comes to Breakfast on VHS. I don't have the DVD from 2006 to show you, so we will just be looking at its two VHS releases. So, to start off with, this is the 1998 version. As you can see, it's got the classic Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo up at the top. The same font that Thomas and His Friends Get Along from 1998 was in, including the little wave it's got. Nice picture of Thomas on the front. The Behaving Well Story Collection. Interesting. Thomas with tracks that we all know and love. Scroll down the side here. Britt Allcroft on the side. And on the back, I apologize for the glare, but on the back here you got a picture from Percy Takes the Plunge and a picture from Pop Goes the Diesel. No, that is Diesel's Devious Deed. Whoopsie. Storyteller George Carlin, your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. And like with Thomas's friends, Get Along, since this and Get Along reused stories, it lists which volume number it came from. So yeah, that's all well and good. And this is actually the first time that you could have gotten the George Carlin narrated versions of every episode on this release, which is really, really cool. Take the tape out here. There's your sticker label. Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Very basic. I like the ink labels much better in my opinion. Now then, from 1998 we transition to 2000 with this VHS release. Thomas and Friends, Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and Other Thomas Adventures, which actually makes sense to have since Thomas Comes to Breakfast is on this release. Henry doesn't make any sense to be on here. And A Shot from Trust Thomas doesn't make any sense to be on here. One step forward, two steps back. Cartoon Thomas, scroll down the side. Britt Allcroft again. On the back, you've got a snapshot from a cow on the line, and the same snapshot that's used in the 1998 version, just zoomed in, or zoomed out. Zoomed in, zoomed out. Interesting. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops, and little Thomas right there. There's your ink label. Now, my speculation with this is actually a later reprint, maybe around 2002, 2003, maybe. But it is in the 2000 style of box. So that's my guess. That is a later reprint. But this version is actually very nostalgic to me because I grew up on this version of this tape. This is my favorite tape growing up as a child, and still my favorite tape to this day because of how nostalgic it is for me. So yeah, I never knew that this version actually existed, but now, hey, I have both versions now. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back triumphantly from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store. More than likely, probably won't find this at regular retail. You might get lucky, but it hasn't been reprinted since, so you probably won't find an original release of this at a local Target or Walmart. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? As far as I'm concerned and the information that I could find on this, no, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Obviously, for me and my nostalgic side, absolutely. This comes fully recommended to anybody out there, really. But then again, on a practical standpoint, if you already own some previous Ringo Starr narrated releases, you already own these episodes, so there's no reason to purchase this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Wherever you can find it. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the 1998 version, it is kind of rare. Not as rare as maybe some other releases that we're going to talk about soon. But I would say it's probably worth about 10, but at the most 15. For a reprinted version, those you can find pretty much anywhere. You don't want to pay over maybe $5 to $10 for that. And the DVD version, I personally have never seen a DVD copy of this in person. So that one, I would say, it should be in about the $10 to $15 range. So yeah, that's my review on Thomas Comes to Breakfast. And it was a little nostalgic trip for me because I've always loved this, obviously, as I've explained to you. So yeah, our next episode, we will be looking at the various releases of
A Big Day for Thomas. Thanks for watching, everybody. And as always, good night, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this supplemental episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental episode is on the 2006 DVD of Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Now, I don't have to explain to you all what a supplemental episode is, since I did that in the first supplemental episode, so this episode will probably be extremely short, so be happy for that. Okay. So here's the 2006 DVD printing of Thomas Comes to Breakfast. You can see the color has been changed from green to blue. Got a nice picture of Thomas there. That was Henry in the 2000 VHS version, so they changed that as well. But they've kept this Thomas from Trust Thomas at the bottom here. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. I mean, I like how it's blue, I like how it has Thomas, that's 2 steps forward, but it's 1 step back. That should not be there, that should be changed. Trust Thomas is not on this release. On the side, there is no cartoon Thomas. Scroll down the side, there is no Anchor Bay logo or anything like that, and that's because this is a slim case version. On the back, you got your same screenshots before. Now you've got this little making tracks to great destinations thing, which shows you that this is a later release. Got a blurb about what's on the disc and such, and your bonus features and story stops. Oh, there's Cartoon Thomas. He's right there. Anchor Bay and such. Popsucker Open. It didn't come with a pamphlet. I'm not sure if it did or not. It doesn't have any clips in here, so I don't think it did. And then there's your disc, just a squished up version of the poster art, like many of these discs are. So I'm a big fan of this. I'm glad that I finally have this release on DVD so I can take it with me anywhere I go and not have to worry about there being a VCR. Like I said, this is my favorite home media release ever. I think I'm going to do a little menu tour for you all, since I haven't done one since Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, and I stated I wanted to do more, so let's do it. Alright folks, so we're here at the menu screen, and it's got that classic menu screen from like 2005 to 2000. Oh, it's playing. It's been sitting there too long, I guess. If you leave it sitting there too long, it plays by itself. Yeah, so this is the classic menu from like 2004 to like 2008, from where they revamped the whole way that they market Thomas and Friends on DVD, which I was never a fan of. This menu is classic and nostalgic to me because many of my DVDs had this menu on it. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. You've got your Play All Stories, you got Pick a Story, which I'll quickly show you. There's what it looks like. I've got the TV muted so it doesn't copyright me. Plus, Sir Topham Hatt's voice is kind of annoying when he's telling you that Thomas Comes to Breakfast includes 8 different fun-filled stories for you to enjoy. Select a story by pressing enter on your controller, or something like that. So yeah, what I'm saying is that Sir Topham Hatt narration gets really annoying. Also, I unmuted this for a second just to hear the background music, because I've never been through this menu before, and it's playing the new series theme song. So that tells you what era this is from. So let's go ahead and let me go to the menu. Jeez. Okay. Here we go. Back to the main menu. Alright. So we have James's Connect the Dots game. I'm not going to play this game, but we can briefly look at it, I guess. So I guess it's like just connecting dots or something. Where like, I guess you have the engine here, and like, maybe it does dots or whatever. I can't hear what Topham Hatt's saying. I don't want to listen to Topham Hatt. Okay, so it's like a little puzzle that you do. Right? Like where you get in those cheap like magazines where you get like a little like
connect the dots puzzle. It's like, oh look, let's pick which one's next. Okay, let me go back to the main menu. There you go. That's a good DVD. Then we have the character gallery. Character gallery, as far as I know, is exactly the same. It's the same on every single DVD. I wish they would change it up, but they don't. Our sing-along song is Little Engines, which actually comes at the end of this DVD. It plays at the end. I have watched this all the way through. I was very happy to find that because Little Engines was my favorite sing-along song growing up as a kid. And our read-along story is Thomas and the Naughty Diesel. I had this book growing up as a kid. I have no idea what happened to it. Probably got rid of it at like a yard sale or something, but I don't have it anymore. So maybe I'll check that out sometime and quote-unquote reread it. I'll read it with narration because I'm lazy. Anyway, that's it for our menu tour of Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and that ends this supplemental episode on Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Let me just go ahead and answer some of your questions. Hey man, I thought the Home Media Review on The Little Mermaid was supposed to air today. It was going to air today, but unfortunately my summer classes have been taking up a whole lot of my time. Haven't had time to actually watch the movie, surprisingly enough. I have the research and the close-up shot and all that, but I haven't had time to actually sit down, watch it, and do a review on it. So that's being pushed to next week. I'm sorry about that, but you're getting this video here that I'm able to shoot in the middle of assignments. Hopefully, by the time that you all are seeing this episode, I will have passed both of my summer courses, so fingers crossed. Enough about my real life, though. Let's talk about the item that's in front of you. Let's talk about Thomas Comes to Breakfast. It's been a long time since we've talked about this VHS here. I'm sure you all remember it. It's my favorite home media release, after all. This is the reprinted version from the early 2000s. You remember this. It's got the green background, Henry on the front, a snapshot from Trust Thomas. We still have no idea why this is the poster art they went with. Henry, I guess, I don't know, kind of makes sense because Gordon was on Gallant Old Engine, and I guess they had to put Henry on something. But the shot of Trust Thomas makes absolutely no sense because this episode isn't on this release. So take a look at the spine. Take a look at the back. Just a quick refresher here for you. I recently got contacted by one of my followers on Twitter known as Splendid Engine 21. He said, hey man, have you ever heard of this kind of not very common release of Thomas Comes to Breakfast? It was a retailer exclusive back in the day. And I was like, no one ever told me about that. So he volunteered out of the kindness of his heart to find one for me on eBay and then sell it to me later on. So Splendid Engine 21, you are what made this video possible. Huge thank you to you, my man. The very special retailer exclusive of Thomas Comes to Breakfast, it looks like this. It's exactly the same. If I compare them here, they're the exact same case. No change whatsoever. The greens are exactly the same. The photo placements are the same. Even the Britt Allcroft logo on the sides there, exact same. Spines, exact same. Backs, exact same. This one has a sticker on it, though, for some odd reason. But pretty much the exact same. The differences come when you look at the tapes. Here's your retailer exclusive. Now, it looks like a normal print of Thomas Comes to Breakfast from the early 2000s. You know, you got the little Thomas puffing behind the bush, you got the logo and all that. Take a look at the top, though. If you see right there, we got a barcode with a bunch of numbers on it. What in the world does that mean? And for comparison's sake, here's my copy. This is a later 2000s print. You can see the difference in the labels. So for those of you that know about this tape's existence, you already know what I'm gonna say. But for those of you that don't, I'm gonna provide a visual aid for you to understand what I'm talking about here and what exactly is on this exclusive Thomas Comes to Breakfast VHS tape. Let's cut to the actual tape. So here we are, we're at the end of the Thomas Comes to Breakfast story. There's no audio here from the actual episode because I don't want to get copyright claimed, but here we are. We're at the end of the episode, and look at that. That doesn't seem right. And will you just look at that? The intro is playing again. That doesn't seem right. Is this a UK VHS? This is odd. That's right, for some weird reason, back in the early 2000s, Kmart, of all places, had an exclusive version of Thomas Comes to Breakfast that plays the intro for every single episode. It's just like on the UK DVDs that I reviewed a few years back. At the end of each episode, the intro begins to start the next one. And as far as exclusive stuff goes, that's it. That's the only thing that's exclusive to this VHS. It's just the way that the stories are formatted. There's no bonus content or anything on it. There's not even that much extra tape that's actually included here as opposed to here. Maybe like, I don't know, a few inches more. This is a really weird variant that I didn't know existed. And again, shout out to Splendid Engine 21 for letting me know that this exists and for selling it to me on such short notice, dude. I really cannot thank you enough. It's cool to have such weird oddities like this in my collection. So with that all being said, that pretty much wraps up this home media review on Thomas Comes to Breakfast, the Kmart exclusive variant. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that this was at Kmart, of all places. But then again, back in the early 2000s, Kmart was a retail giant. Nowadays, it's pretty much dead. I'm sure a lot of you watching this video have never actually been to a Kmart. It's been a few years since I've been in one, but it was depressing. That wraps up things here for me. Thank you all so very much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on a big day for Thomas. Let's not waste any time and head right on into the history section. So A Big Day for Thomas was first released on VHS in 1998, along with, Thomas's Friends Get Along and Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Was then re-released on VHS in 2003, and then took about a 4-year gap in between that and its DVD release in 2007. Now here's something I also found very interesting. A Big Day for Thomas was reprinted on DVD in 2009, most likely in a double pack, because I have seen a double pack of A Big Day for Thomas and Trust Thomas. I don't own it, but I've seen it at multiple Targets, actually, so I'm guessing that's what the reprinted version is. On a quick side note, this was also released for digital download in 2013, so yeah, like on places like iTunes and Google Play, that kind of media outlet. So let's go ahead and head on into the close-up section of my copies of A Big Day for Thomas. Alright everyone, here's your close-up look at a big day for Thomas. Now, as you can probably already tell, I don't own a VHS copy of A Big Day for Thomas because the 1998 version is extremely hard to come by for a decent price, and the 2003 version, it's really hard to find because not a lot of people bought it, and so there's less of them out on the secondary market. So I only have DVDs to show off this time around. So yeah, A Big Day for Thomas was released in 2007, as we said in the history section. I believe this is maybe a 2007, 2008 copy. So yeah, it uses the 2003 VHS cover. You can see there's a good picture of Thomas and Toby up there. Nice photo from Percy Runs Away. I really like the style that they use for these later releases where it has, you know, like the Thomas and Friends logo, the title, 1 or 2 engines, and then a shot from the episode at the bottom. Although that wasn't the case with Thomas Comes to Breakfast and with Thomas's Friends Get Along for that matter. But you can go back and rewatch those episodes if you really want to know my feelings on that. Cartoon Thomas, I'm glad that they actually kept this. The DVD logo, which is cool that they put that in there because this was a growing format at the time. Big Day for Thomas. The Anchor Bay logo, it's no longer the Brit logo because Brit Allcroft is sans, she's gone now. They make this little thing, making tracks to great destinations. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that saying at all. Your blurb about what's on the disc and such. Your bonus features now are listed before the story stops. As you can see, there's a screenshot from Train Stops Play and from Toby. Now mine happens to have a little insert in there. Basically just details about, you know, the main menu, the pick a story, the Sodor spelling game, the sing-along station, and the character gallery. And on the back you got advertisements for other releases. And the disc, pretty much just a squished up version of the cover art. But it's a nice disc. So that's A Big Day for Thomas. And we have one more copy to look at here, but it's pretty much the same as the version I just showed you, except for one extremely big difference. And when I say big, I mean big. You could also find this in a Wooden Train bonus pack, and I won't spoil the item that came with this, because that will be uploaded in a later review, and if it's already up by now, then you already know what the item is. You can see it's fatter. It's about the size of a VHS tape, maybe a little larger. There's a Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo, basically the same thing along the spine here. The same back, except for the fact that the pictures are now on the side. That's up there. Bonus features and such, and now you've got this little advertisement. Wooden Train pack includes Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway Engine. And you open it up from the top here, and down there is where you would get your engine, and right here is where the disc or the case would be for the disc. And here's the actual case. You can see exactly the same as this. The spine is extremely slim. As you can see, here's the differences between the two. Open it up. It's also got the same insert as last time. And the disc is also exactly the same. It's all just been stuffed into a slim case here. So those are my 2 copies of A Big Day for Thomas, pretty much exactly the same, but hey, I basically bought this just to have, you know, the slim cased version, I suppose, and because the Wooden Railway item that came with it I really wanted and was extremely cheap. So let's go ahead and move on and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For the VHSs, obviously eBay. And then for the DVDs, like I said in the close-up, I got one of my DVDs at FYE, so you will more than likely find one there. And also check your targets for that double pack that I mentioned at the start of this review. You might be able to find it there. I've seen it at multiple locations, and it's only about $5 from what I saw. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? The most recent date I could find was 2009, so I'm going to say no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I'd say yeah, I give it a mild recommend. I think it's an alright release, and it's not that hard to find, so I'd say yeah, go for it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Basically the same answers as question number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the 1998 VHS and the 2003 VHS, both are pretty much rare. I've actually never seen a auction for the 2003 VHS on eBay. I have seen some for the 1998 version, but it's incredibly expensive. So for both of them, I would say they're probably worth about 15 to 20, but anything over that is just ridiculous. And for the DVDs, stay in the $5 to $10 range because they're relatively easy to find and not that expensive. So that's my home media review on A Big Day for Thomas, and this pretty much rounds out our discussion on pretty much seasons 1 through 4. After this, we move into season 5 with Cranky Bugs and other Thomas stories. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Before we start, I just want to point out something here. Yes, I realize the supplemental is a little short, but there is going to be a second supplemental coming out this Monday at around 3 p.m. or so. This supplemental is on Big Day for Thomas on VHS. Finally, I have acquired a VHS copy of A Big Day for Thomas. Because in my Big Day for Thomas HMR, I mentioned how the prices for this on eBay can be a bit outrageous. I know at the time of this recording that there is an original print going on eBay for about $34, and there's a reprint going for about $18. I, however, got extremely lucky, and I paid $2 for mine, with $3 shipping. So it was $5, but that's still an extreme price cut from, $34 or $18, especially $18 for a reprint. I mean, I guess I could understand for the original going for $30, but that's still a bit outrageous. So anyway, let's stop talking about how I got mine. We'll go ahead and take a look at it here. You can see it's in the exact same style from the 2003 DVD release, and that's because this was released to coincide with that very same DVD release. This was released in 2003. Thomas & Friends, A Big Day for Thomas. Notice how it doesn't say "and other stories." I always found that interesting. Thomas and Toby on the front. There's Percy at the bottom. Percy runs away. On the side, we have our cartoon Thomas. Mine's not in the best of shape, but I can't really complain a lot. I mean, it's A Big Day for Thomas on VHS. I'm just happy I have it. So anyway, like I was saying, on the side, there's the cartoon Thomas. Scroll on down, Thomas & Friends, A Big Day for Thomas. The Hit Entertainment logo. Woohoo! I guess. I don't know. It's just kind of cool seeing that on a classic series VHS that's not from Season 6 or Season 7. And on the back, we have a snapshot from Train Stops Play, which doesn't make any sense because so it's not on this release. We also have a snapshot from Toby, storyteller George Carlin. We have our blurb. And we have our story stops, which are as follows. And we also have our cartoon Thomas. Slide this out of the slipcover here. There's our ink label, A Big Day for Thomas. And if you've noticed, mine is not rewound. No, the seller was not kind and did not choose to rewind. I just had this in the VCR a couple days ago because I was watching it to test it. And it has been played several times. Whoever had this really loved the heck out of this tape, but yeah, that wasn't the seller's fault. I just haven't finished tape, but I intend on finishing it and rewinding it once I'm done, because I'm kind and choose to rewind. So anyway, that's our very short supplemental on A Big Day for Thomas on VHS. Finally, I have one of these stupid things. And as I said, there will be an extra supplemental coming out at around 3 p.m. just because I like you guys, and I really thought that, having a 3 or 4 minute supplemental really wouldn't suffice for a Monday HMR. So I'm giving you 2. So with all that being said, I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This is our second supplemental for the day. If you missed the early morning supplemental, which was on Percy's Ghostly Trick from 1996, maybe you could check that out after this video is done. But this is the second supplemental for today, and we'll have a third supplemental airing later on tonight. So yeah, I just wanna get these out, man. I want to talk about the new stuff. I hate going back and looking at older things that I've already reviewed. Hate is a strong word. I just don't like having so many. I don't want a repeat of last year where I did supplementals every other week. So anyway, this supplemental, we're going to be looking at a very, very special copy of A Big Day for Thomas. Something that has eluded me for so long. This release has been in my grasp at least 3 times, and I've lost it every single time. If you watched the Percy's Ghostly Trick HMR, in that video I mentioned I picked up a lot, and in that lot it had that Percy's Ghostly Trick copy, but it also had this very special copy of A Big Day for Thomas. These copies up here are just to refresh your memory. These were released in 2003, this was your standard VHS copy from 2003, and then you had the Wooden Train bonus pack from presumably 2003. The very special copy of A Big Day for Thomas that we're going to be looking at now is this one. It's A Big Day for Thomas from 1998. This, I would probably say, is one of the rarest Thomas VHS tapes ever made. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, with the Britt Allcroft logo up there. A Big Day for Thomas, with Thomas and Toby outside of Farquhar Sheds, I think is what it is. In the Railway series and stuff. This is actually from Thomas Comes to Breakfast. That's an interesting choice. The Being Careful story collection. Yeah. I really like this poster art though. On the side, you got Thomas on tracks, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Big Day for Thomas, Britt Allcroft logo on the bottom, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, UPC code, screenshot from, I think that's. Is that from the end of the Flying Kipper? No, Henry's in his old shape there, so that would be like Thomas in the Guard, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a behind-the-scenes picture. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments if you know what that's from. And then we have another shot from Thomas in Trouble. I don't remember story titles off the top of my head. I know it's the one where Thomas gets pushed down the hill by all the trucks because he took Edward's cars and Edward pushed coaches in the yard. So I think that's Thomas in Trouble, but I'm not sure. Storyteller George Carlin, you've got your blurb about what's on the tape, story stops. You also have what volume they're from. So that's pretty cool that they... Trouble for Thomas. That's the episode's name, not Thomas in Trouble. Trouble for Thomas. Haha, I think. If I'm wrong, then I'll just jump off a bridge. Entertainment to grow up with. That quote used multiple times. Inside, it's just a boring, bland tape. A Big Day for Thomas sticker label. But I did mention in the Big Day for Thomas HMR that this tape goes for upwards of about $30 on places like eBay. The lot that I won cost me $18 total. So I actually got this cheaper than a lot of people would actually pay for it. And I also got some extra stuff with it. That includes that Percy's Ghostly Trick from 1996, and a few other things which we'll be looking at on the show. So now I can say that I own all three of the rare Thomas VHS tapes from 1998, the compilations, Thomas Comes to Breakfast, Big Day for Thomas, and Thomas and His Friends Get Along. I have all three of them now. The Holy Trinity. Not really all that holy, but they're kind of cool to have, I guess. So that pretty much wraps up the supplemental for home media reviews. Once again, check your sub boxes tonight at around 5 or 6 Eastern Standard Time, because there will be a third supplemental airing then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Review. This review is on Cranky Bugs and Other Thomas Adventures. Basically, our first Season 5 release that we've ever covered on this show. So that's pretty exciting since Season 5 is my favorite season. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Cranky Bugs. So Cranky Bugs was first released in 1999 on VHS and then was re-released in 2002 onto DVD. And those are all the dates I could find. This has an extremely brief history, actually. My belief is that there were some later 2000s reprints, maybe 2001, that were ink labeled. Yeah, the only other date I could find for this was 2013, where it was released for digital download. Like a lot of other releases that we have seen on this show. So let's jump right into the close-up section for Cranky Bugs. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view of Cranky Bugs. Now I do not own the original 1998 version of Cranky Bugs, nor do I own its box. When I was a kid, this is my childhood copy of Cranky Bugs, by the way. When I was a child, I stepped on the box, and the box got completely ruined, so I had to throw it out. We will see a similar case when we get to Spills and Chills. So this is a 1999 reprinted version with the ink label. Now, the 1998 version is kind of hard to come by. The ink labels are a lot more common, but the 1998 version had a sticker label on it, and it was in the same style of stickers that you saw from Special Letter, Breakfast, and stuff like that. So yeah, it was in that style of sticker, but now we're slowly transitioning to only seeing ink labels. So yeah. So that's that version really quickly here, and now we move on to a extra special version, kind of a souped up version, I suppose. This is a later reprinted version as well. As you can see, it's labeled on the top here. Wooden Train Bonus Pack. We saw something similar to this back when we talked about Thomas Gets Bumped. That version came with Mike as an engine, and this version comes with Edward, and this is how I got my Edward. So yeah, it's in the same style of box, just with this thing that's been, I guess, bonded to it, I suppose. And yeah, this is what the 1998 box would have looked like. So yeah, on the side here, there's that cartoon Thomas. It is dated, or stated here, limited edition. That's cool, no? Scroll on the side, Gallant Thomas Limited on the back. I think that's snapshots from Gordon and the Gremlin, but I'm not too sure. I believe so. And that one is from Busy Going Backwards, where James flips out and is like, oh, what was that, when he sees Toad. It's labeled narrated by now. It's not storyteller, it's narrated by Alec Baldwin. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops, and a little brief summary of Edward with his 1992 picture on there, which doesn't make any sense because mine came with a 2000 Edward. Pretty interesting, I suppose.
Now, in the same style that we saw with Special Letter, you pop open the top to actually access the tape, and right in there is where you would find your engine and a pamphlet, maybe, if it came with a pamphlet. I'm not too sure if it did or not. And it's the same style of tape as the 1999 version. As you can see, they are exactly the same. This one is also dated 1999, but I believe that this was printed a little later, but they just didn't change the print date on the tape. Who knows? This could have been printed in 1999. I couldn't find a date for it, so yeah, that's the Wooden Train bonus pack version. We got one more copy to look at here, and that is the 2002 DVD version. Finally, we have a DVD version to look at here on the show. So, yeah, Thomas and Friends, Cranky Bugs, and other Thomas stories. That Thomas and Cranky and Percy. I believe that's from Horrid Laurie, actually. As you can see, it's the same style as this, just in a darker blue, as you can see. Right there. On the side. Squished up Cartoon Thomas and the DVD logo, because DVD was relatively new around this time. Gallant Thomas and Anchor Bay is now printed on the side here. The back is pretty much the same as the Wooden Train bonus pack version, except there's no blab about Edward, but there's also a bonus feature section, as you can see, bios of your favorite friends, 2 sing-along songs, and a link to the official Thomas and Friends website. Pop this sucker open. Look at the disc. It's essentially a squished up version of the poster on the front. I'm just going to call it a poster. That's kind of what it is. Technically, sorta, but not really. So those are your 3 versions of Cranky Bugs that I have to show you here on the show. So let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For the VHS versions, I say versions because, well, that's my belief. eBay and such, basically any other answer I've said in a previous episode. And for the DVD, you'll probably find it at FYE, probably, maybe, I'm not too sure, but I would stick to eBay for that one as well. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? It's got some decent stories on it, very enjoyable release, and I'd say, yeah, go for it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Obviously, same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For all of these, actually, you don't want to go out of the $5 to $10 range for them, because they're really not that worth it. Yes, I would say that the sticker-labeled version is rare, but those are hardly ever found, so I'm not going to give a price range on those. Usually, the only way that you could actually find a sticker label is through maybe a lot, so I'm not really going to give a price for the sticker label. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this home media review on Cranky Bugs and other Thomas adventures. Our next episode is on one of my favorite releases, Races, Rescues, and Runaways and other Thomas adventures. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, this is Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke. You may have seen me on the news recently. Yes, I was the one who kidnapped the Queen. And I'm the guy with the eye patch. What I'm here to tell you now, that the folks that live in Starling City, you have nothing to fear. I'm only after one man, Oliver Queen. He was the one who was responsible for the death of my beloved 5 years ago, and I will avenge her. To Oliver Queen, I say this: you cannot die until you know complete despair. And you will. I promise. And after I've taken everything from you, I will drive an arrow through your eye.
God, I've been watching too much Arrow recently. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. And before you ask, yes, that entire first segment with me speaking like Slade Wilson was a reference to the TV show Arrow. A couple of plot points were referenced in there. So if you haven't already seen Arrow, I would already recommend you to go ahead and check it out. Season 2 is the best season, and it's my favorite season because it has Slade Wilson, aka Deathstroke, as its main villain, and he is awesome. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Arrow, we are here to talk about Races, Rescues, and Runaways, one of my favorite releases to date. So, let's not waste any more time, let's go ahead and jump right in to the history section of Races, Rescues, and Runaways. So Races, Rescues, and Runaways was first released in 1999 on VHS and then was re-released in 2002 on VHS. It was then re-released in 2009 on DVD. And here's something interesting. I've actually seen a universal printing of this at FYE. I will say it was printed in around 2014, maybe late 2015. So let's move right into the close-up section of my copies of Races, Rescues, and Runaways. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Races, Rescues, and Runaways. Now technically we only have one copy to show off here, but we'll get to that in a minute. Alright, let's start with the box artwork. It's Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Races, Rescues, and Runaways, and other Thomas adventures, large picture of Percy, which actually makes sense, and then a picture of Thomas in the barn, which also makes sense, because that story is on this release. So already we're starting out with two photos that actually make sense. So that's a step up. There's a new Thomas, which we haven't seen. This Thomas first made his appearance in the Cranky Bugs VHS from 1998, but obviously I didn't have that to show you, so yeah. As you can see, he's that Thomas that's on the back of a lot of tapes, but he also has tracks underneath them. It's very interesting. He will show up again on Spills and Chills. Scrolling on the side here, Britt Allcroft. On the back, you got a photo from Toby and the Flood, and Something in the Air. Yeah, storyteller Alec Baldwin, your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. Here's that quote, entertainment to grow up with. Interesting, and there's that same Thomas that was on the side. Here's your ink label tape. That's right, this is the 1998 box, but I believe that Anchor Bay, or I believe it was Anchor Bay, yeah, that put this tape out didn't change the box. They just stuck the ink labels inside of that box. So yeah, this is the ink label for Races, Rescues, and Runaways. It's very basic. It's got that little Thomas behind the bush thing, like some of the other reprints do as well. So yeah, that's not the 1998 VHS version because it should have a sticker label if it's from 1998. That's a way to differentiate, which also makes the 1998 version somewhat hard to track down since it's in the same box. Like I said, we kind of have another copy to look at. This is the copy I got in that lot, the 6 VHS tape lot. This is actually my childhood copy. Yeah, it's ironic that the tape in the lot is in worse condition than the one from my childhood. It's basically the exact same version. It's a 2002 reprint as well. Just the box is in slightly crappier shape, but you know, it's a nice second copy in case I ever need to replace this one. So yeah, that's your close-up look at Races, Rescues, and Runaways. Now let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as pretty much all the other episodes in this series pretty much. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? For the first time, we can finally answer yes to this question because I have confirmed that yes, there is a universal printing of this. I believe, as I said in the history section, maybe late 2015, early 2016. But yes, I can finally answer yes to this question. You know, you'll have no idea how happy I am about this. It took, 20 episodes for us to find something that's still being printed nowadays? Gosh. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Abso-freaking-lutely. The stories on this release are brilliant. The stunts are brilliant with the models, and it's just a great release all around. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Like I said in the history section, I didn't pick up that 2015-2016 print because it was a bit overpriced, because I feel that you shouldn't pay over $5 for any of these. For the 1999 VHS version, though, that's a bit more rare because it is a sticker label, and I would say you could probably go up to 10, maybe 15 in rare circumstances for that release. So that's my home media review on Races, Rescues, and Runaways. And guys, I cannot believe that I'm saying this, but our next episode is on 10 years of Thomas. We have gone through 10 years of VHS releases in America. How crazy is that? It took me, almost a year or over a year to get to this point, and now we have gone through 10 years of releases and 10 years of Thomas in America. That's crazy. Anyway, that's our next episode, so I will catch you all next time, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Races, Rescues, and Runaways from 2002 on DVD. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. We have the same style from the 2000 VHS copy. We have Thomas & Friends, Races, Rescues, and Runaways, Giant Percy, and Thomas with the Shed. I really like how these DVDs expand the poster, so you get to see a more full image of Percy and Thomas with the shed crash through. Because if this was the VHS, the poster would stop around where my thumbs are. So it would be a really skinny image. So I really like it for that aspect. We have an orange outline around here. Really makes the release pop and is really eye-catching. On the side, we have Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo. Scroll on down here. Got Anchor Bay. On the back, storyteller Alec Baldwin. Snapshot from Toby and the Flood and from Something in the Air. Got our blurb. Got our bonus content and our story stops. Open this up. Got our disc, squished up version of the poster art, and we have our pamphlet. So, we've got what the main menu looks like. Got Pick a Story. You've got the character gallery, sing-along songs, and the Web Fun tab. And on the back, we have other products that we can buy, which are split up on with VHS and DVD, because not everything was available on DVD in 2002. So let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour of Races, Rescues, and Runaways.
Welcome to the Thomas & Friends DVD experience. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is Thomas. We will be your tour guides as you join Percy, James, Harold, and the rest of your Sodor friends for the exciting adventures of Races, Rescues, and Runaways, and other Thomas adventures. Thomas is getting ready to leave the station, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. Here we go!
Here we go indeed. So here's the menu tour for Races, Rescues, and Runaways on DVD. Uses that same style that we saw back with Cranky Bugs and Spills and Chills and Thomas's Friends Get Along. Those releases. So, my Blu-ray player just got disconnected from the internet. Oh dear, that's not good. Anyway, let's go ahead and transition and let's pick a story, like we always do. We have Toby and the Flood, Put Upon Percy, Horrid Lorry, By George, Something in the Air, and Oliver's Find. That was quick. So, our sing-along songs Come for the Ride, which we saw back with Thomas Gets Tricked, and Accidents Will Happen. That one makes sense. There are a lot of accidents on this release. Character gallery, let's look to see if they changed it or not. Every time I get curious, they never change it. It's just, alas, Thomas's Halloween adventures had so much promise. Anyway, the web fun? Well, this website doesn't exist anymore, so it does not work anymore. But anyway, that's the menu tour for Races, Rescues, and Runaways. Once again, these older releases didn't really have a lot of bonus content on them. They didn't have any games. So the menus are incredibly short. So anyway, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And welcome back to those of you who only watch my channel for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. You think I don't see the view counts? I know there are a bunch of you that are only subscribed to my channel for this content, which isn't a bad thing. I'm welcoming you all back to the show. I'm just saying, I notice when you all drop off. I'm not here to pander for views, though. Welcome back, everyone who's a fan of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. I'm excited to be back with you for the next few weeks for this new batch of supplementals for 2022. Yeah, Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews as a whole might be over, but there are always new variants of things that I am finding out there on the secondary market, because God knows that Mattel and Universal, all those guys, they're not putting out any new content for us to consume on home media, unless you count that all engines go bullshit, which I've stated multiple times. I will never cover that on home media reviews because that stuff is not Thomas, and yet I still get people in my comments once every other month or two. Will you cover All Engines Go? No! So take a look on your screen right now. You're seeing two releases. This is a supplemental for Races, Rescues, and Runaways. So it just makes sense that we have that particular release here to show off. Just a brief reminder of what this release looks like. Although I'm sure you guys don't need any reminders because you probably own several copies of this already, like I do. And then you also see on the other side On Site with Thomas. Now, I'm sure you all are asking, what do these two releases have to do with one another? I mean, one of them is primarily Season 5 stuff. The other is Jack in the Pack. One of them is orange. The other one is red. One of them is in a thick case. The other's in a slim case. Has Lego Lover finally lost his damn mind? To answer that question, I lost my mind a long time ago. And I can answer your other question of what do these two releases have in common? The answer to that is they were in a double pack together. Did you guys know this was a thing? I found this at a Goodwill a few months ago, and yeah, this exists. We got the double feature up there at the top with the Thomas & Friends logo, the tracks running down the middle, separating our two poster arts. We've got On Site with Thomas, Races, Rescues, and Runaways, and they both use their same artwork. Well, I guess I should have switched these around. That would have been easier. We have two DVDs on one right there. Pretty neato. The spine, your hit logo, Thomas & Friends logo, On Site with Thomas, Races, Rescues, and Runaways. Cartoon Thomas, distributed by Lionsgate. Back has your barcode, a blurb about the On-Site with Thomas release, as well as a rectangle here that talks about various features that are included on it in a screenshot from one of the stories. Same thing down here with Races, Rescues, and Runaways. You got your features there, screenshot, and then funny enough, this has storyteller Alec Baldwin on it. This one up here has no mention of who the narrator is. It's Michael Brandon, but why doesn't he get a little nod there? I guess because Alec Baldwin got paid a crap load of money whenever his name shows up on anything, because he's kind of a greedy bastard. Down there at the bottom, legalese and such, tech specs and all that. And on the inside, it's one of those DVDs. It's a single layer. Well, I guess it's a double layer, but each release has a single layer of content that comes with it. It's one of those discs that you have to flip over. I don't like these. They don't store as much visual information as one of these discs do. But I guess they're convenient. If we look here, we have full screen, 35 minutes, copyright 2009. That is for side B, Races, Rescues, and Runaways. You got full screen, 37 minutes, copyright 2009. If we come over here, side A is On-Site with Thomas. Now, I believe side A is facing up like this. Side B would be like that, I think. I don't know. These things get confusing. It's really hard not to get your fingerprints all over these because there's really not much space for you to grab it. Now, I don't know if these menus were changed at all for either of these releases. I have a hunch that's telling me they weren't changed, but why don't we find out together in the menu tour? Alright, folks, here's your menu tour for the On-Site with Thomas and Races, Rescues, and Runaways double feature. As far as I can tell, this is the same menu. Nothing here has been changed. It's got the same featurettes and stuff on it, I believe. Let's take a look at the Pick a Story menu. Yep, it's even got the bolts and everything, the rivets, all that stuff. It's the exact same menu as on the standard release that we took a look at a while back. Just take a look at the fun and games. They've got Build a Dino, Trivia Challenge, Character Gallery, and Computer Fun. That looks about the same. It's even got the little hair of the helicopter up there. Sing-along songs are also the same. And the read-along story is down at the docks. Alright, here we are for the menu for Races, Rescues, and Runaways. And it's the exact same menu. Nothing's been changed. It even has the animations and stuff. You know, it's got Sir Topham Hatt talking to you about, "Welcome to the island of Sodor. You're going to see lots of races, rescues, and even a runaway or two on this release." If I'm not mistaken, it will stop on Percy, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So we don't have to look at the Pick a Story menu or the Character Gallery or stuff like that, because this menu is exactly the same as the menu that we looked at back in the original Supplemental for Races, Rescues, and Runaways. So if you're intrigued about what this menu looks like and what this holds, go back and watch that episode. Still, it is kind of cool that they were able to fit this menu onto a single layer DVD. This doesn't feel like a cheap repack, even though it's only one disc, but you still get your menus, you still get all of your featurettes. There's nothing that's been taken away here. Everything is exactly the same, so it feels like you're getting more value for your money. That wraps things up here for me. Thank you all so very much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on 10 years of Thomas. Now, I just want to clarify something here. This VHS release was to commemorate 10 years of Thomas in America, alright? across the pond, as they say, you guys have had Thomas longer than we have. So, yeah, this is to commemorate 10 years of Thomas in America. I didn't see any confusion with that, but I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any confusion. With that out the way, let's go ahead and jump into the history section of 10 years of Thomas. So, 10 Years of Thomas was originally released in 1999, obviously, since the show came to America in 1989, and then was re-released onto DVD in 2005. Now, I will address this in the close-up, but I do believe that there were some late 2000 reprinted versions, like around 2003, 2004, maybe. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of my copies of 10 Years of Thomas. Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up view of 10 Years of Thomas. Now, this is the original 1999 version, as you can see by the large Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, 10 years. It says Collector's Edition, which really doesn't make any sense because these were widely produced and could be found anywhere. Best Friends, that's cool. I really like the gold outlining that they did along here. That's really nice. Aside, the first appearance of the cartoon Thomas, well, not in this series, but chronologically, and he has a nice gold sun around him, I suppose. Once again, with the Collector's Edition, I hate how they put this on every single special release, because this is not for collectors. This is for anybody that can get it. 10 Years of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Burt Allcroft logo on the bottom there. You got a nice picture from a Day Out with Thomas event, which is where a lot of this was filmed. And then you've got a picture from, I think that's Gordon and the Special Visitor, I believe. Inside, you got storyteller George Carlin. There's a Harold the Helicopter, your blurb about what's on the tape and such, a little ticket stub there, a signal. Then you've got your story stops at the bottom here, and you've got your little quote, entertainment to grow up with, and then you've got another cartoon Thomas. Now, this copy is actually very special because it is a blue copy, which, if you did not already know, the blue for the VHS tapes was to promote Thomas and the Magic Railroad coming out in theaters. Now, so there's the sticker. Nice font there. I really like that. Now, there are black copies of this, but the black copies are extremely rare to find because the blue copies were mass-produced. So if you own a black copy, then good for you, I suppose. Now, that's a black sticker-labeled copy. A black ink-labeled copy from a later reprint in around 2000, 2001, maybe 2002 is this version. So as you can see, they've changed the title to Thomas and Friends. Here are the differences here. That's basically the only change that they made on the box art. On the sides, they've changed the cartoon Thomas. They've changed the logos, and they've changed the Burt Allcroft to Gallant Limited. On the back, there's virtually nothing that's been changed with the blurbs and the pictures and how it's all laid out. The only thing that's different is the cartoon Thomases. And also the tape is different. This is an ink labeled version, like I said, from around, I don't know, 2000, 2002. I couldn't find an exact date for it. Come on, camera, focus. There we go. So yeah, those are my two copies of 10 Years of Thomas. So yeah, let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Obviously eBay, local hobby store, FYE. I've seen a few at FYE actually. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I have no clue. Unlike last episode, I've never seen a recent copy of this, so I'm going to say no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Yeah, if you live in America, this is essential to have. I mean, this is celebrating 10 years of Thomas. I mean, for crying out loud, you gotta have this in your collection. I mean, really. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Basically, same answers as number 1, really. And number 5, what price should you pay for both the VHS versions, which I showed you? You definitely don't want to go over $10 for either of those. For the DVD version, I can't really say. I would say maybe the same price range, but for the black sticker label copy, those are extremely rare because they overproduced the blue copies and there weren't a lot of blacks. That was not intended to be racist. Those are worth some serious cash. I would say probably maybe the $15 to $20, maybe even $25 in an extreme circumstance. All right. So that concludes this episode on 10 Years of Thomas. Our next episode is on a release that actually has some stories that I was pretty scared of as a kid. I'll be honest with you. I was scared of some of these stories that were on this release. Mainly Stepney Gets Lost. We are talking about Spills and Chills next. So I will see you all then. And as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on 10 Years of Thomas on DVD. This is an older HMR. I think this was like episode 25 or something around that point. I think it was like episode 25, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into our copy of 10 Years of Thomas. It's the exact same poster art as on the VHS version from 1999 and the early 2000s. Still says collector's edition up there. I still don't like that. The gold outlining is now like a matte gold. It's not shiny anymore, and I feel that's kind of a step down because I think the gold was shinier on the VHS version. So I'm not really too big a fan of this color of it. On the side, we got our cartoon Thomas with like the yellow outlining around it. Collector's edition printed on the side there. The DVD logo. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay at the bottom. We look on the back. It's the exact same back as the VHS version. We've got our blurb. We've got the picture of Thomas from Strasbourg. We've got a screenshot from Gordon and the Famous Visitor, which doesn't make sense because that's not on this release. We have our bonus features now and our story stops. And, of course, the legal copyright information on the bottom there. We don't have an insert or anything, but here is our disc. It is a squished up version of the post art. Quite literally in this case. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of 10 Years of Thomas.
Welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topomat and this is Thomas. In this very special video, children from across the country came out for a special day with Thomas to share their favorite Thomas friends and episodes, and to help us choose these 10 favorite Thomas stories. Right before each story plays, you'll learn straight from fans just what they liked about their favorite characters. Thomas and I will be your tour guides as you join Percy, James, Harold, and the rest of your Sodor friends for the exciting adventures of 10 Years of Thomas. Thomas is getting ready to visit some of his favorite places on the island, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. Here we go! Hi, I'm Thomas. Each day brings lots of excitement and adventure, and there are so many fun places to explore and see. So make sure to visit the Story Stop Station, the Character Gallery, Sing-Along Depot, and Web Fun. Have a great time.
Alrighty everybody, here we are at our menu tour for 10 Years of Thomas, and as you can see it uses that Season 5 style of menu. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Pick a Story section. We have Thomas and Bray's Great Race, Old Iron, The Trouble with Mud, Terrence the Tractor, Percy's Ghostly Trick, Mavis, Henry and the Elephant, Percy's Promise, James Goes Buzz Buzz, not just Buzz Buzz, All at Sea, and Thomas's Anthem. I don't know how that's a story. That's actually a song, but I guess it kind of counts. Take a look at the character gallery, see if they changed it. No, it's the exact same character gallery that we saw on Percy Saves the Day, and another release that I don't remember which one it was. But we have seen that previously. The sing-along song is the Thomas Anthem, of course. So I don't know why they put it in its own section on the menu, but then you can also choose it in the Pick a Story section. That's kind of weird. Take a look at the fun and games. So we have Build an Engine, Read Along, and Web Fun. What's the Read Along? It's breakfast time for Thomas, so it's Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Hey, I like that. That's on here. You guys know that episode is very special and near and dear to my heart. Take a look at the Web Fun. Okay, so it's just that standard Web Fun menu. So this Thomas and Friends website's probably dead now, so that probably won't even work anymore. So that pretty much wraps up this menu tour for 10 Years of Thomas, and it also wraps up our supplemental. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas Friends Home Media Reviews. Hopefully this is the last supplemental for a while, for at least a month, I would hope. What we're talking about this time is a kind of sort of collector's version of 10 Years of Thomas. I have seen this copy on eBay once or twice. I had no interest in ever picking it up. However, I came across this in that lot that I got, the reprints of Percy's Ghostly Trick, Thomas Gets Tricked, and A Big Day for Thomas in. I had no interest in ever picking this product up because whenever I did find it on eBay, it was incredibly expensive, or I had lost a bidding war or something, or was already over, or I just had no interest in it. Again, neither of these are the copy that we'll be looking at. This is the original version from 1999. Blue, to promote the 10-year anniversary, to also promote Thomas and the Magic Railroad. And this is a reprint from later years, right? So the version that I'll be showing here is this. This is a tin box, basically, for 10 Years of Thomas. This is limited edition. It's not collector's edition this time. This is limited. There's no number on it or anything, so I don't know how limited these things really were. But you see it has the exact same poster art from the 10 Years of Thomas VHS. It is rounded. Here, there's the top there and the bottom. Warning, choking hazard, small parts, not for children under 3 years. I guess it came with a little like key thing to put over here, because this is where you would keep the box closed. So I suppose there's some kind of like key thing that goes in this hole. Now, the seller didn't have that, I guess, because it didn't come with a lot. And your UPC code on the bottom with Made in China on the bottom there. Again, this is rounded, so here's the side. Limited edition, printed again. The side there. These lines are embossed, so I can feel them. You know, they feel really nice. 10 Years of Thomas, the Tank Engine, and Friends. Another set of lines. Big old Thomas on the side there. Looks really weird on the rounded edge. And another set of lines down there at the bottom, and a green flag. The back, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, has some edge wear on there. That's just from the previous owner of it. I'm actually going to read this, because this actually seems interesting. This commemorative Thomas video gift set is one of a limited number of keepsake Thomas banks with a special collector's edition Thomas 10-year anniversary inside. This video celebrates 10 years of Britt Allcroft's Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends in America and highlights Thomas's favorite friends as chosen by the experts his loyal fans. In this anniversary video, children from across the country came out for a special day out with Thomas to share with us their favorite classic Thomas stories. In a live action clip introducing each story, you'll learn straight from the fans just what they like about their favorite character. The grand finale features the music of Thomas's theme with special appearances by all of the friends Thomas has made over the last 10 years. That was a struggle to read with all my stuttering and crap like that, so you guys know now why I don't read the blurbs on camera, because I just don't like to read at all. Thomas, James, and Percy down there on the side. So this is like a coin bank. So like I wondered why there was a slit on the top there. So I guess this is like a coin bank thing. So if you flip this up right here, and you pop the sucker open, flip this back, it's your standard, if I can take it out there, there's what the inside of the tin looks like. But inside is a standard copy of 10 Years of Thomas from 1999. There is no difference here. It's even the exact same shade of blue on the tape. There's nothing on it saying that this is like special from this collector's tin. It's just your standard tape, which is interesting because the back, you know, as I read on camera here, it says that there's a special tape inside of this, but it's just your standard tape. I think this was the standard way to pick up 10 Years of Thomas because limited edition is printed up here on the top, and all of the other ones say it's a collector's edition. I think this was just found at like specialty retailers or maybe at Day Out with Thomas or something like that, because I can't find any information about this tin. I just know that it was released in 1999 and it's special, but the tape is exactly the same. Maybe if I pop it in my player, maybe it'll have like a special intro saying like, oh, thanks for picking up the limited edition version of 10 Years of Thomas. We're glad that you shelled out an extra like $15 for this collector's tin, and your child can use it as a coin bank. That's it. That's the end. Start the release. If it doesn't have that, I'm going to be really sad. If it doesn't have that word for word, like I just said, I'm going to be very upset. Pretty much it for this supplemental. I don't know much about this tin. If anybody in the comments could tell me about this, much appreciated. But this is just a cool way to own 10 Years of Thomas. There was also a collector's tin released for Make Someone Happy. I've seen that on eBay as well. If I can find a picture of it, I'll throw it up here. But yeah, I have seen that on eBay as well. I do not own it as of this recording. Who knows? Maybe I'll have it by next week and we'll do another supplemental. That wraps up this supplemental for Home Media Reviews. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
United, we stand. Divided, we fall. United, we stand. Divided, we... Oh. Hi, guys. Sorry, it's kind of stuck in my head from the Captain America Civil War trailer. It's just so catchy, man. By the way, did you guys see Spider-Man? Spider-Man's pretty freaking cool. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this episode of Home Media Reviews. And this episode is on Spills and Chills and other Thomas thrills. You see how they made it rhyme there? Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Spills and Chills. So Spills and Chills was originally released back in 2000 on VHS and then was re-released again in 2002 on DVD and then was re-released again sometime in 2014, 2015, 2016 on DVD in a multi-pack with new Friends for Thomas. How exactly do I know that? Because it's not on the wiki or anywhere? Well, let's just go ahead and jump into the close-up section and I'll tell you. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view of Spills and Chills on VHS. Now as you can see, my first copy of Spills and Chills doesn't have a box to it. My second copy also has no box to it, so this close-up is going to be extremely brief. So we're only going to be looking at the tapes. There's the first one. This is the original 2000 copy sticker label. And yeah, the reason why it's blue is, like I explained for 10 Years of Thomas, it is to promote Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So yeah, that's the sticker label. Now we move on to a more, I guess, recent version. This is a very late reprinted version. As you can see, it's got a very late style of print on it. I believe it's from maybe 2004, 2005 because of the print label and how similar it is to my Thomas Comes to Breakfast reprint from, I believe, 2004 or 2005. And this is kind of in the same style as the newer VHS tapes, like New Friends for Thomas, Thomas the Soda Celebration, and whatnot. So that's your close-up view on the VHS copies of Spills and Chills. I have one more copy to show you, and it's the most recent version of Spills and Chills. It's a double feature where you can get Spills and Chills and New Friends for Thomas. And I bought this at Walmart for about $5 maybe a few months ago. You got your Hit Entertainment logo on the side there for the focus. Come on. There we go. Scroll down the side here. Nice Thomas logo. What? Universal? That's right. Universal reprinted Spills and Chills, which is wonderful. We're only going to be looking at the Spills and Chills section of this. As you can see, it's got a little blurb about what's on the disc and such, and DVD features. Six Thomas and Friends stories, bios of your favorite friends, and 2 sing-along songs. Interesting. Pop the sucker open. Spills and Chills. It's in that newer style of DVD printing, and New Friends for Thomas we will look at when we actually get to New Friends for Thomas. But yeah, that is the most recent version of Spills and Chills, and this was, I believe, put out in maybe 2014, 2015, because I bought this in 2015. So yeah, this is the most recent version. So let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Obviously, same answers as pretty much every other episode. The latest print you can probably still find at Walmart. I've seen a few copies at my local Walmart. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Yes, it is. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Absolutely. The stories on here are fan-flippin-tastic. I love them. They're all from Season 5, and they're just awesome. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1, obviously. eBay, hobby store, FYE, local Walmart, wherever you find it at. And number 5, what price should you pay for the VHS versions for a sticker label version? Those are not as rare, but they're kind of hard to find, I guess, especially if it's black. So I would say upwards of 10 to 15 for those, maybe. If it's blue and with a sticker, those are fairly common. You don't want to go out of the $5 to $10 range for those. And for any of the DVDs, don't go over $5 for those. Maybe a little over, but not much. Alright, so that concludes this home media review on Spills and Chills and other Thomas thrills. Our next episode is going to be on Make Someone Happy and other Thomas adventures. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to this supplemental episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media
Reviews. This episode is on the DVD version of Spills and Chills from 2002, which I recently picked up at a thrift store. So, let's go ahead and take a look at it here. We got Spills and Chills, Thomas and Friends, the red outlining, Harold the helicopter. Kind of interesting that they use him as well. I didn't really mention this back in the original Spills and Chills episode, but it's kind of interesting how they use Harold here, because they already used Harold for Thomas Gets Bumped. I don't know, it just kind of fascinates me. Percy with Bowler and the crashed shed, which I think that's a different set than Rusty and the Boulder. Either that or it's a really good Photoshop job. On the side we got a Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo. Scroll on down here, Anchor Bay. On the back we have a snapshot of the trucks falling off of the old iron bridge from Duncan Gets Spooked, and we have a snapshot from Sir Topham Hatt's Holiday of Thomas leaving the station at the end of that episode. We have our blurb about what's on the DVD and such. We have our bonus content. And we have our story stops. Pop this open. We have our disc, squished up version of the poster art. And this came with a pamphlet, as with a lot of these releases that came from this thrift shop came with. So here's the pamphlet. We open it up. We have what our main menu looks like. We have our pick a story section. We have our character gallery. We have our sing-along songs, we have our web fun tab, and we turn it over and we have some products that we can buy, except they're in order by section, because we have a VHS section up here and then we have a DVD section down here, because all of these are available on DVD. But at the time, these were only available on VHS. So, except, the best ofs, which are down here. So, that's pretty cool. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Spills and Chills.
Welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is Thomas. We will be your tour guides as you join Percy, James, Harold, and the rest of your Sodor friends for the exciting adventures of Spills and Chills. Thomas is getting ready to leave the station, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. Here we go!
Alright, so welcome to the menu tour for Spills and Chills on DVD. As you just saw, we just went through the opening title, I suppose, for this menu, and pretty much all of Season 5's releases, minus Make Someone Happy, use this same menu. And I'm pretty sure Thomas and his friends get along use the same menu. We are going to go ahead and look here. We got Harold. Harold's probably telling us what each of these things do. So let's go ahead and transition to the Pick a Story section. We've got Toby's Discovery, Rusty and the Boulder, Duncan Gets Spooked, Stepney Gets Lost, my personal favorite episode, Haunted Henry, and Sir Topham Hatt's Holiday. So, those are our story stops. We've got our sing-along song, our sing-along songs, which are Night Train and Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, Character Gallery, which is exactly the same as every other release ever, so we're not even going to consider that. And we have our Web Fun tab, which this website doesn't exist anymore, so that's worthless. So that rounds out our menu tour of Spills and Chills. There aren't any games on here, which I found pretty interesting. Some of these earlier releases don't have any games on them, which I don't know if that's necessarily a good or bad thing. It really doesn't improve or make the release worse, in my opinion. Not saying Spills and Chills is a bad release, I'm just saying it doesn't affect the release if there's games or if there's no games on it. I really don't care personally. I think those games are fun for kids, I guess. So anyway, that rounds out our supplemental episode on Spills and Chills. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Well, howdy there, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Make Someone Happy and Other Thomas Stories, our last Season 5 related episode. Probably, if I get DVD versions, then it won't be, but hey, this is our last Season 5 episode for a while. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right in to the history section of Make Someone Happy. So Make Someone Happy was first released in 2000. It was actually released in the same month as Thomas and the Magic Railroad was coming out in theaters, and the same month as my birthday, so that's kind of cool. And then it was re-released in March of 2002 onto DVD. It also got a reprinted version in 2009. I'm assuming that's Lionsgate that reprinted that. I've never seen it in person, so I'm just assuming there. But yeah, that's the brief history on Make Someone Happy. Anyway, let's go ahead and move right into the close-up of my copies of Make Someone Happy. Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Make Someone Happy. So we're going to start off with the 2000 VHS copy. This is the original VHS copy. As you can see, it's got Thomas and Friends Make Someone Happy. A very vibrant yellow. I really like this shade of yellow that they used. James on the front there, which actually is pretty good, I suppose, since he is the main focus of Make Someone Happy. And then Thomas and Old Slow Coach from, I believe that was Happy Ever After, and that is on this release. So already, we're better than Thomas Comes to Breakfast. Cartoon Thomas on the side, scroll on down here, Brett Offcroft logo. On the back, you got a snapshot from Make Someone Happy and from Happy Ever After, storyteller Alec Baldwin. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops with a little thing known as All New Stories. So yeah, these are new. If you bought this back in the day, they were new. There's our little Thomas right there. We pop the sucker out of the thing, or the case. It is a blue copy, Make Someone Happy ink label. There were no sticker label copies of Make Someone Happy. If you claim that there are, well, you're just wrong. Sorry, unless you have proof. But I doubt that you do have proof, so there were no sticker label copies, because stickers were out the window by the time that this came out. And like I said in Spills and Chills, it's blue because of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So that's our look at the VHS copy from 2000. Now we move on to the 2002 DVD version of Make Someone Happy. As you can see, they keep the yellow that I like with Thomas and Friends Make Someone Happy. James is the photo of James is bigger, as you can see. If we distinguish the two here, you can see more of James's tender on this one, and that's because DVD cases are longer than VHS cases. If you didn't already know that, I'm pretty sure you did, but you can see more of James's tender, and you can also see more of Old Slow Coach and more of Thomas on the front. But other than that, the front is basically unchanged. The side has our cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo. Scroll down the side. Anchor Bay with Gallant printed on the side. The back remains virtually unchanged, except for the snapshots are in kind of a different position. This snapshot from Make Someone Happy is not as big as this one, and the Percy snapshot is smaller on this version. But the blurb is exactly the same. The story stops are the same. There is no all new stories thing on the side there, and there also is no Thomas. Yeah, that's good grammar. You also have a spot for bonus features. Hey, bonus features. Yay, that's cool and all. Pop sucker open. I believe it came with a pamphlet, but I don't have the pamphlet anymore, so that's sad. Boo-hoo, I'll cry about it later. And your disc is basically a squished up version of the poster art, like it always is.
So that's your look at the 2 copies of Make Someone Happy, which I own. And now we are going to transition into a menu tour of the DVD version of Make Someone Happy. Alright guys, so now we're here at the menu for Make Someone Happy. I've done the liberty of muting the TV like I always do so I don't get copyrighted, and because of Top Hat, kind of gets annoying when you've heard him saying, "I'm Sir Topham Hat, and I would like to welcome you to Make Someone Happy and Other Stories," and all this crap when you've heard it a million times. Because I've owned this since childhood, so I've heard him say that more than maybe 50 times in my life, and I don't want to hear it 51 times. But anyway, I'm rambling. Let's go ahead and get into it. The most peculiar thing I find about this is the menu setup. It's a nice menu setup. I like how it looks, but it starts you out at pick a story, where normally it would start you at play all stories. Now, when I was younger, I didn't know what the heck these arrow keys meant. Like, I had no idea how to work the arrow keys. I only knew how to push enter and to push play, pause, and stop. I didn't know how to skip. Nope, it's playing. I didn't know how to skip. I didn't know how to use the arrow keys. I didn't even know how to access the bonus features. I was a stupid kid. So whenever I would play this, I would always pick enter, and then it would always take me to pick a story, which we're at right now. So I was always confused why there was no Thomas theme song, because when you pick Make Someone Happy, it just goes straight into the story like this, and then it plays throughout. So I was always confused by that as a child, and I was always confused, and I'm also confused nowadays on why it doesn't start you off at play all stories like it usually does. But here are the story stops. Y'all have probably seen these before. 6 stories, obviously. Go on back. Here's the play all stories section, as you can see, as it says right there, if you can read. Character bios, which is basically just character gallery. We'll take a look at that really quick. Exactly the same as any other character gallery you've seen on any other release. I wish they would change it, but they never do. Web Fun category is basically, if you stick this into a computer disk drive, it should bring you to the Thomas the Tank Engine website, which I'm pretty sure doesn't exist anymore. So this tab is basically useless. And then sing-along songs are It's Great to Be an Engine and Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. Now, on the 2000 VHS, there is one sing-along song. You get It's Great to Be an Engine right there, as you can see. So yeah, you get It's Great to Be an Engine, but then on the DVD version, you get a bonus song. So that's all the more reason to get you to buy this version over the VHS version, which VHS was dying in 2002. So yeah, that's your menu tour of Make Someone Happy and other Thomas adventures. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we have returned from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other episode, really. I mean, do I really have to say it? You all know it by now. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? The episodes on here are kind of the duds of Season 5, in my opinion. They just aren't as exciting and as emotionally riveting as the rest of Season 5. I mean, Make Someone Happy, Happy Ever After, those episodes are kind of boring, to be honest with you. But I kind of like watching them because they're nostalgic to me, because the 2000 VHS copy actually came from my grandmother's house, and I used to watch that all the time whenever I would come over there and spend the night with them. So I like them solely because they're nostalgic, but I would say skip this one, really. The stories just aren't as good, honestly. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1 in every other home media review ever. And number 5, what price should you pay for the 2000 VHS and the 2002 DVD? Definitely don't want to go over 5 to 10 for that. For the 2009 DVD, so I would say maybe don't go over $5 for that at the most. But a lot of people will probably have no idea that that's a 2009 printing unless it says Lionsgate on it. Which, again, I've never seen a Lionsgate printing in person, so I don't know if that's how they specifically classified that version. So that's our home media review on Make Someone Happy. Our next review is going to be on the theatrical movie that got Thomas and Friends sold off to Hit Entertainment. That's right, we're taking a look at Thomas and the Magic Railroad next. Now, before everyone goes nuts and says, Thomas's Christmas Wonderland comes next, because that's what it says on the wiki. Well, the Thomas and Friends wiki doesn't catalog Thomas and the Magic Railroad's release on home media places. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cover it on the show now, so I'm not in like season 7 territory a few months from now and then just jump back and do something that came out in 2000. So yeah, that's our next episode. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is on Make Someone Happy. So on the original Make Someone Happy HMR, I reviewed this version of Make Someone Happy on VHS. You guys remember, right? Yellow, James, all that good stuff. Railcroft logo, Cartoon Thomas. Yep. You remember that, right? We slide the tape out. I had the blue ink label copy, which is actually pretty standard. I don't know if I said back in the original HMR if that was rare or not, but it's actually pretty standard. A lot of people have that blue copy. This is actually going to be a pretty short supplemental. I should have let off with that. But this other copy we're looking at over here is exactly the same as this copy. It was also released in 2000. Thomas Friends logo, Make Someone Happy. Again, exactly the same as that copy right there, just in a little bit better condition. But you notice the tape is black. Slide it out. Check that out. That is a sticker label. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the regular HMR or not, but yes, Make Someone Happy did get a sticker label. It has been found, everybody. It wasn't found by me first. A few other people do have this version, but I have it now, and I'm very happy to have it, because that version is actually really, really rare. That's the final sticker label Thomas & Friends VHS ever. And the reason it's so rare is because that and the ink label were released in the same year. I think there were more of the ink label versions produced than the sticker labeled versions. So that's why the sticker labeled version is super duper rare. So like I said, this is a little bit of a shorter supplemental. Not really much else to look at, just basically the differences between the two tapes. One of which is blue, the other black, ink, sticker. So, with all that being said, I want to thank you guys for watching, and as always, good night everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is a very special one, as it was Thomas the Tank Engine's first and last theatrical appearance. If you live in the United States, I know in the UK you can watch the specials in theaters, which I personally don't agree with. They're not theatrical quality. If you were alive in July of 2000, you could have gotten to see Thomas and the Magic Railroad in theaters, and that's what this episode is on. The movie that's very controversial. A lot of people like it, a lot of people hate it. A lot of people like myself are in between. I think there are some aspects of it that are just absolutely wonderful, and I think other aspects of it just suck. But I will give you my personal feelings on the movie later on in the review when we answer the 5 main questions. Let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So since Thomas and the Magic Railroad is a theatrical release movie, I will give you the date and when it first appeared in theaters. This movie was released theatrically on July 14th of 2000 in the UK and the 26th of July in the US and Canada. UK, you guys got it first, obviously, as you do with everything. But the only release date that I could find for Thomas and the Magic Railroad on both VHS and DVD was November 17th of 2000. And that's it. That's all I could find. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any other release of this movie ever since then. Maybe it was because it was considered a box office bomb. I mean, it only made 19 million. Its budget was what, 19-20 million? So it wasn't a complete flop, but it didn't make any money. It made its budget back, but it didn't make a profit. You can still find copies of it everywhere because I think that they were horrendously mass-produced. But let's go ahead and move into the close-up before I go off on a tangent about this.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up look at Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So, we sort of have 2 copies to look at. One of them is my childhood copy. This one is my most recent one that I got in that 6-tape lot. So, as you can see, it says Thomas in his first movie with a little red band on the top there. That's cool. This is just basically poster art with the faces rearranged at the bottom. Diesel 10 looks horrendously out of scale with his claw. It looks really freaking huge. It's sparkling for some reason. It never sparkles in the movie. It's rusty in the movie, actually. And Thomas running away looking all scared. Oh my gosh, he's chasing me. He's going to get me. Gee. Ah. That's a nice shot of Thomas on the front there. He looks all scared, you know. Great way to get your kids to watch the movie. Peter Fonda, Mara Wilson, Alec Baldwin on the front there. Nice quote. Little engines can do big things. I like that. On the side, whoa, big face, Thomas. Scroll on down here. Closed caption. Digitally mastered. Columbia TriStar Home Video. It's not Anchor Bay putting this out this time since it is a theatrical film. On the back, some promo art, I think, of Mara Wilson and Peter Fonda. Thomas is a magical, fun family experience. Yeah, they got that wrong. Alec Baldwin looking kind of confused. That doesn't make any sense. Your summary about what's on the tape and such, and your summary of the movie. A promo picture of Thomas and Percy, which is actually on Best of Percy, which we will look at later. And a promo picture of Diesel 10, that I think is supposed to be from the scene where he's running away from Thomas and Gordon saying, "Get out of my way! I got unfinished business here." That's what I always took it as, but he's in a field. He's not in like a station area. On the bottom is just your copyright information stuff. Another Columbia TriStar Home Video logo down there. It is a clamshell case version. It's a nice clamshell there. Like I said, this is the copy that has been most recently added to my collection. I've had this in my possession for over a year now. So it is the copy that has all that extra film on it. It probably about another hour of film on there. Still have no idea why that is. Don't think it has any like magical significance of director's cut footage or anything. There's no like message from like Britt Allcroft saying, "If you now own this tape, you have access to the director's cut. I'm going to flash a map on screen for 5 seconds. You have to memorize it, and you can't rewind the tape, and the map will lead you to the director's cut, which is in the Parliament House in Germany or something." I don't know. Yeah, it's all static. So,
Yeah, still don't know why that is. Maybe it's a factory error where they forgot to snip off the extra tape from when they were using the master tape to copy it. I don't know. Maybe that is the master tape. Who knows? Like I said, sort of 2 copies. This is the childhood one. We're just going to take a look at this really quickly here. It's basically identical to the other one. There's no changes to the artwork or anything on the sides or on the front or on the back. It's exactly the same. It's just in semi-worse condition with a giant dent there, and it's kind of yellowing at the bottom because of all its air exposure. Tape, obviously, is the same. It's got a little barcode on the top there. I think the other one had a barcode too. Let's look. Yes, it does have a barcode on there. I think that's maybe a serial number. Keep it taped with each other, but yeah, that one's yellowing a bit on the bottom. That's because I've had it for a decade now. And real quickly, I just wanted to say that yes, I do have a DVD copy of this, but it is a bootleg, so yeah, I can't cover this on the show. I can't do a menu tour because it's not an actual home video licensed product, but I do have a DVD copy of it, but it is a bootleg, so can't cover that on the show. Can't say that that's a way you can buy it. Anyway, that's it for the close-up look at Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Anywhere. I mean, DVD copies of this have been horrendously overproduced. You can still find them pretty much anywhere you look. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no, even though that you can still find them everywhere, but that's because they were overproduced. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Here's where my review of the film comes in. Like I said, there are some things I find amazing. The model segments, they look great in their segments when they were allowed to shine. But then the human segments is where I have the problem. It's filled with a bunch of unnecessary dialogue. It's pretty much nothing but exposition. And it really just doesn't tie any sort of story together. It's confusing. It's convoluted. I couldn't follow it as a child, and I still can't follow it nowadays. And I'm a teenager, for God's sake. I mean, I watch movies basically to live, and I still can't understand it. Is this movie horrible? No, it's okay. I think it's definitely watchable. But is it great? No, it could easily be improved. Would I have liked to have seen the director's cut more? Yeah, of course I would. I would still want to see that. I'm going to say that you should buy this. Just to watch it if you've never seen it in its entirety. Watch it once and see how you feel. After that, you can sell off your copy if you don't like it. But if you do like it, hey, keep it around. I watch it maybe once every year for nostalgia reasons because I loved it growing up as a kid, even though I understood none of it. But I say, yeah, you should definitely check this out because if you're a Thomas fan and you haven't seen this, you gotta watch it just to say you've seen it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Definitely don't want to go over 10 for either version if it's a DVD or a VHS. They are so easy to find. So that's my home media review on Thomas and the Magic Railroad, and a review on the film itself, really. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's fine. It could obviously be improved. It's not horrendous. It's nothing like a Misty Island Rescue or something like that, which we will get to. Oh boy, we'll get to that travesty. But yeah, our next home media review is going to be on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. It looked like to me that we're getting into the Christmas spirit, y'all. Yeehaw! Christmas time's right around the corner. It's actually not. Anyway, thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas and the Magic Railroad on DVD. And an interesting fact I'd like to point out here, this is the first Thomas and Friends product to ever be released on DVD. This movie was the first Thomas and Friends product to ever be put onto a DVD, which is quite astounding given the track record that this movie has. We've got Thomas in his first movie in the red line up the top, Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Diesel 10 with a extremely out of proportion claw that's shiny for some reason. We've got Thomas running away looking very scared. We've got Peter Fonda, Alec Baldwin, Mara Wilson, Little Engines Can Do Big Things, but now we have the DVD logo in that really older style where it says DVD video, where like the disc is. They changed that later on, so. On the side, got a picture of Thomas. This is basically the VHS cover on a DVD case. Scroll on down, Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Columbia TriStar Home Video. On the back, we got those promotional shots of Burnett Stone and Lily, Mr. Conductor, a blurb, that promo shot of Thomas and Percy, but the promo shot of Diesel 10 is missing. It's no longer here. Interesting. We've got our special features, which is just our bonus features. We open this up. It is in a white clamshell case this time, so it makes it stand out. There's our disc. It's not a squished up version of the poster art. It's new poster art. It's that promotional image of Thomas and Lady, now with a bluish tint to it. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Alright everybody, here's our menu tour for Thomas and the Magic Railroad. There's no audio in this menu whatsoever, so there's no need to mute my TV. That's nice, that's a refresher, but that also makes this menu very plain, because, well, this menu looks a lot like something that you could make in your own computer. But, hey, who am I to judge? So we've got Play Movie, Audio Setup, Subtitles, Scenes, Sunday Surprise, which is a deleted scenes, and Special Features. So let's take a look at Audio Setup. Mr. Conductor, hello there. We got English 2 channel Dolby Surround English 5.1 surround sound, or Spanish. Interesting. Maybe I could use that to help me study for my Spanish class. Subtitles, there's that promo image of Diesel 10 that's absent from this case. English subtitles or Spanish subtitles. I really like that promo image of Diesel 10. That's kind of plain set, but that's a really nice promo image. That model of Diesel 10 is also extremely, extremely impressive. Like, that claw, that's amazing to see that. We have scene selections. We have Start, Thomas, Shining Time, Lady. Let's move on to the next page here. Splatter and Dodge, Mr. Conductor, Lily, The Legend. Very basic titles for all these scenes here. Sir Topham Hatt's Orders, Sugar in His Tank, I Know How the Moon Must Feel, Where is the Windmill? Calling Junior, The Sound of Lady's Magic, Delayed. Well, that really should be called A Shed Falls on Top of Our Villains, and it's a hilarious scene, but also kind of stupid. He's a really useful engine, you know. You know the funny thing about this? I always find it funny how James is smiling when he's working in the scrapyard. Like, that just seems weird. Like, the scrapyard seems like a place where the engines would hate to work at. And James is, like, smiling. So, I don't know, maybe James is a cannibal? In Diesel's clutches, the clue, traveling to the island, Lily meets Thomas. You shoved party puffers down my funnel. Hey, we had a laugh. You did. Family reunion, landing in trouble. You won't be doing any surfing up here, Mr. Kahuna. Really? Watch me. Solving the mysteries, now or never. James the Brains. Get us out of here. Now we are. What the? I apologize for my impressions. I just watched this recently, so. Well, lady, the lights are all green for you now. Green for glory.
In Pursuit of Lady, Now I'll Get You, Burn That Stone, The Viaduct, Teapot, and Gold Dust, Gold Dust. You know, when they're all going crazy because the gold dust is in the air, and then that's the end. So that's the end of the scene selections. Sunday surprise, there's no menu for that. It just plays the scene. It's about 30 seconds long, so we're not going to watch that in fear of copyright infringement. Special features, promo image of Thomas and Percy, theatrical trailers, and talent files. We've got some trailers on here. We've got the Thomas and the Magic Railroad theatrical trailer, Stuart Little, Madeline, Jumanji, Muppets from Space, and The Adventures of Elmo in Grouchland. Interestingly, the trailers for Jumanji and Elmo in Grouchland aren't on the VHS version. All Stuart Little, Madeline, and the Muppets from Space trailer are all on the VHS version, and they play before the film, starts. Jumanji and Elmo, they aren't included on the VHS version, so that's interesting. I've also seen 2 packs of Magic Railroad and Elmo in Grouchland on eBay, so I guess they were sold with each other and packaged with each other whenever they first came out, so that's kind of interesting, seeing Thomas with Elmo. We also have this promo image back here of Thomas pulling the mail train, which is interesting that Thomas is pulling the mail train. I mean, it's pretty cool. We've also got some talent files. We have the director, or Britt Croft, Peter Fonda, Mara Wilson, and Alec Baldwin, and these are basically just rundowns of the actors and directors' careers. We've also got that promo image of Diesel 10 threatening Thomas. So we'll take a look at one of these talent files here. We have Britt Croft, who is the director of the film, obviously. She began writing for magazines at age 15. She began writing for TV at age 17. She had a CTV series, Mothers by Daughters, Thomas the Tank Engine, and Friends Shining Time Station, and Britt Croft's Magic Adventures of Mumphy. I think that's how you pronounce that. I thought that said like Muffle Mountain. I don't know. That's weird. Move on here. Selected filmography. The only film that she had directed at this time was Magic Railroad. I think this is her only film that she was a director on. So here's Peter Fonda. I am not going to read this entire thing. He's had a very successful career in his life. Filmography. I have not seen any of these films except for Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Let's keep it moving here. Alec Baldwin, Mr. Conductor. He also has a extensive history. Selected filmography. Hunt for Red October. Beetlejuice. Alec Baldwin was in Beetlejuice. Oh God, Alec Baldwin was in Pearl Harbor? I feel bad for him. If this list was up today, I would put Mission Impossible Rogue Nation on this list as well, because he was in that and he was excellent in Rogue Nation. Mara Wilson, born on July 24th, 1987. Her screen debut was in Mrs. Doubtfire. I have not seen Mrs. Doubtfire or Matilda or Miracle on 34th Street. I haven't seen anything from her except Magic Railroad. So Oscar is a registered trademark and service mark of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Okay. That's nice to know, I guess. So that pretty much wraps up our menu tour and our supplemental on Thomas and the Magic Railroad. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is on Thomas and the Magic Railroad. This is your original print that we took a look at back in the original version of this HMR. The version from 2000, I think just 2000. I didn't re-research this for this supplemental, but yeah, you remember this. A quick refresher. It's your disc and all that. The reason we're taking a look at Thomas and the Magic Railroad this time around for this supplemental is not because of some like super rare version that we found or like a screener copy or something. No, it's weirder. It's the fact that Thomas and the Magic Railroad was brought back, surprisingly, this year. In fact, in January of 2019, Thomas and the Magic Railroad was brought back to... I can only find it at Walmart. Don't think it's a Walmart exclusive, but that's the only place I found it, and I have a copy of it here today. And to the untrained eye, this looks exactly the same as the 2000 print, because it is. This is it. Literally nothing has been changed. It's just the same poster, down to a T, 2000 print, 2019 print. And there's the sides. Same side and everything, same product number. Even the same Columbia TriStar logo. Backs are exactly the same special features. None of the print dates have been updated or anything. It's just the exact same thing. Even the barcode numbers are exactly the same. The only way that you can tell that this is a different print is because of the plastic used. You can see that there. There's a little pattern there for recycling there. But even the disc is the same. The disc wasn't even changed. And I couldn't find any print dates changed on this either. It's still the same print dates listed on it. Nothing has been updated here. There's the inside of the case again, for those of you who didn't see. On this, there's a thicker plastic, so there's no need for that. That's the only way you can tell that... Oh, there's also this this black thing up there. That's the only way you can tell that this is the OG print and that this is the new print. And the reason I know that Magic Railroad was brought back in January was, one, I found it in January. I bought this copy in a vlog a couple of months ago. I think back in February or March was when I recorded that segment of it. And because I'm a completionist and I want proof of this, I bought two. This one is still in the shrink wrap. And as you can see, there on that Walmart sticker, January 19. January of 2019. That's when this was brought back. For $3.74 was what I paid for this. And that one as well. So I bought two copies of Thomas and the Magic Railroad on DVD from Walmart. Still in the shrink wrap, by the way, because I didn't want to lose that sticker there. So back in the original HMR for Thomas and the Magic Railroad, I mentioned how I didn't grow up with the DVD version of this. I grew up with the VHS, and I went from no copies of the DVD to 3 copies of the DVD, and it's the exact same version. Same mastering, same menu, same bonus features. Nothing has been changed, and I can say that because I popped this in. This is the new print there of Thomas and the Magic Railroad into my player just to test it before this HMR because I didn't want to waste your guys' time, and it's the exact same menu. Nothing has been changed. Even in that vlog, I went into this disc's files to try and see if anything had been changed, and nothing. It's the exact same master, man. They just brought it back for $3.74, and for the life of me, I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's Columbia TriStar that owns the distribution rights to Magic Railroad, and they were like, yo, let's just bring it back. Why not? Mattel themselves own the rights to the film itself, but I don't think they own the distribution rights. Because, of course, it still says Columbia TriStar on those cases, so... I don't know who made the order to bring back Magic Railroad. Don't know who signed off on that. Whoever did it, you're stupid, because that. Why would you bring this back? I mean, it's cool, because it gives some other Thomas fans the chance to actually get their hands on a copy that haven't seen it yet, and it's pretty cheap, honestly. Only $4 for a Magic Railroad copy. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to bring this back in 2019, especially since the costs of printing new physical media for Magic Railroad wouldn't outweigh the sales, because I don't think this sold very well. I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not a businessman, I'm just a YouTuber. That's pretty much it for this supplemental on Magic Railroad. This was just a PSA announcement to say, yo, Magic Railroad's back. Check your local Walmarts or whatever, your $5 bins. It might be in there. This would have been better to release closer to when this actually came out. It's now, what, July or August when I'm putting this out, so we're a good solid 6 months away from when this actually came out, so I'm sorry this is late, but I wanted to let you guys know that Magic Railroad was brought back in 2019, and I bought 2 copies of it because I just like spending money. So once again, that's it for the supplemental. Thank you guys for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome to possibly the most anticipated HMR to ever be released ever, at least since the finale aired a couple of years ago. This supplemental is on the Blu-ray release of Thomas and the Magic Railroad here in 2020. One of the only good things that happened in 2020. You might be wondering, hey, that's not the Blu-ray that's on screen right now. You're right, it's not, because we're doing a brief history today, as it's been a long time since we actually looked at Thomas and the Magic Railroad. So as many of you know, Thomas and the Magic Railroad was released into theaters in July of 2000. It flopped horrendously, made no profit whatsoever, and basically killed the franchise where it stood. Maybe not that extreme, but it did not turn a profit. It was a flop. The movie was then released onto DVD in that very same year, 2000. That's the version we looked at here. This is the 2000 original DVD print. I didn't bother pulling out my VHS out of my cabinet because it's all the way in the back, but here it is. Again, quick refresher. That's what the disc looks like, Thomas and Lady. This movie hasn't been reprinted a lot, but back in 2019, in January of 2019, Magic Railroad was reprinted onto DVD. Once again, we had a supplemental on this. Reason I know it's January of 2019 is because this version is sealed. You can see right there, 19th of January, $3.74, so really not that expensive of a purchase. It was then announced in, I believe, early 2020 or late 2019 that Thomas and the Magic Railroad would be released on Blu-ray courtesy of Shout Factory, which is a third-party distributor of movies and also television shows. Shout Factory is known for putting out random, obscure stuff onto physical media. I personally own a Danny Phantom complete series set that was released by them, as well as their latest Escape from New York Blu-ray, which is fantastic, by the way. So when I first learned that Shout was going to be putting out this Blu-ray, I was ecstatic. I was really excited to see what they were going to do with this Blu-ray. And I was also just plain excited to have this movie on Blu-ray, even to begin with, because we've never had a Blu-ray release of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. I was already hyped for this Blu-ray, but then once I saw that trailer that came out a couple months ago that featured director's cut footage, new interviews and such that are on this disc, I was even more ecstatic. So I pre-ordered my copy from Shout Factory. It is now shown up. Here is that Blu-ray. There is no slipcover, which is kind of upsetting, although Shout Factory is not really known for having slipcovers, so I can go ahead and let that go. Blu-ray disc logo up at the top. 20th anniversary version right there, which is true. This is the 20th anniversary of Magic Railroad. Blu-ray plus DVD. There's no digital copy though, but I do have a way to show you how to get one. I'll show it to you later. You got Peter Fonda, Mara Wilson, and Alec Baldwin up there at the top. Their names listed below. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, with that image of Thomas and Lady that was used on the 2000 DVD print. Interestingly, that these 3 profile pictures here of our main 3 actors are just reuse from that poster from that 2000 DVD print. But hey, I like this poster. It's very nice. You got a little sticker here. First time on Blu-ray. It includes new interviews and deleted storyline scenes. Ooh, that means director's cut. Probably. The side Blu-ray plus DVD logo, and it tells you that this is indeed a 2-disc set. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Portrait of Thomas, and there's your Shout Factory Kids logo, as this is a Shout Factory Kids release. But it's all just funneled through Shout Factory. Much like Escape from New York is actually Scream Factory, but it's a subsidiary of Shout Factory. It's kind of confusing, I know. Ride the Rails to Adventure includes Blu-ray and DVD discs. We've got a barcode there. Alec Baldwin's Mr. Conductor looking at our blurb about the movie, as well as a list of special features. We've got interviews, there's a documentary on here, deleted scenes, a lot of stuff here that we're going to take a look at during the menu tour. And then we've got some cast and crew information as well as technical specifications. Now, let me just go ahead and show you here. This does say that the Blu-ray is in widescreen format, so I'm kind of ecstatic to see this movie in widescreen format, even if it is cropped. I don't care if it's cropped. I just want to watch this movie not in 4:3. You might have noticed that there is still cellophane on my Blu-ray copy, which means unboxing video. Also, I saw a comment on a previous HMR that noticed my new pocket knife. This actually isn't my pocket knife per se. This was actually my father's. I'm just borrowing it for the time being until he notices. Because this one's sharper than my other one, and I don't know how to sharpen things. So let's... Ooh. The cellophane has now been broken. And we'll just pull this off. The cellophane is off, and that's how you know that that little sticker was actually a sticker. See, it is on the cellophane there. We'll throw that over there. Get out of the frame. There we go, that's better. Now let's take a look at the contents inside. Ooh, there's new artwork on the discs. I like that. Here's our DVD with the theatrical poster art there. Very nice. Labeled DVD up there at the top. And our Blu-ray, that's really good poster art. I like the color tint on that Blu-ray. And it says Blu-ray there. And I think there's some artwork inside of this. Let's take a look. Take the discs out. And there is! Look, there's Peter Fonda and Mr. C. Jr. and Mara Wilson and Alec Baldwin. It's all the humans right here in this one little promotional shot. I like that a lot, actually. There's no inserts or anything here, which I wouldn't expect there to be, as there's not a digital download copy code included. However, as I mentioned earlier, there is a way for you to get a digital download copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad, but you need the Vudu app to do it. So I've got my phone here, and if I click the Vudu app, it'll pull up. It takes a little while to load. There it is. You can see it on screen right now. Now I'm going to shift to a screen recording of this app. So now we're on the screen recording here. I'm going to pull this little side menu over, scroll down to this little thing right here, disc to digital. Ignore that thing in the card already. Disc to digital is exactly what it sounds like. You can convert your discs to digital movies, and it's pretty cool, actually. So we click scan barcode here. It will detect where your location is, because you have to have the same address. You have to be located at the same address as you have on file to send the bills to. So if I pick up Thomas and the Magic Railroad here, you'll see it's shifted to a camera. And if I bring the barcode close, it will scan it. Okay, so I guess it doesn't work with the Blu-ray. That's a live fail on camera here. But rest assured, folks, if you have a DVD copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad, this will work. I swear. This is how I got this converted to digital on my own personal Vudu. I guess because this Blu-ray is brand new, it's not in the Vudu database yet. So we'll put that aside. Grab your DVDs now, folks. Now we're going to switch back to the screen recording here. Scan barcode. Alright, camera pulls up. Grab the DVD. Scan the barcode. Checking disc eligibility. And since this title is already owned in my Vudu library, I can't scan it and show you here, but on your own personal Vudu, if you don't already own Thomas and the Magic Railroad, you can convert it to either SD for, I think it's $2 for a standard definition conversion, or $5 for a HD conversion. Yes, it costs a little bit extra, but if you want to have Magic Railroad on your Vudu account, you can convert it that way. I guess you could just rip it if you have the means to do that. Honestly, it's a lot more expensive to buy a external Blu-ray drive in order to rip this Blu-ray, so I would just convert it on Vudu for the low cost of $5. I'm not sponsored, by the way, but hey, Vudu, if you're looking for sponsorships, hit me up. I actually use your service a hell of a lot. So that wraps up our close-up section for the supplemental. Let's move right along to the menu tour. This is the part that everyone's excited for, including me. Alright, folks, here we are for the DVD portion of the Thomas and the Magic Railroad Shout Factory Blu-ray menu tour. Of course, we always start with the lower quality subpar format. That's just how this show goes. We got a fairly simplistic menu here with just a elongated version of the poster art found on the Blu-ray case itself. Fairly simple. We got play, extras, scenes, audio, and subtitles. For extras, we have another little menu here with Percy. We have Return to Shining Time, Part 1, As Precious as Gold, and Return to Shining Time, Part 2, Unfinished Business. Now, this Return to Shining Time documentary, really good. Especially Part 2. Part 2 is very heartfelt and does a pretty good job at showing some previously unseen interviews and such from the time of Magic Railroad's filming. Hello, Mr. Conductor. Oh, hello, Billy. That is a little featurette on Mr. Conductor, Finding Your Sparkle, There's Something About This Place, The Sounds of Sodor, which is a really cool featurette featuring the composer of the film, Hummy Man. Behind the Scenes Reel, Deleted Storylines, Theatrical Trailer, and a deleted scene. Now, the deleted storylines portion of the movie. This is what everyone's interested in seeing. This is a 1 hour, basically trimmed down version of Thomas and the Magic Railroad with director's cut footage. Now, if you remember, a few months ago, there was a assembly/work print cut that got leaked on Twitter. A lot of fandom members got it. Allegedly, I might have seen a bit of it. The cut that's on this Blu-ray, it's a different cut than the one that got leaked out. There are some similar scenes, but a lot of this footage that's in this deleted storylines feature here, new footage. It's stuff that no one that doesn't have contacts within Mattel has seen. I've seen it all. It's pretty great, I gotta say. You can tell, however, when it's deleted footage and when it's footage that's in the actual film, because if the footage that's in the film is HD, director's cut footage hasn't been remastered yet, and it looks However, this entire deleted storylines bit, it's worth your $20 that you're going to spend to buy this Blu-ray. It's worth it entirely. And then the theatrical trailer. This is an interesting thing here because the theatrical trailer that's on this disc is from another Thomas fan. As a matter of fact, he's Unknown Thomas Fan 1, or Brandon Carty. This is his trailer that's on this disc. He did a 4K scan of a Thomas and the Magic Railroad theatrical trailer, uploaded it to his YouTube channel. Looks great. Unfortunately, Shout Factory took the version he uploaded onto YouTube and slapped it on this disc. And according to Carty on Twitter, he offered Shout Factory his trailer master that he made. He offered it to them. He said, you can have it just straight from the source. Shout Factory said, nah, we're going to just download it off of YouTube and have a bunch of compression issues when they put it onto this disc. This trailer looks okay. It could have been improved vastly if they had just taken it straight from Cardi's source. So I don't know why Shout Factory made the choice to just rip it off of YouTube. That makes no sense to me. And then the deleted scene is presumably the Summer Sunday deleted scene that's been on every single Magic Railroad release up until this point. I'm just going to go ahead and confirm that here. Yep, this is it. This is the Summer Sunday scene. You can see it's about 29 seconds long. And as you can tell, this footage is not exactly the best. This is what a lot of the deleted storyline footage scenes look like. So let's head back to the main menu here. For scenes, we have just numbered scenes here with a lot of familiar screenshots. Fairly simple menu here. We go up to 6 scenes if we go to the next page. Now we're up to 12. Good number of scenes on this disc, I gotta say. Now we're up to 16. So, yeah, 16 scenes altogether for a barely close to 90-minute movie. That's pretty impressive. For audio, we have a 5.1 mix and a 2.0 mix. 5.1, that's pretty good, actually, for Magic Railroad. I don't think it's ever had a 5.1 mix before. I think it's only had 2.0, so that's interesting. Subtitles, correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, if it has had a 5.1 mix. I'm not sure. We only have English as an option. You can see it there in parentheses, and you can either have them on or off. And Mr. Conductor is on that weird flower telephone thing that is never actually explained in the movie. So that wraps up the DVD. Let's take a look at the Blu-ray. Okay, I swear we're on the Blu-ray menu. If you can't tell through the camera since I'm filming in 1080p, this menu is now in 1080p, and look at that. The Blu-ray's in the player. This menu is exactly the same. I gotta ding Shout Factory there for just a little bit. They use the same menu template. I'm not a fan of that. I like my menus to be different, but the way you select things is now like covering the entire option, I guess. That's cool. On the DVD it was a little triangle, so that's okay, I guess. We got play, extras. You'll find the exact same extras as on the DVD, which I think is interesting that they were able to fit all of this onto a standard DVD. You'll notice though there's this weird glitch. Now I don't know if this is just my copy, but see how this Return to Shining Time Part 1 is not filling up where it's supposed to be? It's not filling up the space where the title is. If I scroll down to like, hello Mr. Conductor, finding your sparkle, the whole word lights up, you know, with the white around it. But with the Return to Shining Time stuff, it's moved over slightly, and I don't know what the problem is there. It gets even worse though when I select play and it starts playing. If you'll look, return, it doesn't go away. It remains throughout the entire documentary, and it's the same for part 2. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if this is just my copy or if everyone's copy is going to look like this. I just don't know. And then when I leave it, you know, like I said, it goes away and it's perfectly fine. I don't understand that. I don't know if this is just a glitch in my copy or if every single person's Blu-ray copy is going to look like this. At the time of recording this HMR, my pre-order shipped early and got here early. It hasn't reached its official release date yet, so although by the time that this HMR comes out, I think it comes out the day after this HMR comes out. So once everybody gets their Blu-rays in hand, people will be able to tell me if their copy is the same as mine. Like I said, the extras exactly the same as on the DVD. There's no exclusive features, except if you want to watch the movie in 1080p HD. Scenes, I presume, are the exact same as on the DVD. Yep, same scenes, same audio options. We've already got 5.1 DTS HD selected. And then subtitles, English on or off. Now for those of you who haven't seen Magic Railroad in full glorious widescreen aspect ratio, I'm going to give you a little taste of it here. Just look at this. Look at this in its widescreen glory. Look at that in its widescreen glory. That is... I love seeing this not cropped. I'm so sick and tired of watching Magic Railroad in 4x3 when it wasn't intended to be like that. This looks great. And the 1080p transfer on this movie is pretty good too. I mean, you can see in this one shot, the colors are nice and vibrant. Thomas looks great. Of course, all the model scenes looked great to begin with, but now they're even better being in HD. I love this transfer. Fortunately, it won't let me go back to the menu. That's dumb. So if you can't already tell, between my love for this transfer of Magic Railroad, the fact that it's in widescreen, the fact that it's in 1080p, the fact that we've got an hour's worth of deleted scenes, we've got like 4-something featurettes and a 2-part documentary on Magic Railroad here, I think this Blu-ray is totally worth $20 that you're going to pay for it. I had mine shipped to me directly from Shout Factory, so it cost me a little bit extra for shipping, but if you find this movie in a store, pick it up. Or, better yet, go to shoutfactory.com right now and just buy it there. It'll come straight to your door. Guys, seriously, please buy this Blu-ray. Tell Shout Factory that we want this kind of stuff for Thomas and Friends. I was already a fan of Shout Factory before this Blu-ray, but now I'm an even bigger fan. I love this release. And no, I just have to go ahead and say this right now before someone says, oh, you're sponsored by Shout Factory. That's why you love this release and you got it early. I'm not sponsored by Shout Factory. Shout Factory has never contacted me directly about anything. I just put in my pre-order for Magic Railroad the day it went up for pre-order, and it showed up early. That's how I got it early, in case anybody was wondering. I'm not sponsored by them. I'd love to be sponsored by them. That'd be great. However, I'm not, and this is my own personal opinion about this Blu-ray. I love it, and I think you should go buy it. With that all being said, that wraps up this Blu-ray supplemental for Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Also, did you guys hear that Magic Railroad is coming back into theaters for one day only? That's pretty awesome, and I might just go see that. Also might be a vlog. Who knows? Actually, I do. But you don't, and you won't know until it comes out, so ha! Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around we're covering yet another version of Thomas and the Magic Railroad that is currently floating around out there on secondary markets and such, but this one is from another country. Interesting. Just a little refresher here for you. Here's what the United States copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad's original DVD print looks like. Many of you are very familiar with this release as you grew up with it. I did not grow up with this release. I grew up with the VHS release, actually. Look at the disc here for you. Just quick refresher, as per usual. Today, we are taking a look at the Magic Railroad as it was released in the United Kingdom. This comes courtesy to us from Thomas Fan 261, also known as Sean. Sean runs his own YouTube channel. You should definitely go over and subscribe to him. I've been catching up on his Thomas UK DVD reviews. I enjoy them very much, and you should check them out as well. Also, he's just a genuinely good guy, and he sent this to me free of charge. He's also sent me the stuff that we're going to be covering in the new revival season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, which, spoiler alert, that starts next week. Crazy, right? Let's take a look at the UK copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. And this should strike you as immediately different because this is a completely different poster art than that is. This features, I think it's the UK poster of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. It's a different poster than that one is. But I like this poster pretty good. I mean, I'm more partial to that one because it's nostalgic, but this one actually is pretty good from a compositional standpoint. You got Peter Fonda up there at the top, Mara Wilson, Alec Baldwin. I would have changed that font though. It's really not all that eye-popping, especially when you hold it back here. It's kind of hard to tell what it says. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, Up in the Clouds. You got Junior, Lily, Mr. Conductor, Burnett Stone, Lady. Oh, there's Mutt too. And there's Diesel 10. And Thomas looks like he's bursting through a existing poster. That is kind of interesting. It's a weird choice, but cool nonetheless. The world's favorite train in his magical movie adventure. Or first magical movie adventure, excuse me. You got your UK ratings there on the side, rated G for general audiences, I presume, and U for Universal. Not the company, Universal. The Spine, Icon, I guess that's the company that released this. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, G and U for your ratings, and a DVD logo down there at the bottom. The back features some screenshots from the movie, all of them featuring Thomas and or Mr. Conductor. Interesting choices. Join Thomas the Tank Engine and meet lots of new friends in this enchanting family adventure movie, Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Thomas there on the back with a blurb about the movie. There's a cartoon lady and a cartoon Dodge down there at the bottom. Your special features include interactive menus, don't know how that's a special feature, scene access, don't know how that's a special feature either, and a trailer. Hey, that's kind of a special feature. Copyright information, legalese down there at the bottom. There's your barcode, DVD logo down there next to the PAL logo, which means this is a Region 2 release. This will not work in US Blu-ray or DVD players. You need a Region 2 player to watch this. Down here at the bottom, you've got your ratings, once again with an explanation about what they are. G, fit for viewing by persons generally, and U for Universal. I gotta say though, I'm more of a fan of the back of the US release. The UK one seems a little bit bland to me. The US one has like cool little cloud things around promotional shots of the engines and such, and a more robust special feature area, even though most of this is not actually special features, and most of this is not special features either. Now if we open this up, the disc is actually a squished up version of the back poster art, which is kind of interesting to me. No inserts or anything in there. So despite what I said earlier about this being Region 2 and me having no way to actually watch this in the United States, kind of a lie. I have a way to watch this. I ripped this on my computer. That's actually how I was able to watch the content for all of the other releases that we're going to be covering in our new season, which again starts next week. Ripping, if you don't know what that is basically you load up the disc into a specific program, and that program rips the files that are on that disc off of the disc, makes a copy of it, and puts it on your computer so you can watch it anywhere that you want as long as you have the file on hand. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that is the basic rundown of what a rip is. And when I ripped Thomas and the Magic Railroad and watched a few scenes from it, I was kind of weirded out because the pitch was significantly higher than over here in the United States. Me being me, I thought that my software that ripped this did something wrong and ripped a different file or a different audio format. I thought something was wrong with the actual file. So I messaged Sean on Twitter and asked him, hey man, you know if the Thomas and the Magic Railroad that you guys got over in the UK is higher pitched than the US version. He said, I'll pop in my own personal copy and let you know. Turns out, it is. In the UK, Thomas and the Magic Railroad is actually higher pitched than in the United States, because Sean's copy did the exact same thing. It had the higher pitch. That makes absolutely no sense to me why it would have a higher pitch in another country than in the United States, but that is an interesting fact. So if you are looking for the UK copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad for your own personal viewing library, just be warned, it's going to have a higher pitch than in the United States. Although you shouldn't pick up any DVD version of Thomas and the Magic Railroad, you should pick up the Blu-ray version released by Shout Factory, because that looks beautiful. So that wraps things up with this supplemental on Thomas and the Magic Railroad. As I've said multiple times, The revival season starts next week, so I don't want to hear any comments about people saying, supplementals are great, but when's the revival season coming, man? You promised that a while ago. Next week, people. I want to thank you all so very much for watching this video. I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time we're taking a look at yet another copy of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. For a movie that wasn't as popular or as good as people and the studio wanted it to be, there are a lot of damn copies of this movie out there that we've taken a look at here on Home Media Reviews. The one that you're seeing in front of you is the United States variant from 2000. This is the original print. I found this at a game exchange not too long ago. Actually found two of them. And the second one I had went to someone else. I don't remember who, but I sold it at the Entertainment Extravaganza show. And you can tell it's the original print from the pamphlet and the metallic sheen on the disc. And I don't know if you guys have actually seen the pamphlet of this. It's pretty cool. So like I said, for some reason, Columbia, TriStar, Sony, whoever owns the rights to this movie wants to keep printing it and keeping it out there. I remember not 2 or 3 years ago, there were new prints of Thomas and the Magic Railroad that were out on store shelves. I've got 2 of them from, I think, 2019. One I kept sealed and one I opened. And then, of course, you have the Blu-ray out there from Shout Factory. There are a lot of copies of Magic Railroad. Don't even get me started on the VHS variants. The white clamshell version, the slipcase version, which is rarer than the clamshell version. For some reason, somebody wants Magic Railroad out there for everyone to see. Even though, like I said, this movie was not a box office hit. It wasn't a critical hit. It wasn't a fan hit. This movie is kind of a pariah on the Thomas franchise. However, those were all United States copies that I just mentioned. I do have some foreign copies of Magic Railroad. I have a United Kingdom variant, and today we're taking a look at a Canadian variant of Magic Railroad here. This is I believe this is the original print from 2001. Magic Railroad took a little extra time to come out in Canada. But you can see the poster arts are kind of similar. The Canadian one is more in your face, and Thomas is more of a focus on it. He's up there at the top with Thomas in his first movie there at the top. I like the red banner more than just this kind of weird Photoshop-y look to this Thomas in his first movie, but you got the cast list there. You have the really bad Photoshop job on Diesel 10 with the claw that's like a billion times too big for him. Same thing with Thomas. He just looks too big there. He also looks like he's slightly bending. Do you ever notice that? Maybe that's just me. You still have your main cast down there at the bottom. Peter Fonda, rest in peace. Mara Wilson, she doesn't act anymore. And Alec Baldwin. Inappropriate joke that I could make here, but I'm not going to. The world's favorite train in his first magical movie adventure. See, I don't know why you need that there. And then also Thomas in his first movie at the top. Keep one of the taglines. You don't need both. But Magic Railroad down there at the bottom. And then you have it in French. You have Thomas et la voie ferrière magique. I probably just butchered that. I am so sorry to any of you guys who speak French. I don't know how to speak it. We have Alliance Entertainment up there at the top. They are the company that released this in Canada. You have the film's title in English, a portrait of Thomas taken from the front, and then the film's title in French, as well as a product number. The back features a barcode, a blurb about the movie in English, blurb about the movie in French. You have some screenshots from the film, a promotional shot of Diesel 10 looking like he's going to scrap Thomas, which was used for the cover of Diesel 10 means trouble, which, by the way, there may or may not be a read-through of that coming to the channel very, very soon. Keep your eyes out for that. Legalese down there at the bottom. You have stuff down there about like subtitles and everything, and then the Canadian rating, G-rated, down there at the bottom. And if we open this bad boy up, your disc looks like this. You have that first teaser poster shot of Thomas pulling a bunch of mail coaches for some reason. But we got Thomas and the Magic Railroad up there at the top, and then the Thomas and the Magic Railroad title in French down there at the bottom. And you'll notice this is one of those recyclable cases. There's more artwork underneath. It's pretty much the exact same art, but now in French all over the place instead of English. So we got that. I remember when I did the unboxing on this, I don't know if I said this earlier, but this came from Dan, who sent me a whole bunch of stuff earlier on this year to cover on Home Media Reviews here. And this was in that package, and everything was in French, and I was like, that's weird. I remember seeing this in English, and then I realized, oh, the artwork is reversible. That makes sense. So Dan, you should feel happy, because this is the first item that you sent me that I'm covering here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. And as I will do in every subsequent video where I cover something that you sent me, I am going to thank you personally, because that was a super generous donation to the channel. Donation that I paid you for. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. So I don't know if these menus are the same. I know that Canada's releases mirror ours over here in the States for a lot of Blu-ray and DVD releases. At least nowadays they do. But I don't know if that was the case back in 2001. So let's go ahead and move right along to a menu tour for the Canadian version of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Alright folks, here we are for your menu tour of the Canadian version of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. This menu opens in a really weird way. It starts with a music video of really useful engine. It just has a whole bunch of random clips from the film thrown together in this music video thing. I mean, it's cool, don't get me wrong. I just thought it was a little bit weird. When I first popped this in, I was like, what's going on? Is the movie, like, skipping around or whatever? Because my soundbar was muted. I didn't know that it was the really useful engine song. But we settle here on this menu. It's the shot of the tunnel from the start of the movie where Thomas puffs out, and that behind-the-scenes shot of Diesel 10 and Thomas. I actually had to pause the menu file here because the menu itself only stays on the screen for about 30 seconds before it refreshes. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at this here. We have play movie, scene index, and language selection. Take a look at the scene index first. Ooh, fun little transition there. Alright, so we have, here's our menu for the scene index. We have a weird photoshopped image of Thomas behind there. Alright, so here is our scene index menu. We have a weird photoshopped image of Thomas back there with rails going into his face. That's nice. We have titles and numbers for each of these scenes here. We have Sodor, Shining Time, Muffle Mountain, Topham Hat, Lily, Mr. Conductor, all that good stuff. And we have a little option down here at the bottom to go directly to the end scenes. So we have 24 scenes in total, because that's the final scene of the movie. No scene for the credits specifically. For a movie that's an hour and what, like 20 minutes long, 24 scenes is pretty good. I like that. Heading back to the main menu, we got this video file that plays in the background there, and then it switches over to that behind the scenes image. Language selection. Another fun transition there. We have English subtitles. That's it for subtitles. With a little video file of Mr. Conductor playing over there. That's fun. And for languages, we have English and French. That's it. So as far as bonus content goes, there is none on this disc. I do kind of want to see how this movie looks. The video file at the beginning actually didn't look too bad. I mean, it didn't look like, you know, the Shout Factory Blu-ray copy or anything like that. That looks absolutely pristine. But this video file actually didn't look too bad. So I'm going to see how this movie looks. Okay, so I've skipped ahead here in the film to the scene where the engines are talking, and I gotta say, for DVD, this doesn't look too bad, actually. I'm surprised. The film grain is intact. You can tell this was shot on actual film. It looks really good. The colors are very vibrant. Not as vibrant as on Blu-ray or anything, but Magic Railroad as a film has never looked too bad on this format, to be honest with you. I mean, it looks worse on VHS, obviously, but on DVD, it doesn't look too bad. Even the American release doesn't look too bad either, but I'd say actually the Canadian DVD actually looks pretty decent. It might even look better than the American one. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, purely based on looks, has never looked that bad on any format. Even VHS. I have one VHS copy from my childhood that looks like it's been worn to shit, but the other one that I have doesn't look too bad. This one, this one from Canada, probably the best DVD version of this movie that I own, except for the fact it doesn't come with any bonus content. Although, wait, there's a DVD in that Shout Factory set, so no, this is the second best one. At least this one's in the proper aspect ratio, though. The Shout Factory one is cropped to fit widescreen, which, not really a huge fan of that. So I'd say if you don't want to spend the money to pick up the Shout Factory Blu-ray, and you can find the Canadian one for cheap, pick up this one, because it's probably the best version of Magic Railroad on this format that you can get. So that wraps up your menu tour and your supplemental. Thank you all so very much for watching. I will see you all in the next one. Good night, everybody.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, everyone! Ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Wait, what? It's not Christmas? It's the end of May. But I have a Christmassy home media reviews for your guys. Do you guys still want to see it? You do? Okay. This home media reviews is on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland and other Thomas stories. So let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. So Thomas's Christmas Wonderland was released on VHS in 2000 and was released on DVD in 2002. Interestingly, they were both released in September. This release could also be found on the Ultimate Christmas DVD, but that's getting its own episode soon, so we're not going to cover that here, but I just thought I'd mention it. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up look at Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. Now, only one copy to show you. This is the 2000 VHS copy, which was released in September for some reason, which, I don't know, is weird. But yeah, I don't have a DVD copy of this, so that means no menu tour. I know, you guys were like, hey man, you had DVD copies of everything else, why are you stopping? I've never seen a DVD copy of this in person, so don't judge me. Anyway, yeah, this is Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. So we start off with Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. Nice picture of Thomas with some snow. I think that's photoshopped in. It doesn't look completely realistic, but it does look like a good Photoshop job. So anyway, here's Thomas, James, and Percy with Santa hats on with Merry Christmas at the bottom. It's a very nice artwork for the cover. I really like this artwork that they commissioned for this. Cartoon Thomas on the side as always. Scroll on down here. Britt Allcroft logo. On the back, we've got a snapshot from, I think that's Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. And then we also have A snapshot from Snow, storyteller George Carlin. Here a blurb about what's on the tape and such. Includes 2 new stories. I don't know which they are. I think it's, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Anyway, they actually get that wrong because Snow is actually narrated by Alec Baldwin, so that's pretty interesting. So it should say Alec Baldwin and George Carlin, but whatever. As you can see, there's your story stops and there's Thomas. Slide this out. Thomas's Christmas Wonderland, black ink label copy. I have seen blue copies of this. So they do exist. And they come in like a metallic red case. Like this is just a regular plain like crimson type red, but the blue copies come in like a shiny metallic red, and it's pretty interesting. I wish I had one, but I don't. But that's my copy of Thomas Christmas Wonderland. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, hobby store, FYE, basically every other answer ever. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Well, this is an interesting one. I know I didn't recommend Make Someone Happy, and I know a lot of you probably got angry about that. But I would say, yeah, I'd recommend this one. It's a nice holiday watch. If you do have the Ultimate Christmas DVD or Thompson's Snowy Surprise, you really don't need this because you own the stories that are on this if you own either of those releases. But I would say, yeah, you should definitely try and find this one, especially if it has the music CD sampler with the DVD, because that's pretty cool, and I would actually like to have that one day. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Definitely don't want to go out of the $5 to $10 range for either of the versions. Unless if you find a version that has that music CD that was sometimes packaged with it, sometimes not. I think when it was later reprinted, it didn't have the music CD. That's just my guess. I don't own a DVD copy, so I can't say for sure. But if you do find one that has the CD with it, I would definitely say go upwards of $15 for that, because that's probably hard to find. So that's our episode on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland at the end of May. That makes total sense. So our next episode, we're gonna get a little bit funky, a little bit musicy. We're gonna sing a singy song with Thomas's Trackside Tunes. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Ho, ho, ho! Ho, ho! Merry Christmas, HMR viewers! And welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Today's review is on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland on DVD! Holy crap, guys, we got it! Woo, yeah! If you don't know that reference, I've been trying to get my hands on one of these for close to a year, but people on eBay want to sell them for upwards of $30, and those people are idiots. Before we actually take a look at the release here, I want to give you guys a history on how I got this. I believe I went into detail about this in my Thomas & Friends Home Media Collection video, VHS and DVD Complete Collection video. However, that was posted 4 or 5 months ago, and not everybody watches all my content, as evidenced by my view count. A lot of you might not have heard this story. So, about 6 or 7 months ago, I was on Twitter, and like I usually do on Twitter, like a lot of the Thomas fandom, I was complaining. I was saying how, man, I really wish I could get my hands on Thomas's Christmas Wonderland on DVD, because it would complete my US DVD collection, which it did. But people are trying to sell them for upwards of $30, and I don't want to pay that, and I don't think I'll ever get my hands on one that's complete, meaning with the free CD sampler. So my buddy, Wooden Railway Only, messages me on Skype and is like, hey man, I have a Thomas's Christmas Wonderland on DVD that's complete with the CD sampler, and I would be happy to send it to you if it means it will complete your collection. Now, I was like, holy crap, man, this is a huge offer. Are you sure if you don't want it? I mean, I don't want to take it from you or anything. I was really hesitant on if I was going to take it or not, but he was like, no, man, take it as a birthday gift, since this was around my birthday, meaning this was around, the start of July. So I said, all right, man, if you want, send it on over. And he did. So I just want to say again, thank you, Wooden Railway Only. This was a great, great thing that you did for me, man, and I will never be able to thank you enough for that. You're one of my best friends here on YouTube, and I would hug you in real life if I could. But anyway, enough about me sobbing over the fact that I have great friends here on the internet. Let's go ahead and look at a brief history of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. And very brief as well. This was released on DVD only once in 2002. Yeah, this version right here, only released once in 2002. I remember that same night I got into a squabble with somebody on Twitter. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying how apparently in 2002 there wasn't a version with a CD sampler in it, but one from like 2007 had a CD sampler in it. No, that's false. Thomas's Christmas Wonderland was released only once in 2002, and it only came with the CD sampler. There is not a version, at least that I've seen, that doesn't have a CD sampler in it. So enough about history mumbo jumbo. Let's go ahead and look at the release. I do not have the VHS copy with me right now, but it's pretty much the exact same as this. Thomas and Friends logo, red lining around it for Christmas and all that good stuff. Thomas's Christmas Wonderland and Other Thomas Adventures. Free inside music CD sampler. Got Thomas covered in snow. Exact same artwork from the VHS version. Now here's something that I did not know about Thomas's Christmas Wonderland on DVD before receiving this release. We look on the side here. Cartoon Thomas. Look how thick this is. This is like the size of the holiday favorites DVD box set. I mean, look at that. It's thick, man. Thick with two C's. DVD logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas's Christmas Wonderland, on Thomas Adventures, Gallant logo at the bottom. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo again, storyteller George Carlin, two snapshots, which are the exact same on the VHS. Your blurb about what's on the disc, free bonus CD sampler inside, with a little excerpt about that, bonus features, and story stops. We open this up. Look how interesting that this is. If you open this up like this, the turn wheel is backwards. It's attached to the side, but it should really be facing forward. But it's an interesting case setup. But you've got Thomas's songs and roundhouse rhymes, and they're right there, and then your disc, which is a squished up version of the poster art, and both of these play very well. So, thank you once again, Wooden Railway Only, for this birthday gift and for being able to make this HMR possible. I feel like that was taken directly from a PBS promo. This HMR was made possible by Wooden Railway Onlys like you. Thank you. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. Almost said Thomas's Christmas Party, but that was never put on DVD.
Welcome to Thomas's Christmas Wonderland, where you'll experience firsthand the joy and magic that the holiday season brings to the island of Sodor. This is an exciting time of year, and all of the engines are ready to help you explore the island with all of its holiday cheer. So get ready for loads of Christmas Wonderland fun that Thomas, James, Henry, and Percy will tell you all about. I'm a really useful engine, and in my shed, you can play all the fun stories of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland from start to finish. In my splendid shed, you can pick your favorite episodes and go right to them. The sounds of the season always make the holidays very special on the island of Sodor. In my shed, you can sing along to my favorite winter songs. Get ready for winter fun while you play games in my holiday fun and game shed. There's a read-along story, Connect the Dots Christmas game, character gallery, and much more.
Oh, how I missed those little intros. That was for like every release for Season 6, but they were overly long and you couldn't skip them. Here's our menu tour for Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. Anyway, we have our same 4 options as always. Play all stories, pick a story, sing along, and fun and games. So what stories do we have on here? Let's take a look. There's James in the Santa hat. Don't really make much sense for the engines to have Santa hats because they couldn't puff properly with them. You've got Snow, Thomas's Christmas Party, Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. Can I just say, I love how they've got the lights strung on the boxes here where the stories are, and they're actually like lighting up and moving around. I think that's an awesome detail. Terrence the Tractor, Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure, which is titled incorrectly. That should be Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. And Special Funnel. Sing along. What kind of songs do we have on here? We have a whole CD. What kind of songs are on the release? Just the Snow song. So I guess Henry lied when he said that there were multiple songs on here because there aren't. Thanks, Henry. I'm glad that you have sinus issues, as according to that narrator, because Henry sounded like he had a really bad cold.
Welcome to the Fun and Games Station. We're glad you decided to stop here on your journey of the island. It's time to have some holiday fun with Thomas and all of your Sodor friends. There are several activities for you to choose from, including Connect the Dots Christmas Game, the Character Gallery, Read-Along Christmas Story, and more. Use the up and down direction buttons on your controller to choose a game and press enter to begin. Have fun!
So our bonus content here isn't really all that special, but got a read-along story, Connect the Dots game, which, as a Christmas treat to you guys and the loyal fans of the show, I will play. Character Gallery, and Web Fun. But before we play the game, let's take a look at Web Fun. Is it just the... Yep, it's just the standard, except they did put the wreath on the menu thing. I love how, for Christmas releases, the menu designing team really goes above and beyond, you know, to make it seem like it's winter on the island and put the little wreath around the menu. They didn't need to do that, but they did. It's so good. Character Gallery is probably the stock standard Character Gallery. Oh no, there's snow in the background, huh? I wonder if Thomas has his Santa hat when he comes out of the shed. Did they change that? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. See, they just go above and beyond. I miss these old releases. I'm so tired of the stock standard CGI stuff that we've been covering these past few months on HMR. I'm so hyped to get to the season 17, 18 stuff. Not that those DVDs are much better, but at least the stories are much better. Read along. What's the read along? Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. Interesting. You have that story and you also have their along on here. They probably don't share any similarities, just their name. But, you know. Connect the Dots game. Like I said, I will play it as a Christmas treat to you all, because I am no Scrooge. I love the holidays.
Hello. Sir Topham had us sent me out to pick up all the things we'll need to decorate the roundhouse for the Christmas party. Can you help me figure out what I'm carrying in each of my troublesome trucks? It will take a lot of work, but I know you can do it. Here comes the first one. Are you ready?
I am ready, Thomas. Let's do this.
Connect the dots in order to complete the special decoration this troublesome truck has on board. This is one of the most important decorations, so start on number 1 and use the direction buttons on your controller to move from number to number.
Okay, so it's basic Connect the Dots. I was never good at this, but let's see if we can do it. 1, 2, I think is next. Yes, 2 is next. Okay, is it 3 that's next? Yes, okay. 5, no. I think it's 4 and yes, I won. I won something.
Good work. That was such a huge help, and all my friends will love this green Christmas.
Did you hear how Thomas said huge? He said huge. Thomas is a Donald Trump supporter.
What Christmas decoration is this troublesome truck carrying? Remember to start with number 1 and go in order.
All right, so we were on a roll with the last one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes, I won something again.
I knew you could do it. All of my friends will love the many presents that I'm bringing to the party. Do you think Sir Topham Hat would mind if I took a quick peek at my gift? Only 2 more to go, and then we will be on our way.
2 more, guys. Come on, we can do this.
We need your help again to figure out what he's carrying. Remember to start with number 1 and go in order.
Looks like a star. I'll be honest. 2, 3. Yeah, it's most definitely a star. I'm trying to provide interesting commentary, but I don't really have much to say. Totally star. Yeah, there it is.
Thanks for your help on that one. I can't wait to put this star on the top of our tree, and then we can start the celebration. Remember to start with number 1 and go in order.
I wonder which one this one. A little red, huh? I mean, James is here? You know, according to James, somebody has to be the favorite, the one that everybody wants to see. Somebody has to be better than the rest, and if it's sure that you're the very best. I don't really know the lyrics to that part. Somebody has to be the favorite, somebody has to be me.
Great job.
I don't even know why I sung that.
Thank you for all your hard work. You've helped to make this the best Christmas party we've ever had on the island. Merry Christmas.
You're welcome, Sir Topham Hatt, and you're welcome, Thomas. Hey, look, we got a little great job up there. Because we did do a great job. We all did, even though it was just me playing the game. But we all did a good job. I know you guys were cheering me on at home, on your couches, or on your beds, or on your toilets, like 90% of you do when you watch my videos. Anyway, that pretty much wraps it up for the Thomas's Christmas Wonderland menu tour, and the Thomas's Christmas Wonderland supplemental. Thank you all for watching. Next week is the last HMR for 2017, but I'll go into more detail about that next week with Merry Christmas, Thomas. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Oh, how I missed those little intros that was for every classic series released for Season 6. Hello, everybody. Here is our menu tour for Merry Christmas, Thomas is not the menu tour. That's next week.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Thomas and Friends Home Media Review here on the YouTube channel. It's nice to see you back. I'm struggling to come up with lyrics for the song, but today our episode is on Thomas's Trackside Tunes. Yeah. How'd you like that song? Indeed, our episode is on Thomas's Trackside Tunes. Let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Thomas's Trackside Tunes. So Thomas's Trackside Tunes was originally released in 2001 on VHS. Then they waited a little while, and then they released it on March 4th of 2008 onto DVD. It was then reprinted yet again in 2009 on DVD. Interesting how they waited 7 years to get it onto DVD. That's pretty interesting. And it got a reprint, which is kind of weird because a lot of Thomas and Friends older stuff doesn't get reprinted a lot. But hey, if James Learns a Lesson can get reprinted over 1,012 times, hey, I guess Thomas's Trackside Tunes can get reprinted over 1,011 times. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Thomas's Trackside Tunes.
Alright everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas's Trackside Tunes. Please don't crucify me, only one copy to show you. Again, we're going back to the one copies, people. I don't own the DVD from 2009. I only own this, which is my childhood copy. And yeah, here we go. Thomas and Friends, we got some musical notes. Looks very festive. Looks very similar to sing-along stories. Thomas's Trackside Tunes and Other Thomas Adventures, which there's not a story called Thomas's Trackside Tunes, so that doesn't really make any sense. Toby, what are you doing on here? You don't make any sense to be on the cover either. Maybe it's just because you haven't had a spotlight. Okay, I'll give you a pass, Toby, but only because you're cool. Nice snapshot of the engines at the sheds. And yeah, there's the SpongeBob sticker. You can tell that this is from my childhood because of that. Also, the case is not in very good condition. I've stepped on it once or twice when I was younger. Cartoon Thomas on the side. Scroll on down. You can see there's a bend in it from where it was stepped on. Gallant
On the back, you've got a snapshot from Trucks, and I don't know what that's from. That might be Magic Railroad promotional. I'm not sure. Maybe. It looks like it could be. I have no idea. Sing-along fun. Whoop-de-doo. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such. Scroll on down. Our song tracks are... It's not our story stops, it's our song tracks are. There are your songs plus 2 story stops, Gordon and the Gremlin and Trucks. Now, one of these 2 are new for this release. Gordon and the Gremlin is new. Trucks is actually Rusty Helps Peter Sam from way back in Rusty to the Rescue, episode, I believe, 13 or 14 of this series. They just retitled it. I don't know why they couldn't have just kept it Rusty Helps Peter Sam, maybe to trick kids into thinking that they're getting 2 new stories. I don't know. Seems kind of weird to me. There's your tape, Thomas's Trackside Tunes. It's ink labeled, obviously, and black. Never seen a blue copy of this in my life. And yeah, this is our second sing-along tape. And I believe it's our last sing-along tape. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this close-up. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5-man questions, as always. Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5-man questions, as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other episode of the show that's ever been made. I'm getting really freaking tired of this. Oh. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This product isn't really essential in any way, shape, or form. Unless you really like sing-along songs, this is a cash grab. Because the 2 stories that are on here, if you own the Best of Gordon and Rusty to the Rescue, you already own those 2 stories, so it doesn't matter. And if you like singy songs, I guess you'll like this, but I'm going to say I don't recommend this. Really, I mean, it's a cash grab. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1 in every other show ever. And number 5, what price should you pay? Same price range as previously, around 5 to 10, I'd say is good for this. Definitely don't want to go over 10 because it's just not worth it because it's a cash grab. Honestly, it's a gimmick to get kids to buy it. I'm not saying it's a bad release. I'm saying if I was going to buy this myself, I personally would not buy it because it's a cash grab. So that's our review on Thomas's Trackside Tunes. I hope you all enjoyed. I'm struggling to find a rhyme. And next week's episode is gonna be the best of Percy. Huh? Thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the supplemental episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Trackside Tunes on DVD. Now, before we get started here, like I have recently started doing, let's go ahead and take a look at a brief history of Thomas's Trackside Tunes. And it's extremely brief because Trackside Tunes was only released one other time in 2001 on VHS, which is the copy you're seeing in front of you right now. I already took a look at this copy in the regular HMR for Trackside Tunes, but I'm just showing you here once again. And then in 2008, Trackside Tunes was released onto DVD, and that's the copy that you're seeing in front of you. So, let's take a look at it. As you can see, they've completely changed the poster art. On the VHS version, it's just Toby, but here it's Thomas and Toby. There's also a more musical and more eye-catching font, Trackside Tunes, up there at the top. On the side, we have our hit logo. Scroll on down, Trackside Tunes, Cartoon Thomas at the bottom, Anchor Bay logo. Last year that Anchor Bay put out the Thomas & Friends home media products, 2009 is when Lionsgate will take over. There's our blurb. I think
Is that a season 8 or season like 9 promo or something? Because those are not the original Classic Series models. Or at least that's not a Classic Series picture, because that's way better quality. And that's also not a Classic Series Herald, and I don't know what that is. This was used from the Train Convention 2017, so I don't know what that is, but it's stuck on there, so that's kind of sad. Features. We have 6 sing-along songs with the bouncing cloud with words on screen. We have 2 bonus stories and Sodor Superstars. Open this up. Mine didn't come with a pamphlet, but this is just a squished up version of the poster art like you would have come to expect. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump into our menu tour for Trackside Tunes. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour for Trackside Tunes. Now this menu tour I think is going to be a little short because there's not really a lot of bonus features to look through here. It's a very simplistic menu style. It's the old menu style as well. You don't have a lot of options over here in the signal or anything like that. And it's just the new series theme. There's no narration by Sir Hatter Thomas or anybody like that. So, pick a song or a story. Let's look here. We have Donald's Duck. Sir Topham Hatt. He's the head of the railway. There is no doubt about that. I'm going to be singing a lot through this menu tour. Come for the Ride. There's our story, Gordon and the Gremlin. We move on. Harold the Helicopter, Pride of the Skies. First to the rescue, should help be required. Percy Seaside Trip. Accidents happen now and again, sometimes just by chance. And Trucks, otherwise known as Rusty Helps Peter Sam, which was retitled to Trucks for this release for no particular reason. Our only other bonus feature on here is Sodor Superstars. And we have seen this feature previously. You just select a character. Let's select someone like Salty down here. And it gives you a brief bio. I'm not going to unmute it to play whatever audio is here because it really doesn't make that much of a difference. And you can also click right here, Other Starring Roles. And it's basically an advertisement for other Thomas & Friends VHS products and DVD products as well. So that's the Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame. We actually saw this on Sing Along and Stories, which is our next supplemental. A little advertisement there for the next one coming out pretty soon. It's actually on Hop on Board, Songs and Stories, but that's Sing Along and Stories, pretty much just put on a different disc under a new title. Sneak peeks, Wow Wubsy and Thomas the Tank Engine. So, like I said, guys, it's a little short of a menu tour. I'm not sure if this is going to be a shorter supplemental or not. If it is, I apologize. If it's not, then I have nothing to be sorry for. So, I want to thank you all for watching this supplemental on Trackside Tunes. And as always, good night, everybody.
Well, howdy do, y'all. Welcome back to the interwebs and the YouTubes to watch another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Don't know why the Kentuckian came out in me during that opening statement, but hey, yeah, we're back for another episode of Home Media Reviews. And like I said last week, this review is on The Best of Percy? I don't know. It says on the wiki that Best of Percy came out before Best of Thomas. I guess Best of Percy was released first, which baffles me that Best of Thomas was not released first, because Thomas is the title character, but you know, whatever. I'm not going to ramble about this much longer. Let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Best of Percy. So, The Best of Percy was first released back in 2001 on VHS, and then was re-released again in 2002 on DVD. This could also be found in a 3-pack with Best of Thomas and Best of James in 2003, and that pack was also on DVD. So Best of Percy gets a, not a brief history, I would say. It's out there, you can definitely still find it. Pretty sure there were other reprints, maybe in 2008, 2009, because I know there's a DVD version where the Percy on the slipcover is embossed. I've seen that. I don't own it. I don't own a DVD copy, actually, but I've seen it, so I don't know if that's the original printing. If it is, let me know, please. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump into the close-up section for Best of Percy.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Best of Percy. I can't contemplate that Best of Percy was released before Best of Thomas. Does not make any sense to me. Anyway, here's your look at the VHS copy, collector's edition again, and it's not a collector's edition, although I do like the gold alloy that's around it. I think I said that right. Best of Percy, got a nice picture of Percy, and it is embossed, which is nice. I can poke his nose vigorously. SpongeBob sticker obviously means it's from my childhood. On the side, you got a nice picture of cartoon Percy. That's cool. Scroll on down, Best of Percy, Gallant. On the back, you've got a promotional Magic Railroad image, which is kind of weird, but I guess since it had Percy in it, they decided to put it there. A snapshot from Percy Takes the Plunge. And a snapshot from, what episode was that? Was it Percy and the Signal, I think is what that was? Yeah, Percy and the Signal. You got a long blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops are all Percy themed. They all have Percy's name in the title, because it's Best of Percy, obviously. Here's your tape, Best of Percy. Pretty cool release, I guess. It's nice that we're getting something that's Percy related, but I still can't contemplate that it was released before Best of Thomas. That is mind-boggling, personally, to me, really. I just can't even. And then let's go ahead and finish my rant and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, hobby store. I don't know if you can find them in regular stores. They're more than likely out of print, so I would say FYE probably. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, because I don't count the download stuff on like Google Play and iTunes and stuff, because that's not physical media. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I would say the best ofs, they're cash grabs too, kind of like Thomas's Trackside Tunes, because more than likely you own all the stories from previous releases. That being said, though, it's a great collection of Percy-themed stories, so if Percy's your favorite character, Flute Girl, definitely pick this up. For casual fans, I would say skip it, because you probably own these releases already. And for completists, of course, I'm going to tell you to buy it. You have to buy everything. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Don't go out of the $5 to $10 range for any of these. They're really not that worth it because, like I said, you probably own these stories from previous releases. So that's our review on the Best of Percy, and I'm still dumbfounded on why did they release this before Best of Thomas. Luckily, Best of Thomas did get released after this. And that's our next episode. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another supplemental episode for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Best of Percy from 2002 on DVD. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. We've got Collector's Edition on the top. Still makes me mad that they put that there, but the gold outlining is still wonderful. Way better than the VHS version. Got Best of Percy and the huge Percy, because, you know, obviously with DVDs the poster art is stretched out.
and you can see Percy in his full entirety. It's actually kind of unsettling. That face will probably haunt my nightmares. Inside, we've got Cartoon Percy. We've got the DVD logo. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay. On the back, Percy has arrived on DVD with trainloads of features and fun. Cool. Snapshot from Percy and the Signal, I think? Yeah, I'm going to say that. Blurb is in a weird zigzaggy pattern, and a Magic Railroad promotional picture, which was on the VHS as well, which still don't understand that. That's kind of weird. Got our bonus features. We have our story stops, and we open this up. We have our disc with little Cartoon Percy there. He looks so tiny and so innocent. And we have our pamphlet, which is thick. I mean, you can't see how thick this is. Or, I mean, you can see how thick it is, but you can't feel how thick it is through the camera. I can't convey how things feel through a camera. So, we open this up. We have what our main menu looks like. Have our pick a story section. We have our fun and games section. Our read-along story, Henry and the Elephant. Got our sing-along songs, and our web fun. Doesn't include a demo or any PC games, which was a big strong point of Best of Thomas on DVD last time around. Now we have another thing that folds open, like from Best of Thomas. So, we got Percy's Big Day. It's time to celebrate Percy for being such a useful engine over the years. Have fun with these memorable photos that show Percy at his very best. You've got best friends, him and Thomas together. That's nice. Having a best friend like Thomas at his side makes Percy's days a lot of fun. We've also got a picture of Thomas and Toby with Percy in the woolly bear costume. Even when Percy had a little accident with some straw, his good friends Thomas and Toby were there to cheer him up. No, they weren't. They were making fun of him. It's pretty obvious. Yeah. Hard at work. Got a picture from the deputation. The engines and their drivers eagerly await their daily orders from Sir Topmat so they can be really useful. No, they were cheering because Donald and Douglas were staying on the railway. These captions aren't accurate. Got a picture from Toby in the flood. Percy helps rescue Toby. Or I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Percy helps rescue a floating Toby. That makes sense. And we have Percy in the boulder. And that is from Spills and Chills. Hey, that's the artwork from Spills and Chills on the bottom. Yeah, that's a different set than the quarry from Rusty in the Boulder. Percy moves out of the runaway boulder's way just in the nick of time. Actually, he didn't move a muscle. Like, didn't move anything. So we have more memories of Percy here. In the winter, there's Percy. During the cold winter months on the island, Percy enjoys sitting outside and watching the snowfall, even if he doesn't have a scarf. We've got that weird picture of Percy from Thomas and the Dragon. Percy, it looks like you're catching a cold. Gazoon-tight. No, he's scared out of his little mind, that's what. Sodor celebrations. You got a picture from Gordon and the Famous Visitor. Although they enjoy working on the island, the engines love to get together for celebrations. That's cool. I think that's from Thomas's Christmas party, but I'm not sure. Percy enjoys getting together with his other engine friends to help celebrate the holidays. Cool, cool. There's from Make Someone Happy. Percy gets a kiss from the bride after saving her wedding. Aw, Percy stole the groom's bride. You got Playful Percy. Percy with the fruit. Now that's what I call eating your fruits and vegetables, Percy. Okay, that just ruined it. You got Percy with that parachute on his head. Trains aren't supposed to swim, Percy. You tell him. You tell him, pamphlet. And we got Percy from Percy's Ghostly Trick. Don't be scared, Percy. Oh, you really think Percy can't be scared? You're funny. Time to rest. I really want to rest my voice from all this talking. You got Duck and Percy sitting at the dock from All at Sea. After a hard day of working at the docks, the engines take a break to look out into the harbor. Now that's accurate. And you've got Percy snoozing happily.
At the end of a long day of being really useful, Percy goes back to his engine set and gets a good night of sleep. Wow, that was a lot of stuff to read. So, there's another advertisement for Day Out with Thomas. Same picture of Thomas from Strasburg Railroad. And hey, look! It's an advertisement for Salty's Secret. Who is Salty and what is his secret? Notice how the question mark is placed directly over Salty's face, so you can't see it, and it's a mystery. Look for the brand new Thomas & Friends release, Salty's Secret, available September 24th, 2002. You got some snapshots from Salty's Secret on there. Own it on VHS and DVD. Cool. That's actually really cool that they actually advertised Salty's Secret. I really like that. You don't see Thomas do that a lot. And collect all your favorite Thomas videos. And you've got them split up into also available on DVD and also available on VHS. So, that was a lot of stuff to read in that pamphlet. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Best of Percy on DVD.
Good morning, Thomas. I need your help. Percy has been such a useful engine that his friends and I have gotten together to celebrate all of his good deeds. The other engines are already hard at work, making sure that everything runs smoothly for Percy's big day. Can you go help them out?
I'd love to help make Percy's day special. I think I saw James at the quarry, and it looked like the troublesome trucks were up to no good. I'll go see if I can help him out. See you soon.
Oh, Thomas, you are such a good friend. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the menu tour for Best of Percy. So, as you just heard in that little opening dialogue there, Sir Topham Hatt says to Thomas, "Hey, Thomas, Percy's been such a cool guy lately. Why don't you go and do his work while we celebrate?" "Cool, man. I'll get right on that," said Thomas, and he puffed away. And now Sir Topham Hatt just praised Percy for whatever reason, about him being scared or something, I don't know. So, we have our signal here. So, let's go ahead and move into the Pick a Story section. So we have Percy's Guilty Trick, Scarf for Percy, Percy Takes a Plunge, Percy's Predicament, Thomas Percy and the Mail Train, Percy Runs Away, Percy Proves a Point, Percy and the Signal, and Percy's Promise. Interesting how all these stories have Percy's name in the title. It is Best of Percy, after all. So our read-along story is Henry and the Elephant. I really can't believe I forgot about that. It was in the freaking pamphlet. Anyway, that doesn't look like the TV series version of Henry and the Elephant. So our sing-along songs are Percy's Seaside Trip and Sir Topham Hatt. He's the head of the railway, there is no doubt about that. Controller of the line. It's just a catchy song, I'm sorry. Web Fun. This website doesn't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. So anyway, that wraps out our menu tour for Best of Percy. So, and then that also wraps up our supplemental episode on Best of Percy. So, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to the supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And I do believe that this is our first .2 supplemental HMR. It's not that rare that we get to a .1. There's usually a DVD release or a variant that I'm missing and we usually get to a .1. But it's very rare that we ever get to a .2. And Best of Percy is the first release to get a .2. We are looking at the 2007 version of the Best of Percy. Now I realize I completely screwed up in my Best of James from 2007 supplemental. I understand I screwed up. I mentioned it in the description. I said that Best of James was from 2009. I don't know what I was smoking. These are from 2007. I guess I just misread whenever I was doing my research. I just wanted to say that yes, I realize I screwed up and I apologize for that.
but I'm doing it right this time. I will not say that this is from 2009 because it's not. It's from 2007. Come on, me from the past. What the hell's wrong with you? Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into it. We start off here with the Best of Percy. It's in the exact same style as the Best of James with font and everything, except we now have a green outline for Percy. Obviously, collector's edition still printed up there at the top. I still don't like that, but whatever. There's our Percy face. You can see it's very big and bulging. If I lay it on its side like this, you can see how fat it is. And if you saw my unboxing, you would know that his whistle really isn't the best, so I'm not going to push it here because it really sounds like he's letting out his last words after he's been stabbed multiple times. But he does have the press my nose I whistle thing. So there's your front cover. On the side, we have our hit logo, Thomas & Friends logo, Best of Percy, Cartoon Thomas, Anchor Bay at the bottom there. Interesting how it's the old Anchor Bay logo. I just find that interesting because things like Thomas and the Treasure, Rusty to the Rescue, they have the new Anchor Bay logo, and they were released in 2007 as well. But I digress. There's our blurb. We have a screenshot from Magic Railroad promotional image. And we have a screenshot from Percy and the Signal, I believe? Yes, because that shot's mirrored. There's our bonus features, our story stops, and our legal copyright information at the bottom. This is just a slip case, just like with Best of James. You take this off. Mine's actually really stiff to actually pull off of it. And on the inside, just a regular old copy of Best of Percy from, 2001, 2002, whenever this was released. The exact same screenshots, exact same bonus features, exact same blurb. The only thing's missing is this. Percy has arrived on DVD. That's nowhere on this slipcover. That's literally the only thing that this is missing. We open this up. It's the exact same disc. And I believe this is the exact same pamphlet, but we'll take a look at it anyway. This one's actually in better shape than the one I got from the thrift store because this was mint in package when I bought it off eBay. And it looks to be the exact same pamphlet. Let's keep scrolling through here. Yep. There's still that little advertisement for Salty Secret, which was coming out soon. 2002. Mr. MPS 2002. So that's your pamphlet. I don't know what I was saying there. There they are. Or the videos on the back there. There they are. So that, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much is the gist of the 2007 copy of the Best of Percy. There's really no reason to do a menu tour on this because the menu, the stories, the features, they're all exactly the same as the original DVD copy of Best of Percy. So you can go back and watch that supplemental. That pretty much wraps up our supplemental on the Best of Percy. So with that all being said, I want to thank you all for watching. And as always, good night, everybody, and I will let Percy play us out. See, it sounds like he's dying, doesn't it? Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on the Best of Thomas. Still have no idea why Best of Percy was released first. It gets on my nerves. But hey, I don't know if I said this in the Best of Percy episode, but happy summer, guys. It's June now, so happy summer. I'm off of school, so yeah, I'm excited. Summer's here. Getting ready to kick back, have a little vacation for myself in July. It's going to be pretty cool. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump on into the history section of Best of Thomas. So, The Best of Thomas was first released on VHS and DVD in 2001. Yes, we're finally in the era where the VHS and DVDs are released at the exact same time. That's because, well, the VHSs, they're going the way of the dinosaurs at this point. And then it was re-released onto DVD in 2007. I did find this one picture of a cover similar to the Best of Percy cover that was a slipcase and was embossed, but looked weirder. It looked more cartoony than it originally did, so I'm assuming that's the 2007 print. But then I also found this other print, which you're seeing on your screen now, of a Best of Thomas that comes with a free CD sampler. I don't have that, but I would think that was either released in 2001 or 2007, or sometime in between there, because I know they used to do free music samplers back in the day. So that's enough of the history section. Let's go ahead and head on to the close-up of my copies of Best of Thomas.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up view at Best of Thomas. Now, I do have multiple copies to show you, but they're all on VHS. So there will be no menu tours this episode. Boo-hoo, cry, cry. So, this is the 2001 VHS copy. As you can see, the SpongeBob half ripped off sticker there. This was a childhood copy. As you can tell, the case is not in very good condition. There's a giant bend here on the side that won't ever lay flat again, because I did step on this when I was younger. But yeah, let's go ahead and check it out. It's very similar to the Best of Percy layout of its cover, that with the big Best of Thomas here and the big cartoon Thomas embossed picture on the front here. It is embossed, so it feels really nice. There's the Thomas & Friends logo. Collector's Edition still makes me mad that they put that on there, because this is not for collectors, but whatever, I guess. Cartoon Thomas with a yellow sun, or a yellow light in the background. I call it a sun just because it looks like that. Scroll on the side here, Gallant. On the back, you've got snapshots from Thomas Gets Bumped. Another one from, or no, that's from Thomas Meets the Queen. My apologies there. And from A New Friend for Thomas. The blurb about what's on the tape goes down and around in a kind of a zigzaggy pattern around the pictures here. And the pictures are just kind of at awkward angles on the back here. Then your story stops and your song stop. Really useful engine. Let me take a look at the tape here. It is a ink label. Obviously, the sticker labels have gone the way of the dodo bird at this point. They are extinct. They will never show up again. What's interesting about this tape is, if you have never heard any of the George Carlin narrations of some of these episodes, like Thomas Saves the Day, I think Trouble for Thomas, A New Friend for Thomas, and I think A Big Day for Thomas, this is where you can get those narrations from, because those were previously narrated by Ringo Starr. So that's our first copy. Let's go ahead and move that along the side. And our last copy, that's right, only 2 copies, is a larger VHS copy, but this is better because it's one of those wooden train bonus packs, as they're called. And this one, as you can see, came with Henry. So yeah, I got a second old-style Henry from this. So, as we can see, the two, let's switch hands here, the two are pretty much the same, except they finally took off the collector's edition from the top of this one. It's now just a blue outlining, while this one was gold. Throw that there. It's now a blue outlining, Thomas & Friends, Best of Thomas. And the Thomas here is not embossed. It's just a flat image. So that's kind of sad. On the side, cartoon
Thomas with a limited edition on the side there. You scroll down, Gallant on the back. It's now a larger back, but now with only 2 snapshots. You're missing the snapshot from Thomas Meets the Queen here. It's only these 2, and they're not randomly placed along the case like this one was. Now they're over here in the right/left-hand corner. It depends on how you look at it, because if it's like this, then they're on the left-hand corner. If it's like this, and you're staring at it, they're on the right-hand corner. So confusing how that works. Your blurb, and as far as I can tell, it's the same blurb as you find on the other tape. Your story stops, but now you have a picture of a 1992 prototype Henry and a blurb about Henry. Henry is a thoroughbred engine who is highly strung and prone to illness. Still, his speed will give any engine a run for its money. Good to know. Good to know that Henry is chronically sick. Now, the way you get the tape out, if you didn't watch Thomas Gets Bumped or Cranky Bugs, you have to open the tape up from the top. Or open the case up. And it is the exact same ink label and everything from the last release. Oh, crap. Dropped the box. Just goes back in like so. So that's your close-up look at the best of Thomas. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Obviously, same answers as every other episode, really. eBay, local hobby store, FYE, sometimes. Never seen one at my local ones, but hey, you could get lucky. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? These best ofs I'm a bit iffy on. I don't remember exactly what I said in the Best of Percy episode, but I, for one, like these best ofs as a great, homage to the character, because if, Thomas, Percy, or James, or Gordon, if they're your favorite characters, yeah, you're absolutely going to want this as a homage to them. But if you already own these stories, especially if you already own them under Ringo Starr's narration and you like his narration better, there's no reason to pick these up, because you can find these stories on other releases. It's mainly a hodgepodge. To me personally, I really like that they do these special homages to these certain characters, and I would absolutely say that if one of these characters is your favorite character, absolutely pick this up. But if you already own these stories, I would say no, skip it. Or if you just plain don't like the character, then absolutely skip it. I mean, if you hate Percy, don't buy Best of Percy. I mean, that's a stupid decision. Of course, if you hate Percy, Flute Girl will put a bounty on your head. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Definitely for the 2001 VHS and DVD. Those aren't hard to find. I'd say they were horrendously mass-produced, honestly, because I can find a sale for any of them on eBay. So I would say, yeah, for those 2 copies, you don't want to go over $5 for either of them. For the version with the music CD, that's a little bit more rare. Never seen that in person. I'd say upwards of 10 to 15 for that. Same with the 2007 slipcased, really cartoony looking embossed slipcase version. So that's our review for the Best of Thomas. Next week's review is another Best of, and this will round out our coverage of the Best ofs for quite a while, because next is the Best of James. I'm pretty sure Train King James will love this episode. So I will see you all then. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode for Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on The Best of Thomas from 2001. Let's go ahead and take a look at it here. We picked this up, got collector's edition. Still makes me mad that they put that on there. The gold outlining looks really nice though, nicer than the VHS. Best of Thomas, big cartoon Thomas, as he is now expanded, so he's even bigger than he was on the VHS, which is interesting yet scary at the same time. DVD logo on the side. We've got Cartoon Thomas, Collector's Edition. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay. Don't forget, DVD logo. On the back, Thomas has arrived on DVD with trainloads of features and fun. Oh boy, that sounds like so much fun. And there's a snapshot from Thomas Meets the Queen, and the blurb is in that same zigzaggy fashion. I think that's from Thomas Gets Bumped. We've got our bonus features, tons of them to be exact, and our story stops. Pop open, got the Best of Thomas. Interesting how Thomas is not in the center. He's actually over to the side. And we have our pamphlet. So, open this up. Mine's actually broken because it came with, it came from that thrift store I've been talking about in several of these supplemental episodes. So it came used. All of these were used, but this pamphlet came broken, but I don't really care. So, we've got our main menu. We've got our sing-along stops, sing-along station. We've got our games. We have our read-along. We have our PC fun, which I find interesting, because you can play a demo of the Great Festival Adventure, which I think came out in 2001 as well. I'll have to check the date on my copy, but I'm pretty sure it came out in 2001, maybe a year prior. And we have our story stops. So, move this over here. This is actually pretty cool. Have you ever wanted to meet Thomas? There's a picture of Thomas from Strasbourg, I think that's where it's from. Picture, a photo of Sir Topham Hatt. Forgot the little thing there. Tom's chugging into the station, and Sir Topham Hatt greeting his visitors. Now is your chance. The Day Out with Thomas. I think this was the first year that Day Out with Thomas ever started. I'm not sure, but they're really heavily promoting it here. I've got another picture of Thomas from Strasbourg. I think that's Strasbourg. And we open this up. So I'm going to take the back off of this pamphlet here. And we get a huge lineup of character profiles and such, and images. So we have Annie, Bertie, Bulstrode, Douglas, Duck, Duke, James, Mavis, Oliver, the Chinese Dragon, Thomas himself, Thumper, Trevor, Toby, Toad, Rheneas, that's Skarloey, Peter Sam, Percy, George, Edward, Duncan, Clarabelle, Caroline, Butch, Cranky, Diesel, Donald, Gordon, Harold, Henry, Skarloey, that's Rheneas, Stepney, Terrence, Troublesome Truck, and Troublesome Truck. The Troublesome Truck Trio. So that is pretty cool. You got the Island of Sodor and Thomas's best friends. Not really sure why Diesel and the Troublesome Trucks are on there. Or Thumper, for that matter. Thumper was only in one episode, and why is George on there too? I don't know. It's a weird assortment of characters. And hey! Butch has a face. Who knew? But you saw that Skarloey and Rheneas' nameplates are mixed up here. That's how you know that this is an original print from 2001. Later prints fixed this problem, but as you can see, Rheneas is labeled Skarloey, and Skarloey is labeled Rheneas. I'm going to grab the other end of the pamphlet here, fold this over. Okay, so you've got a advertisement for Thomas Gets Interactive with the PC games. Both of these games I own and have done Let's Plays on. So we have all new exciting books from Random House, Thomas and Percy book. I had this growing up, this magnet book. It was pretty cool. I lost all the magnets to it. And I had this growing up, Thomas in the Storm. It was pretty interactive, I suppose. You've also got new music from Thomas and Friends. I had this CD growing up as a kid. And you've also got this advertisement for the Thomas Wooden Railway.
Bring Thomas to life with Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway. Kids can recreate their favorite stories with Thomas and Friends characters and wooden train sets from Learning Curve. Look for the Thomas Wooden Railway at a specialty retailer near you. Cool. And on the back, we have collect all of your favorite Thomas videos with all of with a ton of releases that came out prior, including Best of Percy, because it makes no sense that Best of Percy was released before Best of Thomas. Available at retailers near you. And we have a nice image from Thomas Meets the Queen. And a link for Anchor Bay Entertainment. So, lots and lots of stuff in that pamphlet. And there's a ton of stuff on this disc. So, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Best of Thomas on DVD. Alright everybody, so here's the menu tour for Best of Thomas on DVD from 2001. So, Jam Hat's basically just explaining to us what all these signals mean, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. Let's go to pick a story. So, we got Thomas Gets Bumped, or A New Friend for Thomas. I almost said New Friends for Thomas. That's another release entirely, which we looked at a couple episodes back. Thomas Percy and the Dragon, Thomas Saves the Day. Trouble for Thomas, Thomas and Stepney, A Big Day for Thomas, and Thomas Meets the Queen. One thing I find interesting about this menu is they have this blue outline around the whole thing, if you can see there. This was obviously the earliest version of this menu that was ever produced, because Best of Thomas was one of the first releases to ever get put out onto DVD. So obviously they were just beta testing it, but it looks pretty interesting and really dated nowadays compared to the menus that we have now. So let's look at the fun and game shed. So we've got character gallery, what color am I, find my number, and which engine am I. So let's go to the read-along story depot, as the hip kids call it. We got Thomas and the Dinosaur, another foreshadowing. I don't know, maybe Andrew Berner read this book and got really interested in dinosaurs and then watched the Jurassic Park series and then made Dinos and Discoveries. I don't know. So, our sing-along songs. So here we are, the sing-along song menu. We have the Thomas Anthem. Oh yes, it's great to be an engine. He's a really useful engine, you know. Let's have a race, have a race, have a race. Let's see who is the quickest. I'm sorry if my singing gave you ear cancer. But yeah, those are our sing-along songs. So, interactive. I wonder what that is. Ooh, this is the demo to play the Thomas and Friends Great Festival Adventure game. It says here, to play the game, insert this disc into a computer with a DVD-ROM drive. This computer must be running Windows 95, 98, 2000/me. So yeah, that's pretty much the menu for the Best of Thomas. Pretty cool menu. And it's pretty interesting to see how much the menu has evolved since this early day and age. So anyway, thank you all for watching the supplemental episode on the Best of Thomas. So anyway, as always, thank you all for watching, and good night, everybody. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, we're going to be taking a look at the 2007 copy of Best of Thomas, which I thought I would never get. So let's not waste any time, y'all. Let's go ahead and look at it here. It's very similar to the other 2007 Best of reprints. You've got Collector's Edition scrawled up there at the top. Thomas and Friends Best of Thomas in that weird font. Press my nose, I whistle. Interactive sound. There's your Thomas with his 3D interactive face. And he does whistle. So my Best of Percy from 2007 is the only one that sounds like it's dying. So yeah, I was very happy to find out that this is in really great shape. This also came sealed, but I'll talk about that later. On the side, you've got Hit Entertainment logo as usual, Thomas and Friends, Best of Thomas. Down there on the side, Cartoon Thomas at the bottom with Anchor Bay. On the back, you've got Thomas and Friends logo and your blurb about what's on the disc, screenshots from Thomas Gets Bumped, and Thomas Meets the Queen. Got bonus features, story stops, tech specs and stuff down at the bottom. And like with all of the 2007 reprinted versions, this is just a slipcover. So if we take this off, throw that down there, it is just a standard Best of Thomas underneath. Go ahead and give you a quick recap of what this looks like. Open it up. Standard disc. We also have that cool little pamphlet that came with my original Best of Thomas from this exact same year. I skipped over that. This is when Day Out with Thomas was really popular, and you've got, I almost dropped it. Got all that. This really nice Island Soto, Thomas's best friends page with a lot of promo images of the models from Face Up. You also still have the Scarloey and Rheneas nameplates mix-matched, so they didn't feel like fixing that, I guess. Advertisements for PC games, which both of these I've done Let's Plays on, if you want to check those out. This Let's Play is better than this one, because this one's a really old video and I kind of want to redo it. You've also got advertisements for CD and some books and such, and the Thomas Wooden Railway. And collect all your favorite Thomas videos with a screenshot from Thomas Meets the Queen down there at the bottom. So, like I said, it is just a standard Best of Thomas, but the exclusivity of this is this slipcover, which has the interactive whistle sound, and now, for some reason it won't go back in the slipcover like that. Here we go. Put that there. So now, with that awkward camera angle change, I can say confidently that as a Thomas home media collector, I have completed the 2007 Best of collection with all slipcovers intact and all of them working. So like I said, my Best of Thomas came sealed. I bought it off eBay. It was kind of a funny story. I was just sitting on my computer one very late night after a stressful day of moving packages over at the UPS plant, and I just randomly searched Best of Thomas DVD. And I was surprised to see that the first option was this Best of Thomas right here. The listing did not specify that it was sealed, but it was sealed all right. And I'm not going to say I overpaid for it, and I feel no shame in admitting that I splurged $16 on that Best of Thomas. I'm not sad about it at all, because that was the only 2007 Best of Thomas that I've seen on eBay in my lifetime. And honestly, I think that this Best of Thomas is probably the rarest of these four 2007 Best of DVDs, right next to Best of Gordon. I've seen Best of Percy and Best of James more times than I can count. One thing I find interesting is if you take a look at the outlines on each of these, you can see James's outline is red, Percy's outline is green, and Gordon's is a very light blue. Thomas's is still gold, which is interesting because Percy, James, and Gordon all have their paint color on the outline. But Thomas got the short shrift and is still gold, which underneath of all of these on their standard prints, they're already gold anyway. So I guess they just didn't want to change that, or maybe it would be too similar to Gordon since he's blue as well. But I'm not one to complain. I've got all four of these guys here, some of the rarest Thomas DVDs, kind of, sort of. They're not as rare as like the Soto Search and Rescue Center sampler DVD that is super hard for anybody to find nowadays, or Quarry Adventures on Sodor, but these are relatively hard to find in their own right. And I can now say and gloat that I own all four of them. So ha! So anyway, that'll do it for this supplemental, and really this is a closeout for kind of a sub-series through HMR. We won't be taking a look at any new copies of Best ofs of these guys unless Universal makes the conscientious choice to reprint one of them. So this is kind of the end of the Best of HMRs. So as always, thank you all for watching, and good night everybody. And we'll have Thomas play us out. Poor Percy, you could barely hear him over Thomas James and Gordon. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on a weird release. Well, not particularly weird, just I didn't know this particular release existed. You guys know Best of Thomas, right? It was this release here. Somehow it was released after Best of Percy, which still boggles my mind to this day. Looks like this. Little brief refresher for you here. Has this disc in it, got this insert and all that. And then I presume you guys also know its counterpart, Best of James, where I got the little skinny disc version, or the skinny case version here. It came in a wooden train bonus pack. Well, I was in Half Price Books one day, and I was looking for, well, I wasn't looking for anything particular. I kind of just go in there and just see, like, what can I find that's unique? And I find this release in the dollar section, the clearance dollar section. So I paid $1 for this. This is a double feature of Best of James and Best of Thomas. This I did not know existed. Maybe a fan commented about it at some point, but I did not know this was a thing. From the looks of it, it looks like this was released years after these actually came out. These are like Season 8, Season 9 promotional shots of both Thomas and James. So I'd say this was put out around the time of Season 8, Season 9. Double feature, Thomas and Friends, Best of James and Best of Thomas in kind of generic fonts. Got a little track running down the side there, separating the two DVD set. And then, like I said, promotional shots of both Thomas and James on the side there. I knew that 2-packs were a thing. We've covered 2-packs on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews previously. I just didn't know this particular one existed. But that's kind of cool, finding new stuff that you didn't know was an actual thing. On the side, you got the hit logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Best of James, Best of Thomas, Portrait of Thomas, screw you, James, distributed by Lionsgate. So this was put out by when Lionsgate had the license to this. So maybe it was later than the Season 8 and 9 era. Maybe it was like, I don't know, around the time of Hero the Rails or something like that. Here's the back. You got your UPC code, Thomas and Friends logo. Here's your blurb and information for Best of James, featuring one of the screenshots from Best of James, for comparison's sake there. It lists your features, which we've already detailed in that HMR, so not going to read them to you here. And then below Best of James, you got Best of Thomas. There's your blurb. And then there's a screenshot from the release. Thomas Meets the Queen. It's a widescreen screenshot now, as opposed to 4:3 on the original release. And then your DVD features are listed below. On the bottom, you got tech specs and legalese. And if we open this disc up, or we open the case, look at this. Nothing has changed. It's the same discs that you would have got if you already owned the individual releases, like I do. But like I said, I paid $1 for this, and presumably I'm going to get a big return on investment with this video. So yeah, a strange release that I did not know existed. It just kind of seems weird that you would double pack Best of James and Best of Thomas. You'd think it would be the Best of Thomas and Best of Percy, because Thomas and Percy are best friends, and then you do Best of James and Best of Gordon, because those are the two big engines that bully Thomas and Percy. So I don't know, this one just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We're not going to be doing any menu tours because those are the same discs. If you want to know what the menus are like, check out the original HMRs for both Best of Thomas and Best of James. This supplemental is fairly short, but it's because we really don't have a lot to talk about with this odd release. But I am happy to have it, as it kind of diversifies my collection just a little bit more. I want to thank you all so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. It's been a long time since I've said that. It feels so good to be back, even though this series just refuses to go away because I just keep finding new copies of things out in the wild. And may I just say, welcome back to another double upload day. Here's another thing that hasn't happened in a very long time. You guys remember way back when Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews was in its heyday? I did triple uploads on one day. That is insane to me that I had that much to cover for Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews way back when. But we're here today for the supplemental on the Best of Thomas. For just a little refresher here, since it's been a while since we've taken a look at the Best of Thomas. Here's the original DVD print, first released in, I believe, 2001 or 2002, one of those years there. Again, came after Best of Percy, which I still don't understand why they made that choice. Standard stuff here. And then we have this really cool little booklet or pamphlet to look through here. Mine is, of course, broken. You remember that from the last time we took a look at this on DVD. It's got the characters and everything in there. I miss these pamphlets a lot. I just miss DVDs a lot, to be honest here, but I do miss the pamphlets that used to come in them. They had such cool advertisements and art and everything. I mean, I'm just really nostalgic for this period of Thomas and Friends releases. So somewhere from 2002 to, I believe, 2008 is when this copy of Best of Thomas came out. I don't have an exact date for you, but it's in the middle of those years there, somewhere in the middle. My guess would be probably like 2003, 2004 maybe. Somebody out there probably knows and will probably correct me in the comments, which I welcome. Please correct me if I'm wrong on anything. The Best of Thomas copy that I'm referring to is this one. I picked this up at a Goodwill a few months ago for a whole 99 cents. And you can tell this was definitely a loved piece in someone's collection, considering the fact that the artwork looks like it's been probably mangled a bit. It's probably been taken out of the case a couple of times and then refolded back out to fit into the case again. But you know what? It's 99 cents. I'm not going to judge. Somebody probably had a lot of fun with this DVD in their life, and now it's in my collection, and I'm going to take better care of it than they did, because I'm not a child. But you can see the poster art is pretty much the same, except for this little guy right here. A music CD sampler is included inside of this package. We took a look at a similar copy of the Best of James that had this exact same advertisement there. And it was in very similar packaging, because this is a bigger case than this one. See that there? Thicker spine there, because this has to hold 2 discs as opposed to 1. So the spine is pretty much the same, just bigger. The back is changed a little bit. We have the same blurb, the same screenshots, but now we have a little advertisement down there for your free bonus CD sampler that's included inside, story stops and bonus content, and also a CD sampler advertisement down there. Same legalese and everything. This case is interesting because it has two separate openings. So our first opening is here. No pamphlet is included here. That's sad, but our disc is the same. And then close that, and then on the back, there's where your CD is housed. Thomas's Songs and Roundhouse Rhythms. It was published by Kid Rhino up there at the top. I'm not sure why these copies of the Best of Thomas and the Best of James, I assume there's a Best of Percy variant out there as well, used this style of case, because not long after this style of case was introduced, companies realized we can save on plastic by just putting a tray in a regular sized case and just making it movable. So there's two trays inside of it, but just have the first tray on an arm and move it back and forth. Why do we need to make a whole separate size to house two discs? For what it's worth, too, I have listened to the CD. I've ripped it. It's on my computer now, so the songs are safe. It plays perfectly fine. No scratches or anything on it. And the songs are listed here on your screen, because I don't remember what they are off the top of my head when recording this portion of the video. So here they are on the screen. Look at those. Aren't those good songs? It's a nice sampling of Thomas music, and it's supposed to get you to go out and purchase the full Thomas's Songs and Roundhouse Rhythms CD. So folks, that wraps up your supplemental on the Best of Thomas with the free CD sampler. We're not going to do a menu tour here because there's no difference between these discs. However, this is a really cool variant, and I suggest that if you don't already have it, you should probably go out and pick it up. You get a little free CD with it. I mean, that's cool. We take that for granted nowadays with a lot of our physical media releases. With some 4K films, you're lucky to even get a Blu-ray or even a digital code that's included. But way back in the early 2000s, we used to get CDs with our DVDs. That's amazing. I'm just going to say it right now. That's amazing. I'm not answering the 5 main questions here, but it kind of sounds like I am by saying, yeah, you should go out and seek this copy of Best of Thomas out. You should go try to find the one of Best of James, too. I think my Best of James didn't come with the CD sampler. I think it came with one of those take-along DVDs. So if you find that one out in the wild, be sure to check and see if it has the actual CD in it. With all that being said, though, guys, thank you so very much for watching. I hope you watched both of the videos that were uploaded to the channel today. The earlier one was a supplemental on the film Pulp Fiction. Very different tone from Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, but if you watch my regular home media review show as well, we did have an upload for that earlier on today. I will see you all in the next one. Good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on the Best of James. We're finishing out our Best of coverage for quite a while. I know what you all are thinking. What about the Best of Gordon? Well, that comes later. A lot later. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of the Best of James. So the Best of James was first released in 2002 on VHS and DVD. It was then released again in a 3-pack with Best of Thomas and Best of Percy in 2003. I think I've mentioned that before. It could also be found in 2007 with a embossed slipcover when apparently you push his nose, he whistles. And then you could also find this in a 2-pack with Best of Thomas. I don't know what year that's from. I presume 2005, maybe 6. I'm not too sure. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section for Best of James.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at the best of James on VHS. Now we have multiple copies to look at, yay, and a menu tour, yay! Fun, fun, fun. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the 2002 VHS version. So, we'll go ahead and start off here. It looks exactly the same as Percy and Thomas with the gold outlining and the collector's edition. Still mad that they put that there, but anyway. Thomas and Friends, Best of James. Nice picture of a cartoon James, and it is embossed. I can feel it through this hard case. And you're probably wondering, Lego Lover, why is there a hard case version of the Best of James? Well, there are slip-cased versions of this around, but I don't own that version because if you look, that's where they cut the slipcase to fit into this hard case, and there it is cut completely. The back is cut off. This is the side where it's folded over. So yeah, this was a slipcase version, but they cut it to fit it into this hard case. And my theory is this came from like a library or something, or it came from a Blockbuster or a Hollywood video type rental store, because if you've been to Blockbuster back in 2000, 2003, they had stickers on their hard cases like Blockbuster with a barcode so they could scan it if you rented it or something, and usually they'd come in these hard cases, except with Blockbuster they would have the Blockbuster logo on the case, and when you popped it open your tape would be inside, and this is what you would take to the counter to rent the movie or whatever. You just bring the empty case because people were stealing stuff. So I'm just gonna show you the tape really quick because we've already popped it out. The ink label, obviously, it's very nice. It's very similar to Thomas and Percy, except they just printed it as James this time. Let's look at the side. Cartoon James. Gallant. On the back, you've got snapshots from Old Iron. The name is blanking on me. James Goes Buzz Buzz. There we go. And from, I think that's no joke for James. Pretty sure. Probably. I think. I'm going to say yes to that. No joke for James. I don't watch Thomas 24/7, guys, so some of these episode snapshots, I blank on them pretty obviously with the James Goes Buzz Buzz. The blurb is in a zigzaggy pattern again, and here's your story stops. You also get a song, Don't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Here's how the tape fits into the case. It's got two prongs here where the white reels sit like that. That way it doesn't fall out. That's the original 2002 VHS copy. Here's our last VHS copy we're going to look at. This is the Best of James Wooden Train bonus pack version, and obviously it comes with James. That wouldn't make any sense if Best of James came with like Gordon or something. That'd make no sense. Of course it comes with James. This is where I got my old style James. Yay me. Anyway, as you can see, there's the side for where the old style James would be. It's the exact same cover, except they've gotten rid of the gold lining and such. It's now red lining. Best James, Cartoon James. It's not embossed like the other version. Just like with Best of Thomas, none of these bonus packs are embossed. So they feel not cheap, but just not as good, in my opinion. Cartoon James. Gallant. On the back, you're missing the snapshot from James Goes Buzz Buzz. You've got snapshots from Old Iron and No Joke for James. There's your blurb, and as far as I can tell, it's the same blurb from the other version. Your story stops, and the blurb about James with a 1992 prototype picture. James likes to think of himself as a splendid red engine. His highfalutin attitude generally lands James into trouble. As you can tell, I haven't read these blurbs in a long time, so falutin. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's a weird thing. Obviously, with these wooden train bonus packs, you open them up from the top, pull out your tape, and it's exactly the same as before. And this is the
a bare copy of Best of James that you saw in my collection video. If you haven't seen that, I talk about this bare copy and saying, oh, I'm sorry I don't have a box for it. Well, this is the box for it. I got the box for it from my grandparents' house. This is where most of these wooden train bonus packs came from. So yeah, I got the box for it, and now it's complete. And now our final copy, and what we will be doing the menu tour of, is the DVD version of Best of James. Now this was released in 2002, along with the VHS copy, of course. So let's go ahead and look at it. Basically, it's a elongated version of the Best of James poster art from the 2 VHS releases. So the gold is not as pronounced. It's not embossed anymore. Sad, sad, boo-hoo. On the side, this is a skinny version, so it did come with an engine. I don't remember which engine, though. Yeah, I got this in childhood. That's why it's got some, like, dog bites. And its outer cover is not in the best condition. As you can see, there's a bite mark there. But yeah, it's a skinny version, so it just says Best of James on the side. There's no copyright information except this little number here. That might be a serial number is what I'm thinking. On the back, you are now missing the snapshot from No Joke for James, the best of, or not the best of, the James Goes Buzz Buzz snapshot's back, and the Old Iron snapshot has remained. Down here is your story stops and James's bonus features. And, whoop, I almost skipped the blurb. There's your blurb. There's some copyright information down there. Forgot to mention the DVD logo on the front here because DVD was new back then, up and coming. And here's your disc artwork. This is the artwork that that was used for Thomas and Percy and will be used for Best of Gordon. So basically they chop out the engine, they chop out the name, and paste Thomas or Percy or Gordon and paste a picture of them on the same track here. So yeah, I think that is a serial number because I think that's the same number as it is here. Or no, is that the same? I don't think so. Let's look. DV12103, DV12473. Huh. Serial numbers are wrong here. They didn't match those up. Naughty, naughty you. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition to our menu tour of this DVD copy of Best of James. Alrighty everyone, we're here at the menu for Best of James for our menu tour. Taking the liberty as always to mute because Sir Topham Hatt is talking to us right now, telling us that, oh, it's been James the Red Engine has worked so hard on the island, I've decided to honor him. Thomas, will you go and do his random job? Of course I will, sir. And Thomas puffs away, and then here's James, our cartoon James, taking the place of our cartoon Thomas for these classic DVD menus. So anyway, while they're talking, and we can't hear them because we don't want to hear them because they're both kind of windbags. Don't tell them I said that. Anyway, here we go. We've got Playoff Stories on the main signal there. Pick a Story, which we'll go into here. 8 stories. I'm stupid. Proud Day for James, James in a Mess, No Joke for James, and Old Iron. Scroll over. James Learns a Lesson, Percy James and the Fruitful Day, Time for Trouble, and James Goes Buzz Buzz. See how quickly I read those? Fun and Games section on the next signal here. We got a good variety of games. 3, you got Build and Engine, which my guess is you're building an engine. You've got Best of James Trivia, which is obviously trivia about James himself. And Where Do I Belong? I think that's like a memory game about it gives you a scene and you have to see which engine or which character something is in which scene, and then the character gallery, which is just your standard character gallery, honestly. You got a read-along storybook here. Kind of nice to see. You've got Hooray for Thomas, which I actually owned as a kid, but all my Thomas books have been misplaced. So, hey, take my word for it, I guess. We've got a sing-along here. 4. Actually, wow, I forgot there were 4 sing-along songs on this. Yeah, Don't Judge a Book by its cover is on the VHS version, but then you've also got 3 other songs. And one, the Island song, was on Thomas Meets the Queen, which
that makes this a pretty rare song to get, because this song was not on any other release as far as I know. Gone Fishing was on Rusty to the Rescue, and I believe Trackside Tunes and Harold the Helicopter was on Trackside Tunes. Island Song might have been on there, I'm not sure. But we're going to say it's not. And then Web Fun, which you go to this website, which probably doesn't exist anymore, and yeah, you could find some like fun extras or something. I never went to as a kid, so I can't say what you would get. So that's your menu tour for Best of James, the 2002 DVD copy. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other episode, honestly. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope. Number 3, should you pick this product up? James is your favorite character? Yeah, go right ahead, pick it up. If he's not, skip it. Because these episodes you probably already own from other releases. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1 in every other episode ever. And number 5, what price should you pay for the VHS versions? Any version. I'd say don't go over $5 for that. It's not very hard to find. For the 2007 DVD version and the double pack version with Best of Thomas, I would say those probably go upwards of 10 to 15 because I've never seen those in person. And for just the regular DVD version, which you could get anywhere, I would say, yeah, don't go over $5 for that as well. So that's our episode on Best of James. Next week, we delve into Season 6 territory with Salty's Secret. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on the 2009 version of Best of James. Now, I mentioned this back in the Best of James regular episode that the 2009 versions of these best ofs are pretty special and pretty interesting because of how uncommon they are. Well, I found mine at a local thrift store, as I've said throughout the past supplemental episodes. Seems like I've been saying this a lot. But anyway, here it is. It exists. So let's take a look at it here. On the top, Collector's Edition is now printed in black, and it's on the red outlining. It's no longer gold. Best of James. Press my nose, I whistle. Interactive sound. As you can see, we got a big face James here. If you turn this over, you can see there's a huge bump in there, and that's where James's face is actually embossed. So I can stick my finger in his mouth and just, poke his teeth. Let's push his nose and see what happens. Yes, he did just whistle, and I really like that feature. Even if it makes this really hard to store, like I have to put this on top of my other DVDs and my stacks in my closet. So, yeah, but that's just because of the mechanism that's inside here that you push where his nose, where he pushes his nose and he whistles. So on the side, Hit Entertainment logo. Scroll on down here, Best of James. We have Cartoon Thomas, still hasn't left us yet. That should be Cartoon James now that I think about it. We have Anchor Bay. On the back, we have our blurb, which is in a really weird zigzaggy pattern. We have the same snapshots from other releases. We have our bonus features. We have our story stops. And this is just a slipcover. Take this off, and that's what it looks like without the disc inside, without the case inside. As you can see, that's inside this little thing here is where the mechanism is stored, and that's where the speaker would be. That's where all the technical babble stuff is. I believe if you were, if I wanted to,
I could rip this off and then open it up and then look at the technical specs and stuff, but I'm not going to do that. But underneath, it's just a regular 2002 DVD printing. So, we've got Cartoon James on the side there. We've already seen the cover, right? Looks the same as my slim case copy. Haven't seen the side, though. We got Cartoon James, DVD logo. Scroll on down there. We got Anchor Bay at the bottom. On the back, James has arrived on DVD with trainloads of features and fun. Cool. Snapshot from James Buzz Buzz. Snapshot from Old Iron. The same snapshots as on the slipcase version, just in a different ordering or pairing. You've got James's bonus features and no story stops. Open this up. Another pamphlet to look at, and we have our disc. So, here's the pamphlet. Open this up. We have our main menu. We have our pick a story section. We have our fun and game section. Read along story, sing along songs, and our web fun. Move this over. Introducing James, Thomas, and their friends. So I guess this is like a meet the character spotlight thing. We've got Thomas. I am not going to read all of these. I made the mistake of trying to read everything back with Best of Percy. I nearly killed myself, so we're not going to read these. But we got Thomas, James, Harold the helicopter, Bertie the bus, So Topham Hatt, Cranky the crane, Terrence the tractor, and Bullstrow the barge. Open this up even further. We have a nice promo image of the island of Sodor that was used in It's Great to Be an Engine and Steamy's versus Diesel's menu, which is pretty cool. Harold's got a little banner there, the island of Sodor. And we have little blurbs about different locations on the island. And we have little arrows pointing to them too. That's cool. We've got harbor, we've got farm, station, road. Don't know why I need an arrow pointing to that. Viaduct, quarry, and the sky. Wow. The sky. That is cool. It's a cool pamphlet though. I really like it. And we've got another advert for Day Out with Thomas. We have Get Ready for All New Thomas and Friends stories on VHS and DVD this fall. So this is advertising newer releases like Salty's Secret, Percy's Chocolate Crunch, newer Season 6 stuff that was coming out that year. And we have the original classic Railway Adventures. Hey, the Railway series, yay! Get on board with your favorite engines and the classic series by the Reverend W. Audrey. Collect the whole series, and you've got some covers for some of the releases. Exciting new adventures. Look for these and other Thomas titles wherever books are sold. That's cool. And on the back we have collect all your favorite Thomas and Friends videos, and also available on DVD. So that is the pamphlet for Best of James, and that pretty much wraps up this supplemental episode, because there's really no reason to do a menu tour, because we already did a menu tour in the original Best of James release. So, with all that being said, I want to thank y'all for watching, and as always, you know what? I'm going to let James sign us out. Thanks for watching, and good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time, we'll be taking a look at an alternate version of Best of James on DVD. Before we get into the alternate version, alright, this is the original version we took a look at back in the original Best of James HMR. Go ahead and give you a brief refresher of what it looks like here. If you remember, I have a slim-cased version. I also have the one from 2007, but I do not have that on me right now. Yes. Jog your memory. This is from 2002. This was how you could get it, normally. Not in a slim case version, but in a thicker case. version. The copy that we're going to be looking at in this supplemental is a alternate version from 2002 to 2003, and that version is this one. You'll notice it has the exact same poster art as this Best of James over here. However, this one has this little circle on it. It says free inside music CD sampler. This is not a sticker or anything. This is printed onto the sleeve that's inside of the case here. So there's your basic poster art, obviously. The side, you'll notice it's thicker than a slim cased version or just a regular DVD case. It's about the size of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. Collector's edition with James with the yellow sun behind him, DVD logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Best of James, Anchor Bay down there at the bottom. This is actually slightly printed to the side. It's not in the center, it's off-centered by a little bit, and it kind of bugs me. The back has your UPC code, Thomas and Friends. James has arrived on DVD with trainloads of features and fun. It's the exact same blurb as on this version over here with the exact same screenshots, except you have another section down here for the free bonus CD sampler, and it has a blurb about what's on the CD. You have the exact same bonus features and story stops, except on this version, it notes that it has a free music CD sampler inside, whereas on the original version, it does not. And then other than that, your legalese and stuff is pretty much the same. If I turn it on its side here, check out how this is set up. I didn't know that it would be set up like this when I ordered this off of eBay. Open this up from the front. There's your disc. It's a standard Best of James disc that, what a surprise, can be found in this version as well. They are exactly the same. They're the same contents and everything. However, you're probably thinking, okay, that's cool, but where's the CD sampler? It actually has its own section behind this. This is like a page in this case, and you flip this over, and there's your CD sampler behind it. It's like two separate pages here. So if I wanted to just pull out the CD, I'd just snap that back in place and just open it from the back. But if I just wanted the disc, just open it from the front. It's a weird way to set up a DVD case, having two separate sections here. There's the CD, in case you're wondering. It plays perfectly fine. The songs that are included on it, I think they're listed here on the back. You got Thomas's theme, Harold the Helicopter, Gone Fishing, and Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. So, again, that's a weird way to set up a Thomas and Friends DVD release. I personally have never seen any DVD cases that have a setup similar to this, so I was actually quite shocked when this showed up on my door, and it was, one, a thick case. I thought it would just be a regular case, and also the way that the discs are set up. So that wraps up this supplemental on Best of James from either 2002, 2003. The back of this says 2002, so that's where I think it's from. I couldn't find any information on whether or not this was a retailer exclusive or something like that. I think you just had the option to either get the regular version or you could get the free CD sampler version if you found it. So again, that wraps up this supplemental. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night everybody.